Well, good morning, everybody. For those that have arrived early, hello. We'll be just waiting for folk to get on board for the next 10-15 minutes, and then we'll get the proceedings underway. Well, good morning, everybody. I think the registrations are slowly creeping in. So my proposal is to give it another 5 minutes or so, and then make a start with the welcome and introductions, and then we can get the real session underway. Hope everybody's well and enjoying the southwest sunshine. Well, good morning, everybody. I think the time has come for us to get this show on the road, I think. So it's a big welcome to Secure Southwest 14 on behalf of me, Robin King, the chair of the Southwest Security Cluster Steering Group. I'll start off by a big thank you to our sponsors and the supporters of the cluster, without whose effort and support, particularly during this last year, we wouldn't be anywhere near where we are at the moment. And it's been a really interesting year, obviously for a number of reasons, but from a cluster perspective, it's been a bit of a shift. Most notably bringing us to today, which is having the opportunity, and I think I'll say the privilege, for taking on for the first time the Secure Southwest event. No pressure. After 13 successful previous Secure Southwests, it was a conversation with Steve Finnell at Plymouth University, that created the opportunity as he's moved on generally to pastures new, but with one foot firmly still wedged in our region. That the sustainment of the event series presented the opportunity for the cluster to to step in and hopefully create the environment where it can flourish further into the future. Really, I think it's a bit of a truism, isn't it, that we've had an interesting year for all sorts of reasons. And when I was thinking about characterising and defining that, I thought, well, maybe this little quote, which was increasingly made familiar through the TV campaign for BT, I think, of late, I think really captured in my mind where we'd been and where we get to. It was a sense of frustration at the turn of the year that we had to take the decision that we were unlikely to be able to meet face to face, despite the planning hopefully leading us in that direction. But clearly the right decision, and I think we're seeing the potential for a broader reach for folk to join us virtually now than perhaps would have done so if we were down at the council house in Plymouth. So for every yin there's a yang, I think, and certainly that's been the experience, I think, of the cluster during the time. Almost a year to the day, if not exactly a year to the day, when our world was turned upside down. The cluster been around for some considerable time, 7 years, there or thereabouts, and in the last 12 months, we've seen it really flourish in terms of increasing its reach and capacity by virtue of the fact that we've been able to invite people to join us virtually, which in some senses has been a little easier given the geography of the Southwest and travelling to physical meeting locations. And despite that sort of challenge and that shifting landscape, we've managed to reorientate the cluster to more closely map and match on to the agenda that we see at a national level. And I won't steal too much of Mark's thunder, because very much like him to set the scene in that context. But from a cluster perspective, looking at and diversifying interests across protecting the region and its organisations from a cybersecurity point of view, considering the skills agenda, and understanding what part we can play in cyber innovation, has increased our connections and those connected to the cluster almost by 100%. We've got 300 now who regularly receive communications from us. We've got 500 Twitter followers, and the LinkedIn group is growing all of the time. And I think really we can, do a lot more. Our role really, I think, is founded in increasing the opportunity for engagement, for signposting resources and opportunities that can benefit the Southwest, and making those bilateral connections without being in any sense in the way for those that have an opportunity to engage more meaningfully between themselves to create new value. And I think if we can take a role in that, then we have the opportunity to drive two benefits for the Southwest region, and we are unashamedly focused on that for obvious reasons. The first is for the region more generally to be better protected from a cybersecurity point of view, and secondarily to increase the value of the cybersecurity community, the business community, and those that are engaged in offering services to improve that position, because certainly at a national level, that is the strategy that seems to be in hand. We're really quite grateful for the engagement through the Department of Culture, Media and Sport for coordinating the national picture a little more now so than it has ever been done. And the establishment of the new Cyber Cluster Board, I think, is a really interesting way to understand how we can be resourced to do more alongside the newer activities and the work that the cyber resilience centres are doing, which Mark will talk about in a moment. I think timely that the event is happening now. For those of you that don't know, much of my work faces into the defence and security space, and I don't think we could have landed on a possibly a more opportune date in the context of the Prime Minister's announcement of the outcome of the integrated review yesterday, which clearly places space and cyber as the new operating domains. Their tentacles reach far and wide into our daily lives. Not that we're all jaunting off to Mars anytime soon, but the use of space technologies in everything, such as your sat-nav, become increasingly pervasive. And of course, I don't really need to tell the audience here of the importance of cyber and the brutal reality that it is likely it'll be the next battleground for conflict, God forbid. So I think it's timely we are here talking about some of the areas and impacts for the region, on the region, and I'm truly privileged to be at the head of a really impressive set of speakers who've given their time and effort freely to talk about against those three broad themes of protection, innovation and skills, about what we're doing and what can be done in our region to drive that agenda forward. So I'm going to I think close my opening thoughts there. In terms of housekeeping for the day, I think the two principal things, we will have obviously the agenda available. With coffee breaks, we'll intersperse the morning sessions. So at 10:50, we aim to break for 20 minutes, so you can go and refresh your coffee cups. We're then taking an hour for lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. From 3:15 to 3:30, we have an afternoon break, and we resume at 3:30 until 4:30, where I'll hope to do a quick close. Throughout the day, a couple of things happen. Please do submit your questions to the speakers, be they the panelist sessions in the morning and the first session of the afternoon, or directly to the speakers in the last session, the cyber skills session, Marco and Steve. Please direct them through the chat, and we'll collate those, coordinate those, aggregate them if they're duplicating, and fire them off to those folk that will share their wisdom with us. And at the start or end of each session, just prior to the coffee breaks and lunch breaks, we've got a couple of polls just to get get some feedback. Very simple polls where you can vote. Just be presented with the poll, give sort of 30 seconds to respond, and then we'll see what the general feeling, consensus, and lay of the land is against three or four questions around what more can the Southwest do to support us in cybersecurity. What help do you need around business protection? What areas of cybersecurity most need innovation? What skills are the hardest to obtain? And I think Akim in session 2 has also got a couple that he's proposing there. So without, I think, further ado, I'd just like you to take a quick look at the opening poll and cast your vote. Click the submit button at the bottom, and then we'll give a couple of minutes before we move to Mark as our first presenter. So if you could click the poll now, that'd be great. I'm sort of flying a little blind. The poll's gone. There we are. And I'm not quite sure how the results come back to us. Oh, there we are. Look at that. Most magnificent. So a quick and easy mechanism to say, thankfully, it's almost shaded by the influence of an agenda of the cluster. There we are. Not skewed, I promise. So more networking between cybersecurity experts to share knowledge. Well, you know, if nothing else, today I think is helpful for that cause, and I think the work of the Cyber Resilience Centre that Mark is now going to move to talk to us about will, I think, foresees the opportunity for that to become increasingly available. So we're scheduled for a 9:30 start for Mark. So I'm probably inclined just to wait a minute or two. Mark, are you there? Can you?
Yes, I am indeed here, Robin.
Oh, bless you.
I'm a coiled spring in the background, never fear.
I was just like talking to myself then.
I think I'm being remotely muted and hidden and all sorts of things.
Indeed, yes. Yes, well, there we are. Look at that.
There we go. Permissions have been granted. Lovely to see you properly.
Face to a name, yes. And you well?
Yeah, very well, thank you. And thank you for having me today.
No, it's an absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure. Yeah, and it's really great to be, having the CRC, recently launched, being focused on the Southwest to really sort of anchor that into the Secure Southwest event seems highly appropriate.
And can I say, isn't it fabulous to arrive at a conference as first speaker, knowing that the conference objectives have already been met? So if we all want to network, we've done that, and the rest of this is gravy now, isn't it?
Exactly right. Exactly right. Almost like we planned it.
So I'll wait from the queue for you, and I'll start screen sharing, and we'll hope the tech keeps us going through.
Yeah, if you want to pop your screen up now, and then
will do.
I think according to my clock, we're almost on the stroke of 9:30. So a couple of seconds. As soon as your screen pops up, there we are, into presentation mode, and I'd rather suggest off we go. You have 30 minutes on the subject of protection and the threat landscape.
Excellent. Well, it feels like just a minute, doesn't it, for those that ever listen to Radio 4? Just multiplied 30 times for you in the audience, sadly. And well, look, thank you first of all for having me. Really flattering, actually, to be invited to give this opening address by the Cybersecurity Cluster and by you, Robin. Particularly so because I guess 5 months ago, if you wanted to ask anybody at all about cyber, I would have been probably the last person on your list. I'll let you give in the delegate feedback afterwards views as to whether I might still be that person. I'm rather hoping not. So I'm a serving police officer within Devon and Cornwall, seconded as a superintendent to run the Cyber Resilience Centre, which I'll talk to you more about at the tail end of this presentation. Part of the role of that centre is to brief businesses around the Southwest on a regular basis with regards to the latest threats and protections that they should be aware of to try and look after themselves. So on a fairly regular basis, we do try and pick up on themes, trends, and patterns. And a lot of that background activity and that background work is what I've tried to distill into the first part of the presentation today to make sure that you are aware of what's been happening, what the big themes are from the last 12 months, a period of COVID, as far as we can ascertain them. I'm also then, Robin, as you rightly said, going to move on to talking about the Cyber Resilience Centre for a short while at the tail end, so that I can really brief you all on what that brings to the landscape, where that fits, and hopefully we can talk about synergies with the cluster as part of the discussion group. So without further ado, let's move into the presentation and talk about the threat. The great thing about being able to give this kind of address at a conference is that I guess that no one really knows, do they? And my sense was, as I opened this up, that I could say almost anything and struggle to be proven wrong. I haven't taken that approach, but let's talk about things that we probably can agree on that will be uncontrovertible. So the first one is, if we talk about the trajectory of cybercrime, we'd probably all agree that there's something equating to a gentle upwards curve. The second thing that we'd probably agree on, and maybe this is my hiding space, is that the landscape is pretty unclear. That said, I think it is pretty reasonable to say that there are a lot of these clouds, a lot of that fog that we can remove. There are some really clear trends, and I think, and I hope, that during the course of this next 30 minutes or so, I can remove some of that fog for you. So let's talk about some of the things that we do know. And it's always good to start with some absolutely indisputable statistics. So 694, there is the number of reports that are referred across to the local police force, Devon and Cornwall, by Action Fraud on an annual basis. So these are the number of times that we're told there is something cyber related which feels as though we might be able to investigate it, do something about it. And you have to be quite gratified, don't you, that if my maths is right, that's something in the region of 50 to 60 crimes on a monthly basis. So the numbers are looking pretty low. So jolly good work, Devon and Cornwall. I've even depicted that graphically because I think when you're doing scientific numbers, it's good to pretend to give it that veneer of respectability. So the next figure, 46%. I was almost inclined to do a poll to see who knew this one. So 46% is the latest figure from the DCMS, Department of Culture, Media and Sport, in terms of the number of businesses that are attacked by cybercrime on an annual basis. So this could be simple as a phishing attempt. It doesn't necessarily have to be a successful breach of cyber defense, but nonetheless, roughly half of businesses claim that they're being attacked by cybercrime on an annual basis. And this is based on a really extensive survey annually from Ipsos Mori. So the numbers there look slightly in excess of the 694 that we've first been led to talk about. If you bear with me, I'm going to blind you with a bit more science around this. So that 46%, of that number, around a third of those businesses they say that they are attacked on at least a weekly basis, which suggests that a third of those businesses are really unlucky or really aware. And I think that the truth probably lies somewhere in between, because if a third of them being attacked weekly and a half of all businesses aren't being attacked at all, then they've got to be feeling a little bit victimized. But one thing that we can say is that that number looks big compared to 694. And also, anecdotally, it's probably moving up significantly. And we'll be talking this year, I think, more in terms of 2 out of 3 or 66%. So the latest DCMS survey, I think, is now consulting, and we should get some feedback on that soon. So here we go, graphical representation for those of you who like it, halfway up the screen, almost 46% precisely. So let's look at the final figure for this slide, $1 trillion, probably not that different in dollar exchange rates, to be fair, although I've not checked lately. So this is the figure from McAfee, which suggests that the cost to the global economy this year will be somewhere around this magnitude. So we move from not very much in Devon and Cornwall, towards $1 trillion across the global economy. And I've represented this one graphically too, for the sake of completion. And the obvious conclusion, I would say this, wouldn't I, as a Devon and Cornwall serving officer, is this. So well done, everybody. We've chosen a brilliant place to be. Of course, it's possible that there are other answers, and I am prepared to countenance those too. So let's talk about some of the problems and some of the issues that might play into a slightly inaccurate figure in that foggy landscape that I started with at the outset. The first thing to say is that the National Crime Agency suggests that there's massive underreporting. It's no surprise, is it? All crime is underreported, but in terms of cyber, we guesstimate that probably about 1 to 2% of the real total is actually notified to official agencies. I guess it's also interesting to remark that if you were to look on the Action Fraud website as of today, the first thing that you will see is a banner saying effectively, please bear with us, it's difficult, it's COVID, our staff are working from home, and you're likely to suffer longer delays. So at a period where we think cyber is rising, the reporting mechanisms are actually slightly more difficult. And I think that's likely to be a disincentive for people notifying us about what's really going on. There's also, and I don't want to get desperately policey, some real issues around what the heck we mean by cybercrime. So there's the obvious distinction between cyber-enabled crime, where I simply communicate via computer, and cyber-dependent crime, which might be something like ransomware, where the crime itself is the shutting down of your computer. And that's fine, and it feels like a technical point, but I guess I'd put a parallel to you and ask whether, if I were to send you a ransom note, we would consider that to be a postal-enabled crime. Or if I were to ask you to open the bank vault for me, we'd consider that a speech-enabled crime. And the answer is probably not. And I don't mean to be facetious with this, but so much of our activity, particularly in business circles, is now cyber-based, that actually that category of cyber crime risks becoming a big amorphous blob, because it's simply the way that we do things nowadays. In terms of catching up with that, I guess it's also true that the legal context isn't there. So if I were to, again, come over slightly police officer-ish, we talk about an attempted offence and an actual offence. And there are definitions of what constitutes an attempt. And it's fair to say that in cyber terms, there are a lot of grey areas. So when does that exploratory phase, that social engineering particularly, cross over in something more nefarious? Very often it might not. So again, there's another area of confusion that makes it really hard to understand the magnitude of the problem. And lastly, I suppose, to pose a remark that in general crime terms, we get around this stuff because there are a number of crimes reported, and then we do a survey instead. And that used to be called the British Crime Survey and is now called the Telephone Crime Survey of England and Wales. There's a separate survey that goes on for the business community, the Commercial Victimisation Survey, and it attempts to get into this problem around how many businesses have been attacked by cybercrime. But the reality is it's been entirely unsuccessful in doing that, because it will call a local business and say, have you been subject of a cyber attack, a phishing attack? The answer is no. But the reality is that the head office 50 miles away has seen those attacks on a daily basis. So I think the surveys are still trying to catch up. And so, gosh, I feel like I'm getting my excuses in early, but let me say it's really tough to understand the problem and to be totally clear about it. So if we start off from a point that we can't know anything at all, let me try and establish a few contextual fixes that give us a clue as to what's going on. The first thing is that in their annual report on the state of the cyber industry, DCMS talk about the cybersecurity sector revenue being up 7%. They also talk, really interestingly, about investment in the sector having doubled, more than doubled, since the previous year, which rather suggests that with a bit of lag there, those of you who are in the cyber community are seeing a real sense of busyness and starting to gear up your activities accordingly. Secondly, we know that cybercrime is one of the National Crime Agency's priorities. They don't have a lot of those. By all means, feel free to read the document. But if cybercrime is one of the main things that we're focusing on nationally, it kind of suggests that that 694 figure that I started with is being given a lot of weight, or either that or perhaps the 46% or the 1 trillion are being given a lot of weight. But it's being seen at national level, and we'll talk a bit later about Boris's announcements from yesterday as something that's really, really concerning. SIRS, I think, is a really great indicator for us. So many of you will know that the NCSC, the National Cybersecurity Centre, launched the Suspicious Email Reporting Service back in April last year, largely in response to COVID and the perceived shift of online crime-based activity. By the time of their annual report in November, they were citing 2.3 million notifications and 22,000 websites having been taken down, which kind of suggests, doesn't it, that if we have a really easy way of notifying official agencies about criminal activity, then we'll do it. And you would have to say, I would have to say, that knowledge of that is pretty low in the general public. So gosh, we've got some really busy email correspondence there, but it suggests the problem, again, is slightly larger than 694. Europol produced a report towards the tail end of last year too, looking at the overlaps between COVID-19 and cybercrime. Interestingly, and probably unsurprisingly, didn't commit themselves to statistics in any meaningful way at all, because they're really tough, aren't they? That's what we're talking about. But what they did talk about is cybercrime being at the forefront of COVID-19 pandemic, but both in terms of people's desperation to procure PPE, their anxieties around vaccine and the like, and actually new ways of doing things and their confusion. And that might relate to the way that we're all working from home now, or that we're homeschooling, or rather were, thank goodness that's finished. So I guess the lesson from that is that where there is confusion, we have seen criminals moving into that space. And lastly, I shouldn't not mention it really, everything else, because there isn't a day that goes by where you can't do an internet search on cyber news, and I do those fairly often, and find another report about indicators flashing red and going straight upwards. Now, I think it's fair to say that the majority of data in this area is produced by cybercrime firms. So is there a case of saying it's a bit like the estate agent saying that now is a great time to buy a house? Well, I guess you could make that case, but you'd also have to recognize that the companies producing these reports are the ones that have probably a better grasp of the statistics and the reality through their constant oversight of the cyberspace than actually official agencies do, and that they do constantly reflect similar patterns. So I wanted just to briefly mention this report from the Royal United Services Institute, and it followed fairly hot on the heels of another even more critical report around the way that we were viewing cybercrime as a threat. So the report suggested, and you'll see, that we should be talking about cybercrime now as a national security concern. It followed on the heels of some prior suggestions that actually we should be doing a lot more to catch offenders rather than simply try and stop these crimes from happening and do the target hardening stuff. But actually we should be doing more to pursue offenders and bring them to justice. And it's really interesting that last year, I think we have started to see some big successes. So I might talk about the EncroChat Secure Communications Network, which took down some enormous organized crime gangs across Europe. We might talk about Emotet coming down. Interestingly, in the last week or two, and actually is a real nugget of positivity here, another network, the Sky ECC Secure Communications Network, which was taken down by police. A great way for you to talk about your drug deals in private. Sky confirmed that that network was not actually hacked, but the really happy news is that actually what they say happened is that phishing emails and phishing communications managed to get people a foothold into the network and thereby understand the criminal conversations that were taking place. And something like 28 guns were seized in one city as a single result. So I guess if there's a positive, it's that cyber can happen in both directions. And this does, I think, play very much into Boris's announcements yesterday around the centrality of cyber security and the opportunities for cyber offence as a best means of attack. So I think we can see that big strategic picture that actually the country is moving at an agency level and fairly collectively towards a position of understanding the importance of cybersecurity towards defence. I even saw, coming out of some of the coverage of Boris's speech yesterday, a suggestion that, you know, where it's sufficiently robust, a cyber attack on the UK could be met by a nuclear deterrent, which honestly, I'm not sure how likely that feels. We'll all have an individual view, but it certainly would have felt absolutely impossible to vocalize if we'd moved back 20 years ago. And it does go into the piece around cyber being a really important part of the way that we do business. So let's talk about some of the trends that we can see. First thing to say is that there was a period last year, wasn't there, where lots of people went home on furlough, didn't want to do that, but did, and wondered how to occupy their times. At that point, the internet chatter on ethical hacking groups went up roughly fourfold. So a lot of people were getting into cyber for good reasons or bad, and sometimes, sadly, bad. We've seen a lot of new hackers from home. So organized crime groups used to be where it's at. Some of those have folded now. Let's think Maze, they've published their methodologies, and others have sprung up in a really entrepreneurial way to offer things like ransomware as a service. So if you want to procure a website, a methodology, understand the tools, then all this kind of stuff is being democratized. And for pretty small amounts of money, you can buy your way into how to launch a hack. There's a definite move towards businesses and away from individuals, A, because it's a juicier target, and B, because actually the business market at the moment is a fairly insecure one. I think I saw a survey fairly recently from information security professionals in the UK who suggested that something like a third of their staff had been given training on cybersecurity as part of the move towards home working. So 2 in 3 hadn't. And I think more than that, something like 50% of those people were enabled and quite happily encouraged to do online shopping on their work-based devices and to play games on those devices too. Although interestingly, 60% of them then were blamed if things went wrong. So didn't feel like a great picture, but certainly, you know, for Joe Average and Joanna Average at home now, we're not a lot wiser about cybersecurity than we were. We regard it as a company-based issue, and yet the company structures are very much more vulnerable. So Q4 last year, top 10 email subjects for phishing related to corporate policy change. And we'll talk a bit more about some of the phishing stuff as I move on to the next slide. Ransomware increasing. So I think I'm right in saying, I'm just going to check my notes here, yeah, that's right. 300% increase over the last year, NCSC would tell you about. So that's pretty significant, isn't it? But not just that. Actually, ransomware is getting nastier, more complicated and difficult. So it used to be, and I'm sure many of you know this, a fairly simple picture of pay me the money and I'll unfreeze your screen. Now what we're increasingly seeing is data exfiltration, where data is taken out of the systems. And there's a further threat that if it's not paid, that will be released with the consequential reputational impacts, damage to business credibility, and something far longer lasting and more difficult. It's also being increasingly targeted towards high value firms. NCSC, as I say, dealt with 3 times the amount of ransomware reports last year. This suggests that they are moving towards big game hunting, if you will. In other words, that ransomware is moving into the area where the rewards are biggest. So you've got 2 parallel trends, really. Democratization of the simple stuff, but specialism around ransomware particularly. What is interesting is that although the demands are getting much higher for money, those demands are being met less often, and particularly stateside, there had been a tendency for organizations to make those simple mathematical questions and decisions around the revenue they lost on a daily basis against the cost of making good the ransom demand. But we've moved very much away now, on the advice of governments and insurers, from paying, not least because actually very often those demands are being followed up by a second and a third demand. So there was no certainty around what you get for your money. And I think in the long term, that has to be a good thing, because of course, what it means is criminal gangs no longer have the additional funding to simply expand in what's becoming something of an arms race. Phishing. Okay, so if I spoke about democratization, it's probably no surprise that phishing remains the most common vector of attack for businesses now. Significantly COVID health based during the first lockdown period, but significantly also, we're starting to see a lot more attacks now linked towards Microsoft and ways of working. So really interesting kind of example that I saw and shared on LinkedIn in the last week or so, where you might be asked to sign a remote document, and many people don't know what that process looks like. So they'll click through various screens, go through maybe a Google reCAPTCHA, which looks very official, be taken to something that looks like a company-based website, and then input their credentials and be given a document. But of course, it isn't a company website they've been directed to, and they've compromised their login details. So with that kind of easy methodology, that confusion around remote working, what we're seeing now is that 68% of these phishing emails have malicious links. Data entry forms and malicious documents, actually, less so now. It's no surprise, I think, against that context, that business email compromise is growing fast. NCSC cite this one. So in different terminology, we might talk about this as spear phishing, where a particularly targeted email is sent to somebody within let's say, an accounts department of a larger organization, and asking them to make an urgent payment. And the more credible we can make that, perhaps because we've got a foothold within the organizational accounts system already through the previous stuff that we've spoken about, the more likely that is to be paid. And you wouldn't be asking for small amounts of money there, would you? And unsurprisingly, criminals aren't. So the average cost is around £60,000, set against an average cost of around £3,000 generally for successful cyber crimes against business. Good news, had to have somewhere, viruses and malware falling significantly. So there you go, there's a highlight to take away from the day. The complicated stuff we're seeing less of, but I wanted to end feeling a bit consistent with another negative. Vulnerabilities are massively on the increase and continuing to grow. It's a fairly constant trend. So I think this is an interesting figure. I would have run out of fingers a while ago, but 18,103 vulnerabilities disclosed through the last year. And what's really interesting is that there were more in the high and critical categories than across all categories a decade ago. And what I mean by those high and critical categories are the ones where effectively a breach results in the affording of admin user rights to some or all levels across the system. So what are businesses doing about it? Good news here. Businesses do see this as a key risk. This from the Chartered Institute of Internal Auditors. 80% of them place it in the top 5. Might be slightly concerning that only 20% opt for climate change, but it does make you have a feeling of pink fuzzy warmth, I think, around the fact that larger businesses who have internal auditors take this seriously. Board engagement has increased accordingly. So something like 2/3 of boards now take a quarterly report or have an individual with a regular portfolio responsibility for cybercrime. And more businesses are carrying out cybersecurity risk assessments. But gosh, look at those figures, 35%. Seeking guidance, 54%. It just feels like we're nothing like there yet, from my perspective. And there is a move towards better understanding of the threat. So this aligns with some of the national picture. I could speak about the information sharing partnerships. I could speak about cyber alarm. We've already spoken about SIRS and also CRCs, which I'll move on to in just a moment. The overview that I'm going to give you is cybercrime has become much more prevalent, much more simple, and much more successful. And it's still true to say that the business community has not fully moved into that space, particularly at the small business end. And this at a time when we're seeing that the safety of our supply chains is really crucial. A recent report, I think, spoke about probably 1 in 3 small businesses being likely to be sent under by a successful cyber attack, costing on average £3,100. So something needed to happen. And I'm going to talk to you for the last 5 minutes or so, very briefly, around the CRC concept, which is the area where I come in. So the Cyber Resilience Centre for the South West is part of a national network established under police chiefs across the country. It's supported by Home Office funding, and it's a policing private partnership, really importantly, because police officers don't know what's going on well enough in the cyberspace. And actually, nor does the private sector. We need to collaborate on this. And this is why Cyber Alarm and CISP and the various other things that we've already mentioned. We are here really importantly as a not-for-profit company, so we're not looking to make money out of things. But where we differ from the existing and really strong police provision in this area is that because we're on a business footing, we can provide services direct into businesses. So in the same way that at the moment, I couldn't tell you what kind of door lock to fit as a serving officer or who a good locksmith might be, actually on a business footing, I can do that. And that's really, really important in the cyberspace, because if I can't tell you how to protect your business and your digital front door from being broken down, then you can't take that discussion any further. So people need to be led through by the hand to show them what they have to do and who can help them do it. So our free offer, so I'm kind of wanting to hawk this one for those of you that have small businesses and may find this relevant. Our free offer is open to all businesses across the Southwest and charities across the Southwest. And what we do with this is, first of all, we are unique in having an MOU with the NCSC to share their simple, plain English advice. And we will give that to companies signing up, and we'll say, look, here are the steps towards cybersecurity. Here's what good looks like. We'll speak with them and make sure that's gone okay. And on a monthly basis, we'll give them an update on new scams and new protection. We'll also put on free webinars to talk them through key topics with some of our partners. And if they need something a little bit more, then we are there to hold their hand and signpost them. So key messages for us, gosh, they're not particularly tough, but I started out by saying I'm not a cyber expert. So the piece is not for me to talk about firewalls to people, but they're to get them up to that basic level of cyber hygiene. And it's very much in the space of cyber essentials, I guess. So what do we do if you want something a little bit more? Because that generic stuff is great, but there's some really interesting collaborations through which we can bring a bit more to businesses. The first thing is that we have partnerships with universities across the region, and through using current ethical hacking students, insured, working to a scheme of work, and under the supervision of really experienced cybersecurity professionals, we can provide a number of additional services into a small business that probably otherwise wouldn't engage with cybersecurity because they'd see it as prohibitively expensive, or because, frankly, they might not trust a provider, but they probably will trust a not-for-profit policing organisation. And I often describe us as the thin end of the wedge, if you will, which starts to switch people onto this level of awareness and brings them a more tailored understanding of their risk. Once they've got past this, of course, they might well want to do a little bit more. And this is where we start to move them into the existing cyber landscape. So we have partnerships with a number of partners across the area. There you go, a couple of those sponsors for the day and even on the agenda for the day. These companies for us are great ones to work with because they are accredited to deliver that stamp for Cyber Essentials or Cyber Essentials Plus at a local level. So for us, there's a really clear line of sight between NCSC, IASME, and actually a company that knows its onions. So I think that ability to take a small business through a process from really simple guidance to bespoke advice towards commercial services in a way that they know is trustworthy is a really positive one. And actually, although there are areas where I think it's fair to say when I was having these conversations with the cybersecurity cluster at the outset, we scratch our heads and think, gosh, are we treading on each other's turf here? The reality is probably not. I think what we're doing is growing the market for those who would not otherwise engage. So that, ladies and gents, is about it from me. I think we're up on time. So I'm going to hand back to Robin and look forward to hearing from you for questions in the next session. Thank you.
Well, many thanks, Mark. That was a great slot to open the day. Some really interesting context around the ongoing confusion about cyber and is it the nature of it in terms of its crime, the challenges to track its true scale or appreciating its discernibly upward, and a recognition that it's becoming more prevalent, easier to perpetrate, and in many senses more successful. I'm encouraged to see that that the board is taking an increasing appreciation and view of it, but disappointed that their response would remain low. But that's our challenge. So thank you very much indeed. So next up we have Akim. Akim is the Professor of Cybersecurity at Exeter University, and rather interestingly and unusually brings together both the academic perspective and that of somebody that's worked in industry for 18 years with a global software brand, SAP, as their security testing strategist. So really does know the space. And in terms of sort of setting the scene, we start to cogitate as to whether AI, as according to the vendors, is the silver bullet that will fix our woes. And Akim is going to tell us a little bit more about how it's being used in both defensive and offensive contexts. So welcome, Akim. Please take the floor.
Yeah, thanks. You should see my screen, including my video. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah, so could you show up the first poll, please? For those on YouTube, the first poll is about, have you used some AI ML-based technologies over the last 24 hours in the last day? Yeah, so the goal of my talk is a little bit to, maybe put AI ML down from that high stand that it might have at the moment. In particular, as I have the feeling that a large fraction of the cybersecurity vendors, and we heard that already in the last talk, are a little bit bipolar. On the one hand, they're a little bit depressive, telling people how insecure everything is. And on the other hand, they're a little bit overactive and have very high feelings about what technology can do. And I'm trying to balance that out a little bit. So let's see how things look like. So if you might have heard, and if you are thinking about ML and AI, maybe one of the first big success stories of AI that went out to the general public a couple of years ago was AlphaGo from Google, an AI system that was the first computer program that has beaten a human in the Asian game Go. And while we have for quite a while computer programs that play chess very well, Go has much more possibilities to place pieces on the board, and therefore is much more complicated for a computer. And actually, it was estimated that it takes much longer to have a Go program that is able to compete in a professional league. Also, we have new artificial intelligence techniques that animate pictures. So you have a picture or the image of Mona Lisa and they turn it into a video, let Mona Lisa smile. So that's really astounding what is actually possible. And also completely different fields like biology and medicine benefit from AI. For example, improving gene sequencing or classifying protein structures. So it has a wide application area. And we see from the poll, it's already going away, but it was roughly 50-50, I think 49 to 51%. So half of us kind of had contact with an AI system. Maybe the other half didn't know that they at least were using a system that was at least from the manufacturer's perspective, claiming to use AI. So let's have a look. What does AI actually mean? What is kind of the core idea? The core idea is you take a data set, data information that you have available, you do some initial analysis, and then start using that data to train something that we later call the intelligent system. And I'm using here artificial intelligence and machine learning synonymously, so I'm not distinguishing in detail about those two, and please forgive me if you're an expert in that area, but I think it's not necessary for most of our audience. And then if you have a trained network, a trained system, you deploy that system and use it. You feed in new data, and the trained model should then give us predictions or analyze that data, give us more information about that data, maybe classify if something is an attack or a benign usage of a network or a PC. That's the core idea. And the nice thing, and why many people are so excited about AI, is there is no programming involved. There is no complex technical, mathematical, algorithmic step there. It looks like, yeah, we train a system like we would train a small child, and then it's suddenly able to fulfill its task. That really looks great. So the first observation that we make is, if we want to train systems for security, we need high quality data to actually start that learning process. It's sadly not the case that you just take your Cyber Essential Guide, put that to a computer, let the computer read that guide, and suddenly you have a trained security expert. You need to have good data about previous incidents, about human assessments of those incidents, for example, that the machine actually can learn from. So for the rest of the talk, I will go over those four topics quickly. A couple of examples in using machine learning and AI for defending systems, so for improving the security of systems. I will talk a little bit about areas where machine learning and AI could be used for attacking systems, so more kind of where the threat actors might use it. And then I will talk about the security and safety of systems that use machine learning and AI. So how trustworthy in a certain way are those systems? And touch at the end briefly a couple of challenges. And one challenge we have already seen, we need data, and we heard that already in the previous talk. There is a certain problem in getting reliable data, even to do simple statistics about how many attacks do we actually have and how many of those are successful. So one area where machine learning and AI is actually widely used and heavily advertised at the moment are intrusion detection systems. So systems that you install in your network that analyze your network traffic and send you an alert if the system believes there is an intruder in your network, so that you can act timely and improve the protection of your system. Traditionally, those systems have been implemented by human experts that defined weird-looking network patterns. For example, let's say some internal servers trying to do connections to the outside internet, which might be indicating that there is some ransomware or some malware running on that server and trying to connect to something called a command and control server, so a server that is under control of your threat actor and that is trying to hijack your server. And nowadays we have a lot of systems that actually are trained on real attack data and generate, so to speak, those patterns automatically. And the big hope is that by using much more data than a human could analyze, that those patterns, that trained model that we get after the training phase, covers much more attacks and covers attacks more precisely, so also has less false alarms than when a human would define them. So that's a great area where we see already a lot of products also on the market that have a big sticker on the box. If you still would have box software being sold in boxes, this product includes a lot of AI and machine learning. In a similar space, your virus scanner or more broader malware detection system works on the same principle. Also here, traditionally, those systems have been using manually defined signatures, which means some expert were looking at the malware, were trying to identify some patterns in that malware, some characteristic code pieces, text fragments that might be stored in that malware that could then be used by an analysis engine that a human implemented to detect those malware. And that is, again, a timely process, a time-consuming process. It requires a lot of expertise, and the systems that have been previously developed are mostly static. They mostly look at the software that you download from the internet, try to analyze it, and if they say, yep, it's fine, then they allow you to execute that software. The more modern machine learning and AI-based systems, they are again trained on real malware, again trying to learn or generate those signatures and patterns themselves. And given that the training phase is, at least from a human perspective, cheap, it's computational, very expensive, but it doesn't cost expensive human labor, we can now also much more efficiently and broader start trying to train those systems not only statically on downloaded software, but also observe the behavior of software while you're executing it on your machine, and turn a malware detection system from a rather static system into a dynamic system that then later on can also react on, again, suspicious behavior of your software, of your applications that you are using. Let's say a text processor suddenly trying to open up network connections. Then you might get those alert boxes that you have on modern systems, like your word processor is trying to connect to, I don't know, template.office.com, and you say, yeah, that sounds legitimate. I would like to download some templates. I'm just creating a new letter or a new presentation. But if it suddenly tries to connect to some banking server or some strange server with domains that you don't know of, you will tell the system, no, that's not good. And the system will try to adapt and learn from that. Great. These are two areas where machine learning works to a certain extent, or works pretty well already. And those two areas have two things in common. We have something like over 40 years of experience in malware detecting and network analysis. I had already virus scanners running on my computers in the 1980s. And similarly, people did already do network analysis. So we have a lot of human experts with years of experience, and we have huge data sets that already have been analyzed by humans for those traditional systems being implemented. And in those two areas, industry is actually willing to share data. There is, for example, a service where you can upload malware and it's analyzed by 20 or 30 different virus scanners, and you can get the results back. And that service is also sharing the data among the different vendors of the malware detection systems. So even so those companies compete in the same market space, they're willing to share patterns and data, how attacks look like. And that's something which makes AI and ML systems in that area very successful. Still, if you look at the evaluation, how well do those systems work? AI and ML systems outperform traditional systems and human experts in specific areas, but there is not one system that outperforms them in all. And there are different techniques in machine learning and AI that work differently well on the different attack types. So there's not one silver bullet, even in that area, which is kind of a sweet spot for those techniques. Let's move to the offensive side. If I would be on the offensive side of security and would think about where actually is a sweet spot for me for using machine learning in AI, I would come up with doing some open source intelligence. So learning about people, what employees of a company, for example, posted in social networks, what I can grab from visiting company websites or university websites, to then use that information to, for example, mount a very specific spear phishing attack. So a phishing attack where I'm addressing a very small number of people and have very specialized emails, for example, sent to them that refer to a very concrete work context or personal context of them that I obtained by analyzing all their social network posts, for example. Again, here I'm in a sweet spot area because there's a lot of data available. The social networks themselves use machine learning internally, for example, to suggest new connections to you or content that interests you, so that data is already in a format that makes it easy to analyze. And a lot of those social networks are actually willing to share their data to a certain extent. So that would be kind of the sweet spot area where I would be starting my work on machine learning and AI for attacking other people's businesses. An area where people actively doing research in improving existing security techniques, and that is something which, as many tools and techniques in security can be used both for the defensive as well as the offensive side, is vulnerability scanners and security testing solutions, and trying to reduce wrong alerts by those systems, the number of wrong alerts, by applying machine learning. And that is something which I also did in industry. And as Rob already mentioned, I was working for a company with something like 25,000 software developers in-house, where we had the full data available about the software they were writing, the security problems that happened in those pieces, plus we had all the publicly available information about software vulnerabilities. And if you browse your news websites or so on, you will get the feeling that there are so many software vulnerabilities that you should be overwhelmed with data. But actually the experience is, if you then want to develop a machine learning AI system that improves very specific security testing techniques, you certainly need to drill down that data into, I need that for certain software written in certain programming languages. I can only work, or I'm focusing on certain vulnerability types that actually can be detected by those techniques, and for example, that do not involve human interaction or phishing attacks. And then suddenly you end up with a data set that contains 20 vulnerabilities. And that's not really a large data set to do machine learning on. So that was actually also a surprise to us, that even so it looks like there is terabytes of data available, you end up with 2 handfuls of really interesting data sets that you can work with, and the rest of the data is either not usable because it's out of scope of your current target, or the data is of so low quality that it's not useful. So even so, sometimes it looks like there's data available in large quantities. That's not the case. So that is an area where it is interesting to look at, but my personal opinion is it will take another couple of years before we really see a successful application of machine learning in that space. So let's have a look at the security and safety. So here we are looking at systems that use machine learning or AI. So let's go back to what machine learning and AI actually is. So we said we use data, we use the data to train our system, to teach our system. Then we have that learned model, and we use that learned model for making decisions for new data sets, for new information that we get. Okay, what does training actually mean? Again, it's not like here's a book, read it. It's more like here is some data, and overly simplified, real data sets have many, many dimensions. I used here only a 2-dimensional vector space or space. It's kind of draw a function, draw a graph through those data points. And as a human, yep, we can easily do that. That roughly gives an approximation, and now we could develop a system that decides if a new data point is below or above that graph. Fair enough. If we let a machine train on that data set, the result might look like this. It's a little bit off, but still looks fine. Not too much of the actual data points. But given that the real data is very complex and has many dimensions, much more compromises need to be done. So your trained model might actually more look like this. While you would have expected something like that yellow line, and all those orange amber highlighted areas are now kind of areas where your machine learning AI system for new data behaves slightly differently than what you would expect. The problem with those AI systems is that we only have that trained model for that approximated function, but not a concrete instruction how the system behaves that we can look at. So we need to analyze the system. And that can result in funny behavior on the one hand. So image recognition is one of the prime areas for machine learning. It's actually an area where machine learning-based systems outperform humans in many areas. So if I have a photograph of a panda, an AI system will easily classify that as a panda. I can send garbage to that same trained system. And here in that example, and that's a real-world example of an ML system, ML AI system, it comes up with, this is a nematode. That looks weird. I can then combine both pictures to a human that still looks like a panda, but that machine learning system comes up with, oh, that's now a gibbon. That's funny in a certain way and doesn't look too problematic. But let's assume that it's a system that runs in your autonomous car. Then suddenly that becomes a safety issue. I modify that stop sign a little bit, and the system might classify it as a speed limit. And your car is no longer stopping at the traffic sign. And of course, if then an attacker, a threat actor, is actually changing that sign a little bit, and we know of examples where people put some duct tape on street signs to bring the MI system into misclassifying street signs, then suddenly that also becomes a security issue, and we have a real-world attack. And there are plenty of those examples. Something that was being published in the last couple of days and surprised people is that, yeah, actually we train machine learning systems in text recognition. We also train them in image recognition. And yes, if you combine them, then suddenly you get a system that can do both and might result in a surprising classification. So if you have a poodle and you put some dollar signs on top of it, then suddenly the system classifies it as a piggy bank. And if you have an apple, it properly classifies it as a Granny Smith. A green apple looks fine. If you put a sticker on it and claim it's an iPod, then the system believes you. So somehow that system seems to trust written language more than what it actually sees in the picture. Fair enough. And again, that's kind of a funny example, but you might have also heard about systems that do face recognition. And at least at the beginning, and given recent news, it still seems to be the case that all the image recognition systems have significant problems with recognizing faces of people of color. So if you have a darker skin, then suddenly the system doesn't work that well. And of course, we use face recognition also in a security context. And we need to ensure that the systems are not biased, because otherwise we end up with artificial bias instead of artificial intelligence. And that's definitely not something that we want to have. And also, it reduces our trust into the system, and it's questionable if you want to use those systems for security critical applications. So misclassification can have severe impacts. And the worst part is, we have no idea what went wrong. We are missing that kind of algorithm, source code, that whole human written part that we otherwise would analyze and look for a bug. Somewhere the data set was not right that we put into the system. So in those face recognition examples, the data sets that were used for training only contained faces of people with a rather light skin. And therefore the system never learned about that people also can have darker skin or different skin colors. So the mistake already started with the training of the system. And there is that funny quote, changing random stuff until your program works is bad programming. But if you do it fast enough, then it's machine learning and pays 4 times your current salary. Sadly, in some areas that seems to be true at the moment. And that's something where we research-wise are interested in at the university, developing techniques that help us to train systems in such a way or ensure that trained systems are behaving well, whatever well-behaving means in that context, but that we don't have that kind of hackish feeling when doing machine learning and AI. Quickly coming to the challenges. One challenge we already had, we have a lack of data. Available data sets, in particular for security, are often small, outdated, biased. People publish data sets with attacks, but not about regular network behavior, for example. And then you have in your training set an attack every second, where in the real world you only would have a severe attack every couple of weeks. And that can lead to misbehavior of ML and AI systems. So if you have data, consider sharing it. Of course, we need to discuss in what form it can be shared, but to make society secure, more secure, to allow companies to develop systems that help you to secure your business, actually those companies need data that they can work with to actually recognize attacks. And that's one of the problems that we have, because security issues are immediately considered to be confidential and companies don't want to share them. The other part is not everything what is currently being called machine learning or AI by vendors is actually AI and machine learning. And if we go back to that very first explanation, what I did there actually is more like statistics or approximation of functions, because the important part that AI systems are expected to do, react on new behavior, is missing. What we also need to do is, from the new data, feed that into our training loop to actually adapt the system and retrain the system so that it really also can react on behavior that wasn't in the initial training set. Otherwise, we only get a system that can do classifications based on whatever it initially learned. And if then important events are not in that initial data set, our ML or AI trained system will fail in those areas. Okay, with that, thank you very much. Personally, I think we are currently at an AI ML peak of inflated expectations, so at the top of that Gartner hype curve. It is not the silver bullet, but it is an important and valuable tool in our security toolbox. From an employment perspective, I don't think that a lot of security experts will be replaced by machine learning or AI-based systems. They will use them and complement them. And I think the really valuable use of those tools is still lying ahead of us. Thank you very much. And with that, I hand back to Rob.
Well, Achim, thank you. Thank you ever so much for that. I think certainly from my perspective, it provides some clarity around what I think a lot of us suspect to be the case with AI and perhaps less so, but including machine learning, and sort of partially fulfills the hypothesis that it's not quite the silver bullet that some of the vendors would have us believe. And in actual fact, there is always a place for human intelligence, perhaps a little bit before we place the reliance on artificial intelligence, and what I was thinking as you were talking, it's no real different. If the training is poor, so will be the outcome, and I think that is possibly a common thread across both human and machine systems, and also I think, as we've seen, certainly for those of us that have been involved in the industry for the last 20 years, you can't just use a technology to patch up poor processes. So there's no substitute for, as NCSC are pushing, for a good secure by design approach, by just hoping that the technology can retrospectively fit, patches the gaps up from doing the job poorly in the first instance. So thank you for that, Akim and Mark. If you could be online, what I was proposing to do ahead of a coffee break in 20 minutes or so was just to whiz through a few questions that have arisen in the Q&A box from VS, Robert Pengelly, and Paul. So VS, apologies, I have no other moniker for you than VS, so hello VS. So the first question was about sharing your views, understanding the opinions on the mix of insider versus outsider threats in terms of attacks, breaches, and volume. And I guess this is an argument or a view or views that have raged for an awfully long time as to whether the real volume of threat is from the outside or inside. So perhaps that one, and then we'll move on to the second question about the underreporting of cyber attacks, breaches, which I think is more firmly in your sphere, Mark. Akim, is there any research that you're aware of in that insider threat versus external threat that might help us give a clue as to what the answer to that one is?
Honestly, not much. The problem is, again, nobody is willing to share data about insider threats. That's the big problem there. The kind of fun remark is the few examples of well-analyzed insider threats I'm aware of are long-term insider attacks. So people that inherently, more or less in their first week of employment, already built a backdoor into the system of their employer for the potential use in a couple of years. So funnily enough, not that kind of scenario like, oh, I might get fired next week, so I'm now building in a backdoor, but more they build it in, they maintained that backdoor over years of their employment. But in numbers of attacks, maybe Mark can say more, having some police insight.
Yeah, I'll jump in. It was useful to have sight of the questions because I did some whistle-stop kind of research during the break there. So I think the first thing to say is that, the quote around lies, damn lies, and statistics. What is an insider attack? Because many of those looking at this would classify a malicious insider attack under the same category as a negligent insider attack, which is to say somebody who's disclosed their credentials. And of course, as we've seen, that's happening not because somebody's even negligent, it's potentially because they haven't had the right training. So there's a whole question around the classification. With that kind of enormous caveat at the outside, so Atlas VPN did some work, which I'd been cited on previously, and suggested that something like 65% of organizations were subject to some kind of insider attack over the last year or so. But I think there does have to be a big question about the type of organizations they work with, because I would rather suspect it's an awful lot smaller around the small organizations where people are known. But certainly one of the things is that within that category of insider attacks, roughly 2/3 of those related to I guess what we'd call incorrect access permissions, so either privileged or entire admin user access permissions. So there's a lot of stuff that can be done here by simply making sure that the systems are properly bolted down. I think we spoke about that as well. The other interesting statistic, recognizing that insider covers a pretty big gamut, is that it's something like, on average, 2.5 months, between the initiation and discovery of an insider attack. So, once that foothold is there, once that bad actor is inside the system, it's not immediately apparent, and the checking mechanisms aren't necessarily in place. So that's probably it from me, Robin.
Yeah, thank
Where
you.
do you have the 2.5 months from? That's much faster than my last statistics I've seen.
Yeah, so again, that's from the Atlas VPN, but again, I guess that's around, if you categorize as negligence, then does that mean that I phone my help desk and say, I think I may have been compromised, and so a change is made, and so within 3 days, bringing the numbers down, my insider attack, in quotes, is put right. So I kind of go back towards that thing around lies, damn lies, and statistics. But I think we can say that it's a growth area again, and depending on how we classify it, likely to be even more so.
Yeah, and I think part of me reflects back on that. It's all about, security is about people, process, and technology, and the largest rump of that is people. So I guess logically you would conclude that people on the inside of organisations will always be disposed to make mistakes, and maybe that just covers the tracks of those that are conducting more malicious activities. And that brings me on to a second question from VS, just in relation to that, a sort of underreporting, because as your presentation was very clear on that, there's a great deal of confusion around the definition and identification of what is real crime and what's not, which is ever going to make the reporting of it more of a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things to say on this. It's a really interesting question. I picked up on some interesting chatter from the other side of the pond, where US and Canada both sort of verbalizing whether it should be made mandatory to report cyber breaches. If it's an issue of national security, there's certainly a question that you could pose there, isn't there? And I guess in the banking sphere, we do have mandatory reporting of certain things. That feels impossible to me, frankly, and I'm sure it does to many in the audience as well. It's just impractical with the volume and the profile of people being impacted by cybercrime. I think the obvious solution is to make it really simple. And the suspicious email reporting service is a great example of that, isn't it? Where, within literally 5 seconds, you forward it to an address and there's your report. It's all in place, it's all done, and we can collate some numbers so we can understand a bit more about the extent of the problem. There are, at national level, I think, some solutions which are coming into place which will help us again to understand. So we're all aware of the Information Sharing Partnership for Cybersecurity, which has been in place for some years now. Cyber Alarm as a latest and probably more comprehensive iteration building on that will be really useful. So for those of you that aren't aware of that, that will be a system that effectively bolts onto your server voluntarily and shares detail of the traffic, the scanning, the ports, the activity, so that automated threat reporting becomes more possible for those that are subscribing to the service. So sharing information in an automated way feels like a good way. I guess the last thing that I would raise is, probably the role of the CRCs, not wishing to be too parochial and self-interested, but I think we have to start from the premise that we're never going to have an entirely accurate data set and a picture of the threat analysis. So actually sharing information in whatever way feels like a great place to start. For us, we're looking to start to draw together some of the information, which is already out there, of course, from NCSC and the National Management Centre, which scans activity across police and security forces, but significantly through commercial partnerships within the area as well. So if we've got 8 great cyber companies huddled around our table, we want to know what they're seeing in terms of their interactions with small and medium businesses. We want to know at our board table what's happening with larger players. So it's bringing those threads together, really. I don't think we're ever going to get to the place where we can say, the answer to life, the universe, and everything is 42 or 23 or 17. But if we can build in some of the gaps in the picture, remove some of those clouds, I think that's helpful.
Yeah, and I think from a from a cluster perspective, I think, and the work of the CRC to be able to drive the engagement of organisations that are understanding it and doing something about it will drive the opportunity then to report more and build that picture, and that perhaps builds on some of the points that Akim was making in terms of the AI piece. Before I maybe cover that, Akim, maybe we'll slot that.
I mean, just to quickly add here. I mean, another thought on that is the kind of attacks that we have against systems where personal data is being involved, credit data and the like, credit cards and stuff like that, where a lot of people have to be informed about the data breach. That's a good proxy for also the attacks that happen between businesses where less partners are being involved, and therefore the attack itself can be kept secret more easily. But at least it gives us an idea about the numbers. There's no reason why not a similar large number of attacks should happen to businesses where no personal data is being involved.
Yeah, as you start to build a picture, a correlation in a picture of an indication, it's like, in business terms, as with all government initiatives, it's, what's the size of a problem? Am I spending £20 to save 5, or am I spending £20 to save 200? And once we have the data, we can form the policy to make the appropriate judgment calls, I guess. So hopefully that satisfies VS in those couple of questions. I move to Robert's question, which is, I guess a little bit maybe purpose towards Mark, certainly in terms of how much of this is homegrown, how much of our own folk are attacking us, or similarly, again, winding back 20 years as this was starting to become the dominant feature of what the National Criminal Intelligence Service and the National Crime Service were looking at. The propensity of Eastern European gangs to jump on the bandwagon, make significant amounts of money. So yeah, it'd be interesting to hear your view, Mark, if you can share one from a policing point of view, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. So the answer is very definitely 19 on this one as well. It's really tough, but what I can say with some real certainty is that we are moving away from a landscape of organized crime groups and more towards one of individuals. Similarly, we are moving away from, I guess, the old stereotype towards a much more democratized and homegrown threat level. So, I spoke briefly around that kind of furlough piece and the activity we see on chat rooms, that there are a lot of people sat in spare bedrooms, I hope not wearing hoods because all the pictures show, but who are engaging in that kind of hacking activity on their own basis now. So frankly, we are finding that really tough, I think, to deal with at security level. We've seen that the tools are now out there, which beforehand were used by far more organized, technically competent groups. That there's a kind of walkthrough process that you can teach yourself that from home. You can buy elements of it as a single actor. The costs are quite low. So rather than they're thinking about, a top 50, let's make up a number. Actually, it's really difficult to know where a little red light is going to pop up on the map next. I guess we could hope for a data point some point in the future. It's really tough at the moment because COVID has kind of halted a lot of that survey-based activity. But I'm not sure it will ever give us a really clear answer. 19. I think what we can say with certainty is that it is shifting now. I also think it's important to say that stereotype of the kind of bad grammar email that would be obvious to most of us, but maybe was deliberately bad to see who was daft enough to fall for it. There's a stereotype. I'm not sure that that's the case anymore. What we're very definitely seeing is that there's a great professionalization here around particularly phishing scams, so that the aim is very much to make them look professional. So they look like that Microsoft front end page. They look like that typo domain that's letting you log into a Zoom account, but actually isn't. There's a real degree of sophistication around this, and I guess. Does that presuppose a degree of domestic familiarity with both the language, the grammar, and actually the context of the systems that people are using? I think it probably does, but I want to put some caveats around the areas where I'm making leaps of faith and where there's the evidence. So it's growing is probably as far as I'm prepared to venture on record, but hopefully some of that background helps a little bit.
Thank you, Mark. Akim, there's a couple of questions come in, one from Paul and one from Peter, more around the AI element. And apologies, everybody, my internet's starting to wobble a bit for some reason. I'll go in the coffee break, I'll go and reset it. So if I'm breaking up, apologies, but I won't hog the airwaves. So Akim, a question from Paul around, please step forward the real AI. Where is it fitting on the hype curve? And do we see a mirror in terms of what we were seeing when cloud was merely high altitude fog? Is AI machine learning poorly coded, or is it becoming something really a valuable tool? How far away from that are we?
I think it is already a valuable tool, and it will become a valuable tool. But as said, not everything but is advertised as AI is already using it in that sense. So there's room for further development and improvement. And there are areas where AI just isn't the right tool. I mean, a colleague of mine was joking, currently the biggest research problem is to convince PhD students to not throw AI on every problem at hand, even if it's not the right tool. So I think we just need to gain more experience and be more clear about where is it the right tool and where is it not the right tool right now, and where is it most likely not the right tool even in the foreseeable future. I wouldn't really care about how vendors name the things they are selling. If the product is valuable to you, then if the AI label is on the box, but it isn't delivering AI, but it's still a valuable tool, then that's fine. Don't be surprised if then the vendor in 3 years comes up with something which is even including more AI, like we have for the washing powders, where it's whiter than white.
Thank you, Akim. That's it really is, as is ever. Yeah, the values in what the user makes of it, really, not just accepting. Which I think partially is really akin to the question that Peter poses around the bad press that AI, behavioral analytics, and those tools that receive poor press based on, I think, Akim, your assertion that it's that the offensive, if it to be used offensively, you're really spinning around what the large social platforms use AI and data analytics around. Perhaps a bit of a question for you, Mark, on this subject, to the professional community to increase acceptance. Are we seeing policing use under the digital strategy of policing use of AI becoming increasingly prominent, and does that give us a sense of it can be used reliably and for good effect?
I probably defer on that and say that's probably beyond my knowledge, Robin. I'm nervous to start giving you answers that aren't grounded in too much.
No, that's fine. Akim, any comment on that one?
As said, I'm expecting use to increase, but I don't have any insights into what police is doing.
No, I just meant more generally, as a professional community, professional academics, professional technologists, how do we build the confidence in the use of those tools? Maybe take a perspective on, with their application in cybersecurity, as cybersecurity professionals.
From my perspective, the important part is really taking those concerns that are valid concerns serious. Training systems that don't recognize people with a darker skin, that is something that we can address. That's not an inherent fault in AI. It's a fault in how we use AI, and we need to improve and be more transparent on that. And I guess a little bit of the bad press that we see at the moment is based on the over-promises that might have been done in the last couple of years. And people were just expecting too much. To me, it reminds me a little bit what we've seen. One was Kurzweil's first book being published in the 70s, 80s, where people were already expecting that in the next couple of years we have intelligent computers, and we still haven't them in all areas, or only in very selected. So it's a little bit of coming back to reality.
Yeah, I think if I may, for for public sector agencies, this is going to be a really, really difficult area of debate, isn't it? Over the last decade or so, we've probably all felt the kind of the cold winds of austerity requiring greater savings, and there's a siren call of AI to help us along that path. But actually, some of the things that public sector does really do impinge on and affect people's lives really directly. And you think about some of the examples around benefits decisions being made. You think about policing use of CCTV cameras for facial recognition. People scrutinize these things enormously. And I think for that reason, we are likely to become increasingly risk averse towards a desire to be at the bleeding edge of technology on this. I think we'll be very much behind the curve and waiting until the public debate has been had. I could be wrong with that, but it feels like a very difficult place for us to be making decisions on crimes that we investigate or routes that we do follow, but based on an algorithm. Goodness, the education secretary was burned by that last year, wasn't he? And I'm not sure that we're yet ready to re-enter the fray. I mean, it happens in small ways and in small places, but mainstream probably not quite yet.
Okay. Well, thank you both. George has asked a question around recent innovation seen in the cyber arena more generally. George, what I'm going to do, if I may, is defer that to the panel session on innovation slot this afternoon, just in the interest of trying to keep on track and time. I think fluids inbound and outbound, probably the order of the day next. Scott, could you just pop the poll up, please, just for people to do as the parting session to a really interesting and stimulating first part to our day today. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Akim. So we have a poll coming up now, which is thinking around business protection. What help do you need? So we have 6 options there, ranging from access to free tools, free training, motivational information, taking the complexity out of the nature of it. We're good, no help needed, or something else. So place your votes, ladies and gentlemen. And I do promise, George, I'll come back to your question this afternoon. And just before we break for coffee, the poll results should pop back. Also, do bear in mind, just while we're waiting for that, that the cluster team are available to chat. Just raise your hand through Zoom if you want to chat with us. I think Jeff, Pete, Akim, myself will be generally around, sort of running off for a couple of minutes for the obvious reasons. And polls back. So 33% suggest that motivational information to raise the priority with management gives us the biggest help to improve the opportunity to protect. And I think that echoes some of Mark's points around, the board are taking it seriously, but business response is perhaps too low. Maybe the voice from below is not sort of enabled to be loud enough. And coming in a close second at 21%, access to free training for cyber security awareness, and that's music to the cluster's ears as we start to think about making available some of the or signposting some of the resources that are flowing around the region to precisely do that. So on that note, thank you very much, everybody. We're due to reconvene at 11:10, where we'll take the business protection theme further a little forward with Ros and Rory talking to us about priorities around small organisations and the impact of reputational damage. So thanks, everybody. Sing out if you have any questions. Thank you. Hi, Ros. How are you? Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody is sufficiently refreshed with cups recharged. So the next session of the day is really focused around some key bits around business protection. We've heard from Mark this morning, that the path of adoption for better protection is still underserved, particularly in the smaller business end of the community. And a couple of things that emerged from the last poll, of course, was some insight as to what we think amongst our gathered audience today would help that. So maybe with that context set, we'll move to Ros, who's going to think about what the right SMOCUS is for smaller organisations. Ros, as the CEO of Securius, is well placed to understand from her own business point of view what that looks and feels like, as well as advising a whole load of other businesses. As a qualified accountant and an ISO 27001 lead implementer and GDR practitioner, I think we're in really good hands to get quite a well-informed view of what that looks like. So before we move on to Rory thereafter talking about reputational damage, Ros has the floor.
Thank you so much, Robin. I shall now share my screen. Is that all good? Okay, good morning, everyone. Obviously, Robin asked me to talk today about what the right focus is for smaller organisations and how to align security with everything you do. But I thought, first of all, actually, I would start with talking about what I can only call really the ugly truth, and what smaller organisations are actually doing about their cybersecurity. And I think Mark earlier alluded to what's really going on, but really thinking about what smaller organisations are doing and what their motivation is for doing it, and potentially what could hopefully change this. And then let's explore how smaller organisations can align security to everything they do, and leave it up to them as to actually whether they will in fact do that. So first of all, a little bit about me. Obviously, I'm CEO, co-founder of Securius, and we're a cybersecurity compliance company based at the Science Park. And obviously, as Robin said, I'm talking about the focus for smaller organisations because the majority of our clients do actually come from the SME bracket. 60% of our clients are actually only go as far as Cyber Essentials Level 1. So effectively, that's the entry level of everything that we do. Thankfully, that is not 60% of our revenue from there. And we've been a certification body for Cyber Essentials since 2015, and the scheme was launched originally in June 2014. So that's before the National Cybersecurity Centre even came into existence. So we've now got clients who are on their 6th year of doing Cyber Essentials with us, and have actually never done anything more than that. So first of all, is it important? What's the significance of smaller organisations in the UK? Well, I've done a definition really of what a micro, small and medium organisation looks like. But in fact, 99% of all businesses fall into that SME bracket. And there's been a significant growth. So this was only 3.5 million in 2001. So there's a huge growth in smaller businesses. They account for 52% of our UK turnover and 61% of our employment. And in fact, 96% of all businesses are in fact in that micro category, the 1 to 9 employees. And I think it's important to think about why that matters, because obviously whatever an SME does could have a much wider reaching impact on the number of employees obviously that they're accounting for, our UK turnover, and maybe even the wider audience, including businesses that they supply and the customers that they serve. So back to my ugly truth. I think, that smaller organisations tend to be a bit like teenagers, limited budget. It's always different for them, and they lack motivation unless they see immediate gain. So when we talk about limited budget, I'd say tend to concentrate more on the revenue generating activities such as sales and marketing. Probably more likely to invest £300 in their local chamber magazine to run an advert to raise awareness of their company and their products than they are to invest in Cyber Essentials. Obviously, a data breach would definitely raise awareness of their brand. And then there's it won't happen to me because I'm too small, nobody would be particularly interested in me. And so, they tend to get pushed further and further down their list of to-dos. We've very rarely seen a smaller organisation contact us because they think they'd like to improve their cybersecurity posture. So this may be brutal. Generally, they have to be motivated to do something about their cybersecurity. They'll only do the minimum needed. And I know this is very general, but this is just what we see from our point of view. They're a bit like the teenager doing their homework. They're not going to do the extension tasks because they can't see necessarily the value in going the extra mile. So there's still an educational piece to do there. So what does motivate them? Well, normally the two things are, it's a supply chain requirement. So they need it to get an MOD contract, or they need it for local authority or an NHS contract. So something that's revenue driven, or they might need it just because they've suffered a breach, and that's a very different conversation. So just thinking about what else could motivate smaller organisations, I thought I'd sort of look back at the original cybersecurity strategy released in 2016, which was the 5-year strategy, and where we're going to invest 1.9 billion to make Britain secure and resilient in cyberspace. And effectively, the government was looking for, they were going to look after the public sector, and it was the responsibility of businesses to look after, to take reasonable steps to look after their data and look after themselves online. The way they were going to do this, or the way they are doing this, is through organisations such as insurers, regulators, and investors. So people that could exert influence over companies. Part of this was also the general data protection regulations that changed in 2018. So if we have a quick recap on what working through organisations is looking like, I'm not going to talk about investors because personally I've not seen any evidence of how this has motivated any company to do anything about cybersecurity. So I'm going to talk about insurers and regulators and what sort of effect that's having. So the cyber insurance market is still probably in its teenagers phase itself, really. It's getting more mature and they're starting to understand the risks, and that's now being reflected through the premiums. They're expecting some level of the basics to be done, and if that's not the case, then it's likely that premiums will be higher. And it's about sort of making sure that people have, locked their doors and taken some responsibility, really. And this is a big change, because when first came across cyber insurance way back, it was sort of pay £200 and you get covered for everything. And obviously now that isn't the case, because we're starting to see them paying out. But even despite this, it's still very low on the SME shopping list. This InfoSec magazine article back in September said that only 13% of SMEs actually have cyber insurance. So it's not really still the motivation necessarily for a smaller organisation. The other thing, obviously, is regulators. So GDPR has made some difference, and certainly in the breaches survey that Mark was talking about, they said it has sort of enhanced technical controls governance processes, but that hasn't really moved on much since 2019. It's still sort of it's a fairly modest change post GDPR implementation. And I think there was a great deal of focus originally on privacy notices and getting consent, and maybe not so much around demonstrating the accountability for the security principle. It just really meant a statement in a privacy notice. And we're still coming across companies who are processing PII who don't know that they need to register with the ICO even. So, if we know that smaller companies are just doing the minimum, this is a problem. This is all they're going to do. So let's think about what the minimum normally looks like for a small organisation. And that really starts with Cyber Essentials. This is the baseline. This is where they get the right controls in place to protect themselves against 80% of internet threats. And obviously it's supported by National Cybersecurity Centre. And what's great about this is it does actually provide now with the new scheme cyber insurance cover up to £25,000. So when implemented and followed, it's really, it's a really good tool for smaller organisations to use. But the problem with this really for a lot of organisations is it is treated rather as a badge rather than a tool. And that does have a bit of bad press because of the self-assessment. I think people are tending to think, they want to treat it like a tick box exercise so that they can just get their badge and they can get their contract, rather than it being used as something really effective to help them get better at their cybersecurity. And unfortunately, this is the type of comments that we see. So they sometimes think that they just pay £300 and get their certificate. This is only in the last couple of weeks, but somebody who'd paid their invoice for their cyber centre, but they hadn't got their certificate yet, even though they hadn't actually filled out the questionnaire. And also somebody who thought as they were doing a renewal, they didn't actually really need to do anything, could they just have their invoice and off they go. So it's still, despite all the education and everything that they do, it's still not really seen as the tool that it should be, which is unfortunate. And remember, it takes quite a lot for a company to actually get to the starting point. So the other thing maybe we have to think about Cyber Essentials is it is only a moment in time. So this is really, obviously it's a self-assessment. They have to fill out the questionnaire to make sure that they're meeting the standard. But it's really, if you compare that to having a self-assessment MOT, how long would we rely on it for the safety of a vehicle? And people often don't look at these controls again until they renew their Cyber Essentials. And yet third parties are relying on this for the whole year, and insurance companies, they're relying on this to be in place and effective for a whole year. And then the other thing around Cyber Essentials is obviously Cyber Essentials Plus, which is where we have the independent verification that all those controls that they've self-assessed to are in place. It's just that third-party check, yes, that's all good. And again, that's only for that day. As soon as obviously you drive your car out, then you can't guarantee the safety. And that's the same with the Cyber Essentials Plus, really. And we probably had no more than maybe 2 to 3 organisations in the last, 3 years that have wanted to assess beyond Cyber Essentials, just Cyber Essentials Plus. And usually if that is the case, it's only because they wanted to get a contract. And the other thing is that this is just an independent verification, the Plus, of what's already in place. So when we go and do a Plus, quite often there's always some, even if it's small, some form of remediation that still needs to be done. So all of those organisations that are only doing level 1 assessment, if you were to multiply that all of them needed some form of remediation, then it isn't, it's still not being used as the tool it should be used for. So this often is, just small things like turning off autoplay or installing a Windows update, enabling, the right important modules on an antivirus. And the one we get so much pushback on is using the admin accounts for daily use. They really still want to want to be doing this. So obviously there's some limitations if it isn't actually embedded in an organization and working really well. And this quote says, you know, this is a company who's done their level 1, you know, for Cyber Essentials, and they're thinking about maybe doing Cyber Essentials Plus, but they need a bit more planning and preparation, which it shouldn't be the case. You should be able to have a plus straight away or have those checks and it would be working all the time. So back to regulatory bodies. I'll talk about ICO separately in just a second, but many of the industry bodies that could potentially be sort of that assistance to trying to get smaller organisations to be better around their cybersecurity. They would recommend Cyber Essentials. Very few would actually enforce it. It's not mandatory. So even though the ICAW was really involved in the creation of the original standard, you know, it's not enforced by their members yet. Quite a lot of these, and this isn't obviously all of the regulatory bodies, but quite a lot of these regulatory bodies, that their members have really important and sensitive PII, yet this is not mandated. So in which case those people wouldn't necessarily choose to do that. And then you've also got all the unregulated organisations. So in terms of regulation as a motivation for smaller organisations, you know, it is going to be limited. And then obviously the ICO, I don't know. I've always had a bit of a rant about this, but you know, at the end of the day, for the ICO, you register for the ICO, and then the next year it's a direct debit, and they just take your £35 out, and there's nothing to say, yes, I've met the controls, I've checked through, and no declaration at all when you renew your sort of annual subscription, as it were, to the ICO. And yeah, they've got some really fantastic checklists, you know, to help people to measure whether the security they've got in place is appropriate. So, for example, you know, this one being one of the ones for just checking that you have the right level of security in place is, if you were to sort of look at how many small organisations would do this, the first one being managing security risk. Well, as Mark said earlier, you know, according to the 2020 breaches survey, only 35% of organisations are actually doing any risk assessment at all within the last 12 months. So, you know, number one, managing security risk, well, they're not even looking at it. Then obviously protecting personal data from cyber attack. All the privacy notices always say we've put appropriate technical and organisational controls in place, but how do any of us really know what that means for that organisation and whether that really is appropriate? Because that's self-governing, really, that they have to determine what level they think they need, which will become difficult without having any form of risk assessment. And then being able to detect security events. Well, small organisations are generally very unlikely to have any processes in place to be able to actually do this, or the cost of implementation would be prohibitive for them to be able to do this. And then finally, minimising the impact. Well, if you don't know what the risk is, how are you going to start to minimise the impact from anything that could happen? So even though the ICO is absolutely great resources, and it does advocate Cyber Essentials as a certificate to start making sure, to be able to start being able to demonstrate what security you've got in place. Again, not mandatory, and how many SMEs actually use them. So does it matter? Well, we've seen the figures. 46% of businesses on average suffer cyber breach or attack, and obviously this is an insurance report, and it's going to from Towergate, it's going to up the ante to try and get people to look at taking out cyber insurance. But of the total of 46% of businesses, 65% were SMEs. So SMEs are, they are important. They are still having breaches. And the reason for this is that they're generally seen as gateways to large organisations. They're easy prey, they lack resources and knowledge, generally speaking, and they're less likely to have any cyber defences or detection methods in place at all. So, does it matter? Well, obviously, it does matter because we know that small organisations make up a huge part of total businesses in the UK, and if they have a breach, they're very motivated to spend the maximum budget to try and fix the problem, because by throwing money at it, they think that it will just make it go away. Unfortunately, the cost then, it's already cost them. It's cost them in downtime, in damaged reputation, loss of customer trust. Obviously, people aren't necessarily going to feel so great about putting all their data with a company that maybe hasn't looked after it. And potential fines, and ultimately maybe whether or not they can carry on surviving. So when they've used the statement, we've got appropriate technical and organisational controls in place to protect your data, quite often, if you ever play breach bingo, this will be the next statement rolled out is we take the protection of our customers' data very seriously once they've had a breach. So it still doesn't really match up. But at the end of the day, these organisations that aren't taking this seriously are just playing roulette with other people's PII, and with their staff's futures and potentially the supply chains that rely on it. So if it matters, what can smaller organisations be doing? Obviously, I think the key thing, and I think out of the polls, it's quite interesting to see this, but actually business leaders have to really own this and drive this through their businesses. And we've seen where organisations have contacted us and it's the CEO that's talking to us, but then he's delegating it immediately to talk to IT, and then IT is saying, well, we won't do that just yet because we want to do this and we want to do this first, and that will probably take another 3 months. And immediately it's diluting the message that came from the CEO. So my key thing for small organisations is just don't delegate it. You have to own this, because when something happens, it is the CEO that's making those calls and speaking to their clients. The second thing really to think about is that risk assessment, because until you know what information you have and what the risks are around, anything happening to that information, then how are you going to start knowing what you're going to protect and what you're going to put in place? And this is not like a standstill thing. This is ongoing. So this is something we should be constantly reviewing. So, a pandemic, you've got staff working at home, remote working, what are the new risks around that? You might have a firewall that's coming, sort of near to being replaced, and therefore it's going to be a risk if you haven't got that, sort of scheduled in. So it's always having those that constant review of what you're doing. Obviously, technical controls goes without saying, and minimum cyber essentials controls, because they're designed to be the baseline. This is just good housekeeping. It's definitely not rocket science. And I think the continual review of those cyber essentials controls and everything, obviously the risk assessments, but the continual review, that at any point in time, are those controls still effective? Are they still helping to protect your business? Obviously, we talk a lot about policies and procedures, but policies and procedures are really important because they're the rules. So they're the way you communicate how you are going to do the things you're going to do and what everyone's responsibilities are in doing that. And that goes hand in hand with staff training. They need to know what they're meant to be doing as well. Obviously, in understanding how they're going to follow your policies and procedures, but also in being able to identify, sort of the phishing attacks. And that's not just sort of somebody telling, it's letting them practice what that looks like, letting them get good at identifying anything that's a sort of a risky email. Things like understanding what a good password looks like, just telling them a policy that says it's 8 characters long and a capital letter and a special character and a number. For them, that might just mean their name with a capital letter, with their age and an exclamation mark. So obviously in my case, Rosalind with a capital R, then 21 and an exclamation mark on the end. Or in another case, SolarWinds, 123 exclamation mark. So, they've got to understand why that isn't good practice. And having a breach response plan. And I'm not going to go into this because I know that Rory's going to cover this in lots of detail in a minute. But knowing what you're going to be, how you're going to respond to a breach is really good for actually feeding back to the very beginning, saying actually, I don't think we have these things in place, and I'm not sure that we have covered these. So having a breach response plan actually can feed really well back into your risk assessment. So for small organisations, obviously, there's loads of stuff out there for them that's absolutely free. Obviously, we've got National Cybersecurity Centre Small Business Guide and the ICO's Guide on Security. Mark, the launch of the Southwest Cyber Resilience Centre is going to be a great tool for smaller businesses. But for some while now, the cluster developed a cybersecurity toolkit, which is aimed at smaller businesses, and it's absolutely free to download. It helps to build all those policies, processes, and procedures, and gives a really good overview. And this is input from all of the cluster members, so it's not, so it's lots of expertise really for free into one toolkit. So my question, obviously, before I'm going to get yours, is by putting these sort of measures in place, obviously a smaller organisation can, do better on their cybersecurity, but will they, or will it always be that minimum? Will they ever go beyond being teenagers effectively? I mean, obviously, we wholeheartedly hope so, and the cluster has been working for years to try and raise awareness and get people to take this seriously. But I don't know what will actually motivate them to do this, and will it just be left to fulfilling a supply chain requirement, or to meet the requirements of insurers or regulators, or will it ultimately be breaches? Thank you.
Hey Ros, sorry about that. I was struggling to get back in the game.
You're falling asleep, really?
No, far from it. I was just I'm not trusted with my controls while others are speaking, which is a highly legitimate approach, I have to say. So thank you for that. I think that was just a lovely insight from the perspective of a business owner, and one that I know well has pushed really hard to spread the message, engage through the cluster and with the business to do those things that still rather frustratingly remain lacking. And I think there's a few thoughts and observations I've got that I'd certainly like to come back to in the panel session. But without further ado, I think I'd like to invite Rory to the table. So Rory joins us today, and we're very, very grateful for his time. Rory's a partner at Ashfords. Rather interestingly and uniquely, and I don't say this to many today, a former hunt jockey, which is fabulous, but more relevant to today's session, possibly, is the specialism he has within Ashfords around litigation for the tech industries and the sports industry. So, Rory, welcome, and really looking forward to an insight from your point of view as to a little bit, perhaps, around what it looks like when it goes wrong. So, Rory, welcome.
Well, good morning, and thank you everyone for taking the time to join us this morning. I thought we might spend the next 20 minutes or so looking at some of the issues that perhaps are likely to confront organisations that experience breaches of their data that they hold on behalf of third parties, looking particularly through the prism of managing that problem and the subsequent fallout of a data breach. Of course, references to data breach encompass a whole spectrum or a whole range, from targeted cyber hacking to data harvesting, exfiltration, often in circumstances where there's a contractual framework in place designed to prevent that behaviour, to theft of devices containing data, to what is frankly the most the most usual breach, which is inadvertent breaches by third parties, by employees. My name's Rory McNeice. I'm a partner and I'm a head of litigation at Ashfords. And I thought that in terms of unpacking those issues, we might look at 5 subjects. So the first would be, I propose, is triaging a data breach. The second is to take a look at the role of communications following a breach. Then thirdly, to see what lessons there may be for us to learn from the world of product safety and recall. Look then at perhaps 2 aspects of how we might reduce risk of a breach, and then some final thoughts on the litigation landscape and how that might impact on data breach issues. So going into the first of those subjects, data breach triage planning, 5 stages, and I appreciate that that some of this will be familiar territory to a number of you on the call, but perhaps worth briefly looking at each limb in turn. In terms of reporting a breach, we found in advising organisations that have suffered a breach that it's largely a mindset issue. If a breach is not reported, then it can't be dealt with. And the most serious breaches that we've seen, and certainly those that have threatened the survival of an organisation, tend to go undetected or unreported for very considerable periods. Same goes for breaches that result in significant reputational damage, and the TalkTalk breach of a number of years ago, I think, possibly serves as an example. Cultural acceptance that mistakes can be made but should always be reported is probably the initial and first line of defense to ensure that when errors are made or when a breach occurs, there is a reporting system that is actually embraced and used by the organization. Part of that promotion is clear protocols, but also adopting the message from Ros, clear upstream responsibility at senior management level. Don't delegate at the senior level, own the problem yourself. Detection of a breach is self-evidently absolutely crucial. It's also, I think, in many respects, the most difficult aspect of triaging. Luckily for me, that's an issue largely for our tech experts on the call. Moving on to the second limb, containment. Immediate consideration has to be given following a report on how to minimize the impact of a breach, how to stop the breach, consideration of quarantining or disconnection of certain aspects of an organization's systems. Third-party relationships need to be assessed at this point. And in particular, where is the breach coming from? Is the breach actually being committed by a third party, or is the organization being used, again, as Ros has already rehearsed in her segment, is the organization being used as a gateway into other organizations? In other words, the weaker link. At this stage, very often in terms of containment, the conflict between the need to comply with regulation and the impact on the business itself starts to arise. And that can give rise to quite difficult conversations internally within an organization. A decision to not comply with regulatory requirements in order to protect what's perceived as the immediate business interests rarely works well in the medium to long term. Third limb, assessment. What type of incident is an organization facing? To what extent are digital systems impacted? What is the reach of the breach? Are there any parts of the business that are unaffected and that can be quarantined and corralled away from the affected elements? What type of data is vulnerable to having been breached? And in particular, is that data personal data? Is this an ongoing issue? So those are really the initial assessment questions that an organization would need to ask itself. Then move on to the notification stage, a stage that lawyers get awfully excited about. The general data protection regulations require a reporting to the Information Commissioner's Office within 72 hours of breach. Other regulators have tighter timeframes. The Privacy Electronic Communication regulations provide 24 hours for service providers to notify of a breach. As many will know on the call, service providers defined as organisations allowing or providing a service that allow the public to send electronic messages, so telecoms, internet service providers, and the like. And then the last stage of triage is evaluation, asking the questions of why, how, and what steps can be taken to prevent a breach from reoccurring. So we move then on to the second topic, which is communications. Communications, in my view, is going to be absolutely fundamental to assessing how a data breach outcome will finally look like. In the pre-internet age, particularly in the product safety, product liability world, decisions regarding a potentially unsafe product would often be able to be taken within a window of perhaps 7 to 10 days, perhaps even longer. In today's environment, data breach, occurrence of data breach may sometimes allow a window of assessment of between 7 and 10 hours. The world has changed obviously significantly, and many breaches are initially detected by the data subjects themselves, those who are affected. They work out that their data has been compromised. And their recourse, well, almost inevitably is social media. In terms of the ICO, it's well known that breaches involving personal data must be reported. And we're going to look in a moment at how those initial communications of the ICO might look like and how best they may be approached. Similar situation with data subjects. Third parties, including law enforcement, but also upstream and downstream contractual parties and partners will also need some consideration. But in terms of this slide, perhaps the last bullet point is potentially the most interesting. Is notification always necessary? And the answer is that well, the answers can be surprising, frankly, and are always fact sensitive. And it's an important question for an organization because notifying, for example, the ICO when notification was unnecessary risks drawing attention to other issues, which there was never any need to, but equally failing to notify when it is necessary risks prosecution. So I thought of 3 examples, none of which are based on matters that I've actually dealt with, so they're completely anonymous. They're anonymous, but might help us look at that. So the first is a data controller stores data on a backup. The data is personal data in nature. It's on an encrypted USB key. It's kept in the office drawer. The USB is stolen during a break into the office. Is that theft? Is that reportable? Well, so long as the data is encrypted with state-of-the-art algorithm and is secure, then it won't have been compromised because it won't be accessible. In those circumstances, that sort of event may not be reportable. Much will depend upon the quality of the encryption that was used by the data controller. So second example, a controller suffers a ransomware attack, resulting in all data held by the controller being encrypted. No backups kept, data can't be restored, but the ransomware's only functionality is to encrypt the data. It doesn't access or exfiltrate the data, and no other malware present. So in those circumstances, is that a reportable event? And the answer is yes, almost certainly it is. But the reason why is because of the loss of availability of data. If backup data sets had been kept, in that example, where the data itself was not accessed by the third party, that may not have been a reportable issue, because there would have been no permanent loss of availability of data to the data subject and the data controller. And then lastly, an example which I think is pretty straightforwardly reportable. Controller manages an online service holding personal data. Cyber attack exfiltrates the data. Is it reportable? Well, yes, it's reportable to the supervising authority and the data subject because it contains personal data. Second slide on communications. A long time ago, a very good advocate told me something which I've always tried to bear in mind. Most people will remember 3 things from a conversation. So if you make 10 points, the overwhelming likelihood is your 3 best points aren't going to make that person's memory cut. So in terms of communications following a data breach, my view is keep it simple. Most people understand that mistakes can be made. What they don't understand or tolerate is the cover-up. So be proactive, engage early, have a plan, or at least explain you have a plan for a plan. Don't mislead, and especially don't mislead by omission. And it's worth remembering, I think, that silence creates a void, and that void, and voids are always filled. So if you have an opportunity to message what has happened, and you are prepared and able to do so, think carefully before declining that opportunity. In terms of the ICO and data subjects, well, they're human beings. The ICO in particularly wants to assess us as controllers when we make a report. The aim of that first call or contact, it seems to me, must be to instill confidence in us. So the ICO comes off that initial communication thinking that we have addressed the problem, we have taken ownership of the problem, and that we have a plan in order to resolve it. In circumstances where the ICO comes away with that message, in my experience, it's much more likely that the ICO will have a proactive and helpful approach rather than a more inquisitorial or investigatory approach. Same really goes for data subjects. The comments needs to be more nuanced, but ultimately what data subjects, like all of us, don't like is being messed around, and certainly they don't like being misled. Internal communications, external communications need to be clear and thought through, and should really be controlled and be led by a senior person within the organisation. So in terms of next topic, product recall, lessons to be learned, well, very similar issues arise. Data breach like product recall tends to require very important decisions being taken very quickly, oftentimes in an environment where not all of the answers are known. And really in terms of product safety and product recall, what you see on the screen are stepping stones that have stood the test of time. There has to be clear internal decision making at a senior level. It's back to Roz's point of no delegation, and it is astonishing how often those sorts of decisions attempts are made to delegate them downwards. The organisation and the senior management do need to embrace the problem, moving quickly but surely, ensuring simple external internal messaging. Then the last 2 points really, it's always better to work with regulators, not against them. If regulators think we're working against them, they get suspicious. As soon as they get suspicious, they start investigating with more vigor. Customer confidence, will it always be damaged? Well, in relation to product recall, the history suggests no, is the answer to that. A well-organised, well-managed recall, which is honest and straightforward with its customers, has a good chance of boosting customer trust in that product, in that brand. Again, people understand, I think, that things can go wrong. But what they do expect in those circumstances is a clear plan to put it right, and that involves ownership of the problem. Same really applies to breaches of data in circumstances where a well-organized, well-messaged response gives an organization an opportunity of maintaining some trust with its users, with its consumers, whereas the reverse is also true. A badly organized, mealy-mouthed message which keeps basic and important issues away from consumers will only have the effect of reducing confidence in that brand and in that product. So customer confidence can be maintained, but an organization has to work very hard and very quickly to do that. So reducing risk, and I thought maybe that there were two areas which would be worth looking at. The first is what it says on the tin, data minimization. Only keep the data that you really need, including your backup. And there's reason for that. First of all, the law requires us to do that. The law requires data to be regularly cleansed of unnecessary material. And the law only allows us to keep data for as long as we reasonably need it. And the test of what is reasonable is pretty narrow. So very often what one sees on a data breach is a lot of the data that is compromised is data that the organization simply had no need to retain, hadn't cleansed, and therefore the problem was massively exacerbated by a lot of this old, unused, forgotten about data being exfiltrated from an organization's systems. In circumstances where regular cleansing of data takes place, the reduction in risk is obvious. If there is a breach, the amount of data that is threatened is very significantly reduced. The other point is we see regulators asking these sorts of questions quite early on in the event of a report. Regulators are starting to look at what sort of data is being kept by people who suffered breaches and why. And one can get to a point quite quickly in that process of an organisation having to have some pretty uncomfortable conversations with regulators as to why they have retained data that's clearly unnecessary for the functioning of their business. The second element are contractual terms. Are they the answers? Well, most lawyers, of course, think contractual terms will govern everything and are the answer to everything. It's not actually quite right. Contractual terms don't of themselves prevent a breach. What prevents a breach are the tech solutions and systems that organizations put in place to firewall and protect their data. What contractual terms do is govern the relationship as to why third parties and data subjects are permitting a data controller to either hold data or to allow others to access it. And a sort of a quick case history hopefully might illustrate this. Data Controller is an online service. It contains a database of job seekers who upload CVs to the database with personal data. In doing that, they consent to third-party access, for example, recruiters. Recruiters are interested in the database because they hold the job positions from their employer clients, and they're trying to marry the position, of course, with a potential employee. Recruiters contractually agree with the data controller that they will not data harvest. So they have a contractual framework in which they agree the basis on which they can access data from the site. So those contractual terms record the relationship and reflect the permissions given by the data subject when they upload their personal data onto the system. Harvesting, of course, then occurs because some recruiters will simply choose to ignore their contractual obligations and agreements. They then contact data subjects offline. Data subjects immediately put two and two together and work out there's been a breach, go onto social media and start complaining. it's personal data, it's reportable, it gets reported to the Commissioner. So did the clear contractual terms prevent the data harvest? Well, obviously the answer is no, it didn't. In the example I'm thinking of, in that particular example, there had been available a tech solution that would have prevented the ability of third parties to data harvest, and would have also sounded an alarm had someone tried to do it. This hadn't been put in place, and the reason I think why that wasn't put in place in that particular example was the controller placed too much reliance on the contractual framework that they did have in place. Contractual terms deliver the framework around which third parties can access data. The technical solution that had been available on known to the controller, had it been used, would have stopped the breach. So in those circumstances, I think the lesson from that example is focus on prevention rather than cure. In this instance, the tech solution would have prevented the problem. The legal solution, whilst it has a value, in this case, in reality, its value was it gave the controller a route to bring a claim against the recruiter who harvested the data. But that really is shutting the stable door after the horse has bolted. So don't forget, prevention always better than cure. So the last area, if I may, I'd like to look at briefly with you is the litigation landscape. Now, if anyone on this call has never received a text or email or phone call inviting you to make a PPI claim, I'll frankly be amazed. PPI has been a gravy train for claims farmers, and that train has now come into the station and is rapidly coming to an end. What are those claim farmers likely to do we think? Enjoy the fruits of the last 5 or 6 years, or look for the next PPI? I have a sneaky feeling that it's going to be the latter. And if it is, what do we think is the next PPI? Well, I think there are 2 candidates. The first is equity release. The second is data claims. And of those 2, for me, data claims is favourite. And the reason is pretty straightforward. They're very easy to bring. They can be processed in bulk. It's not rocket science. They can be dealt with by non-lawyers, so they can be dealt with cheaply. And they're likely to produce years and years and years of work. So what does that mean then for organisations that suffer a data breach? Well, the reality, it means that they face potentially a very significant and in some cases a business threatening claim at the end of the breach process. To take an example which may or may not become reflective of reality in future years, let's imagine a data breach involving the personal data of 100,000 individuals. And let's say that 10% of those people decide to bring a claim in circumstances where we're in the same environment we were with PPI, where everybody understands that there are systems in which a claim can easily be bought, that people are being bombarded with messages suggesting they bring a claim. Let's say that each of those claims has a value of roughly £1,500. That's a £15 million problem for a organisation. And even if those claims were right at the bottom end of what they're worth, say £300, it's still a £3 million problem. And if claims farmers do, as I suspect they will, turn their attention to data claims, then that is really going to be the motivation, I suspect, over time for people to really focus on prevention rather than cure. The difficulty is, I suspect that there will be a number of businesses that will not survive that type of attack from claims farmers. And so some difficult lessons will have to be learned by a few before the many take on board the message. So that really is where I am in relation to the sort of fairly brief canter through the topics that I've looked at with you. But if I could have one message to leave, it is that steps that can be taken to prevent a breach, whilst those steps will only ever be recognised in the event that a breach has occurred because nobody did anything to try to stop it. Those steps are steps which, certainly from an individual who deals with the other end, we would always recommend a client to take. The difficulty in terms of selling that message, I think, is if you take the steps and you have good preventative measures and you never suffer a breach, I suppose you never see the fruits of your labour. But the reality is, for those who don't, the landscape they face post-breach can be very difficult. So thank you for your time and for listening. That's how I'll put it. Thank you.
Well, many thanks, Rory. I think that was helping us genuinely bridge the gap between that sort of regulatory world and the practical realities of what businesses face, whether they understand it, respect it, or are able to embrace it or not, which is sort of a dangerous place. And I think there's some really interesting points there are made, which most people, in the business world would see as just pragmatic guidance. Why wouldn't you be doing that? But there's so many people that seemingly aren't. I think my takeaway from that is, this prevention rather than cure. Your best risk management strategy is to avoid it in the first place, i.e. not keep data, for instance, that you don't need. That minimization thing is really good practical guidance. So I think a couple of questions are sort of emerged, which is, I think, sort of stimulated my thoughts. And I think part of that is, since as Ros put forward, since 2016, this 5-year strategy, and it's no better time to start thinking about that in the context of cyber being explicitly part of that integrated review. What has changed, or do we actually think that very little's changed? And what I'm thinking is, Cyber Essentials was sort of promoted and promised as the thing that would shift everybody, and whilst certain sectors have seen its adoption mandated through contract, defence sector being a classic example, we're only still at, I think, tens of thousands, Ros, which out of the millions of businesses would imply that the change is almost, statistical terms, microscopic, isn't it? Would that be a reasonable summary and assertion?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it is interesting because I think whether or not businesses, this is the whole thing about them not taking responsibility, because I think, as Mark said earlier, that sometimes they don't know where to start, and even though that is highlighted as a really good place for businesses to start, whether or not actually they think they want to put those controls in place, I don't know. I don't think, unless there's any real motivation, I just don't think they're going to do it. And as much as the National Cybersecurity Centre has been promoting, what smaller businesses should be doing, I still don't think the message really gets through. I think it's still only that, doing the minimum and not having any real motivation to do it. And I don't know what will change that. I mean, I think what we're always just spoken about, maybe a driver, the risk of people bringing sort of those sort of claims potentially.
So Rory, is that compliance thing the thing you see as the biggest motivator when lots of businesses are sitting there sort of seemingly unaware of the extinction event that they face, that being either a compromise that takes the availability of the business out at a critical time, not trading, gone, or a severe case of the ICOs that they just don't really expect, not prepared for, and will just shift into a place they really don't want to be or could survive?
Well, I think the answer is this: there are data breaches and data breaches. So we've seen examples of organisations, and they do have a breach. It is caught quickly, and some fairly painful lessons are learned. Not financial lessons, but painful in the sense of this could have been so much worse. And we do see a fair bit of that provided a breach is identified quickly, the damage is minimised. They have to go through the whole experience of dealing with the ICO. And the ICO, they can be pretty good actually. They're not a sort of a three-headed monster. They aren't impressed with a sort of a laissez-faire reporting response from a data controller. But if the controller's taking it seriously, so far there has been more of a help and guidance approach, but over time I suspect that will harden. So the answer is yes. I mean, all organisations are driven by revenue, and if a breach is perceived as potentially having a cataclysmic impact on that aim, then ultimately it'll make people think.
Yeah. Thank you.
It would make us think. It's human nature.
It's almost we recognise it as have a non-negotiable think. They might choose to negotiate it in relation to the priorities they're sitting upon. I've got a question for Mark from the CRC, one for you, Rory, which says where's the threshold? Whether there might be a concept of reasonable precautions which would help a business protect itself from claims. I think we mostly agree that 100% security is impossible given the nature of an infinite and ever-evolving threat. But where reckless ignorance, I guess, become relevant in determining the liability, is there a sense of a reasonable set of precautions that would?
Well, over time, Robin, that will emerge. We don't have sort of enough authority to know where that is, but I think that the way the courts will want to limit, or at least to try to corral these types of claims. Now they'll do it in two ways. The first will be simply by applying basic tortious law, which is the law of negligence, and they're very well defined rules relating to what is negligent and what isn't. But where there is a contractual relationship, which oftentimes there is, in fact nearly always there is, then courts may look on a breach more strictly. But where I think a court will really focus will be on imposing a de minimis value, a very, very low value, on claims where there has simply been a breach without any real damage. So where a breach of personal data has happened, has taken place, but actually there isn't a sense that data subject has suffered as a consequence. So to take an example, a data breach from a GP involving highly sensitive medical data, particularly that potentially has been disclosed to another family member, that can cause terrible damage. Information held by a school as to where one parent lives in circumstances where there is a restraining order on the other parent from going anywhere near that person. And we've seen examples of that where the school that has given out that information, that involves a move of house or move of home for the data subject. Those are very significant breaches, but a breach where partially encrypted information, so you might have someone's name and maybe some other partial data, that is likely to be seen as, in terms of value, much less valuable. So I think how courts will over time try to deal with this is to impose a de minimis value. By de minimis, I mean £1 or £2 value to a simple breach to prevent people from just farming breaches where actually no one suffered any real harm.
That moves away from that litigious culture of trying to make money out of it as a business model rather than trying to do the right thing.
That's what I would imagine. That will take some time to wash through, but that's where I could see the judiciary going on it.
And Ros, what's the strength of correlation between what they call for in ICO or GDPR guidelines and and the accepted view that Cyber Essentials is the good place to be to set the baseline? Is there an explicit correlation as yet there? Because as we've said before, there's a lot in this around to taking the complexity out of understanding the subject. Cyber's that difficult thing in the hands of the technical folk, whereas the brutal reality is it is just yet another business risk. So if you could simplify that through a correlation of if you do this, then you're better there. Is that message starting to embed, or is that a viable position?
I mean that would be a good place to be. But I think people, because it's left to them to decide what's appropriate, then there aren't. It's not very clear. Then it doesn't become clear guidelines. And for example, if you've got a checklist that says you should be putting these things in place, and then you've never looked at that checklist and you don't really know, then you're not really aligning to that or anything else. So sort of something like Cyber Essentials obviously is just that baseline. I think it's also starting for people to be more aware about, which I think was really the goal of GDPR, that actually it's not their data and that they really do need, they're stewards. They're meant to be looking after this and treating it with respect. So it's not for them to make decisions really about, whether or not they think that's, that's appropriate. It's got to be to the highest standard really to make sure that you're not responsible for having that impact on a data subject.
Yeah. Well, and just perfectly segued into that, a question from Andy in the audience today, to both of you in actual fact. So maybe take it first, Rory, and add comments, Ros. The question being, to what extent are directors and senior responsible owners, officers, personally culpable for organisational data breaches or other reckless elements of poor hygiene? To what extent do directors know this? And is this affecting how seriously some boards are or are not taking this? So
it's a good point, and there's immediate correlation in that with product safety. Product safety directors are personally within the criminal code. They are personally responsible for decisions taken on product safety. In relation to data, the responsibility is with the data controller. But that is going to mature over time, and the reality is there a criminal responsibility on individual directors in relation to data in particular, not over and above what there was already in place, but in circumstances where a decision maker within an organization allowed very sensitive data to be exfiltrated, and that caused, for example, an assault on an individual, then that director would in any event be in some difficulties.
But it's a consequence of the impact of that loss rather than the loss in itself.
At the moment, but and actually that's the same with product safety as well. Mm. So there isn't a specific offence, but going back to Ros's earlier point actually, and in relation to, for example, Cyber Essentials, what's quite interesting is if an organisation hasn't met that sort of minimum level, it's very difficult to see how that organisation would be able to justify or to argue that they had taken reasonable steps. So in other words, whilst I'm not sure that there is at this point a threshold over which we're all okay, there certainly is a threshold below which we're not okay.
Yeah.
And I suspect Cyber Essentials is quite a good start point there. If you haven't got it, then it's very difficult to see how a director of an organisation is going to be able to demonstrate that they have taken reasonable steps. Yeah. If they have got it, it's not a silver bullet, but it's an awful good start.
Yeah. Ross, and that's sort of in my mind, sort of links, some work I think we spoke about before, which is the correlation between Cyber Essentials and what the insurance companies were asking to say, answer this questionnaire. Well, much of it sort of overlapped and duplicated, and there was a sense that at some stage those two might correlate. Are we seeing that as the baseline which businesses embrace because by virtue of insurability?
I think we've seen a few organisations that have been required to assess to Cyber Essentials Plus to basically to try and reduce their premiums, to show that they've done the what's required really to meet their to meet the insurance company's requirements. I mean, I'm surprised that it's not more a requirement really, and I think it is very difficult, as we always say, it's very difficult to actually say, what you've got in place post, if something happens, if you can't demonstrate it. And I think when we look at the accountability principle, you do need to be able to show how you've met all of those principles for GDPR. And if you can't do that, if you haven't got something clearly in place, then it does bring into question everything. And I think it will be the same with insurance companies. If you can't demonstrate that you had the right controls in place, and some of the breaches that we've seen very recently, those controls just weren't in place. And in fact, in a couple of cases that we've had inquiries for Cyber Essentials at the very basic level within the last couple of years, and then they thought, oh, I'm not quite ready for that yet, and then they've had breaches. So if you're not ready for cyber, you're just leaving yourself wide open, aren't you, for that to be the next thing. And then if an insurance company said, actually, I'm not going to pay out because you didn't even do that, then that's going to have a big impact.
Well, I guess it relates back to Andy's question. What is cyber hygiene? Is good cyber hygiene having a firewall, or as we well know, no point in having it if it's completely open, not managed, poorly configured. You might as well not have one. So there's those levels, and I guess if you look at cyber maturity models, they're looking to constantly advance that position from basic to more advanced. As you said, Ross, Cyber Essentials is almost self-assessment at a point in time, which is great. But of course, the day after, even if it was true, truly and accurately assessed, the day after, you've moved on from that point. What's changed? So the sense of that recursive measure against those controls is the right answer. But maybe that feels like it's a step too far. Do we think that? So I was just keen to maybe tie some of the presentations from this morning into this. Do we think that the DCMS sort of kind of standoffish with cyber, doing lots of stuff, but not really at the coalface? Supporting the clusters in that national group, I think, is helpful. Boot camp initiatives to encourage innovators, one thing. Do you think that the Home Office sponsorship through police into the cyber resilience centres will give a bit more horsepower to that shift in the first case? So perhaps one for Ros on that, and then for you, Rory, I got. If it's about risk and poor risk assessment, do you think that somehow or other, as the knowledge sharing through offices like the ICO can anonymize and provide the true measure of risk posture? Is AI going to be the thing, well taught, well implemented, that can agnostically help organizations wrestle with their risk at a point in time? So a couple of questions there. Ros, if you want to go first about CRC.
First, just from the cyber resilience centres, obviously it's really in its infancy, and I'm not sure what impact it will have when we're looking at organisations that aren't motivated to do anything, and whether that's a free resource. And we know, Robin, because we've been working with the cluster for how many years since its inception, that despite the fact that you're giving people free resources, it doesn't mean that they're going to start you know, sort of doing anything. And I still think there's that sort of lack of motivation to do anything. And it will be interesting to see whether, because it's police led, it will drive maybe a bit more sort of clout to it. I don't know. So it will be interesting. I'm definitely watching that one to see what will happen. In terms of you know, the whole cyber strategy, I think it's been really interesting, hasn't it? Because we're at that 5-year point now, and then we can look back and say, what do we think we've got out of our 1.9 billion that we've invested? And to be honest with you, I'm not quite sure. I'd quite like to see the P&L on that one, really, to see, because it's been, obviously it's gone in lots of different directions, hasn't it, in terms of educating and, you know, and defending. And it very clearly from the very beginning, it was about organisations taking responsibility themselves. So that, you know, it didn't, I don't think it filtered down low enough to have the impact on all of those smaller organisations, probably to, you know, to any degree. And I still think they have to take responsibility.
Yeah, maybe the different push through the Home Office line is the thing that maybe brings that together. And Rory, was my question to you fair in terms of?
Yeah, well, I agree with what Rod says. I mean, knowledge sharing is helpful and would be a really useful tool, but only to those who are motivated.
Yeah,
it has absolutely no impact at all on those who don't get there. So it's a mindset issue, and what will work, carrot or stick? I mean, ultimately, it's the stick that will work, sadly, and it will be either very significant fines from the ICO. And our sense is that the ICO will start to show its teeth more than it has done. I don't think its mindset will change in relation to those it thinks is organisations it thinks is trying to deal with things appropriately. But I think it's going to become much less willing to overlook or to absorb organisations that appear to be just going through the going through the gears to comply post breach. I think those organisations will start being looked at very carefully, and that will filter through, won't it? People will start to get the message. And the earlier question about director responsibilities in the civil world, so the non-criminal world, potentially directors can have personal responsibility and therefore be sued as individuals, but the planets really have to align to make that work. And at the moment, that's quite a difficult that would be quite a difficult claim to bring. And normally there's an easier claim to bring against an organisation which has much deeper pockets anyway. So one would tend to see organisations being the recipient of claims rather than individual directors. But I suspect with the big data providers, sooner or later a director will face multiple claims, because tactically it might be worth. It would certainly get his or her attention.
Yeah, absolutely. And just while you're there, Rory, what about your world in terms of bringing together the notions of offensive and defensive cyber? Particularly, I'm thinking more so in the civil space, because I think it's we don't seem particularly far away from active warfare, which was a whole worrying kettle of fish, which would be handled in a far different way. But in terms of the civil world, what about litigation against companies that have been suspected of or have launched attacks against competitors? Is that a trend we're starting to see? Is that difficult?
I haven't been involved in cases of that nature, but I've read about them, and they have those sorts of cases go through the law reports, have done for a number of years actually, and again, evidentially they're very difficult to get home on. And my sense is that oftentimes they are an adjunct to other litigation. So they use the satellite litigation in order to gain an advantage in litigation elsewhere. But yeah, it'll be inevitably a growing litigation theme of the future, but I suspect only on very significant claims.
Yeah, difficult to prove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be interested to know if it's difficult to prove, because that's not really, to be frank, your tool of getting there is with your tech experts.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting issue for them actually, as to how difficult is a cyber attack, how easy or difficult is it to identify the source.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the individual or organisation behind the source.
Yeah.
Because of course you can't sue a source.
No, you've got to trace it back to a decision point commissioned by somebody, as we see in other domains. Well, thank you both. That was a really helpful session. I just, it's nice to see that, those themes come together really around the impact and the implications on motivating businesses to, ultimately to make the shift to do better for good reasons. Scott, I wondered if you could pop the poll up just so we could cogitate that, the outcome of it for an hour or so over lunch. So this is precedes the first 3 speaker sessions this afternoon, starting at 1:30, which is around innovation. So the poll here really is looking at what areas of cybersecurity most need innovation. Accessible and motivational training sort of fits to the theme there. Breach prevention tools, detection tools, encryption methods, authentication access controls, interoperability and integration of tools, or something else. So the poll building nicely and interesting, moving around a little bit. Oscillating a bit. Ooh. The trend, I think, is there. A reasonably significant percentage in something else. I wonder if that's a function of, I don't know, but it's got to be something else because I've tried everything else. So I think results just about settled there. So clearly ahead of the game at 31%, accessible and motivational training for staff, taking the front slot, and then a fairly even spread at the technology level between breach prevention tools, breach detection tools, and authentication tools, and indeed something else. And then encryption and tool interoperability sort of following up. So some thoughts there for us to bear in mind and have our questions prepared for this afternoon, where we've got Nigel Jones talking through cybersecurity through innovation. We've got Mike Gibbs helping guide us through the ponderous subject of blockchain, and Mike from the CISO at Darktrace looking at what Darktrace are up to, particularly in the context of what the cyber horizon looks out to 2030, which is sort of broadly in line with the next phase of the integrated review we heard from the PM of yesterday. So hope that stimulates some thoughts over lunch. The facilities are open. Do please come and chat to us about whatever. Myself, Jeff, Pete are around in shifts, I think, to be determined, to be available just to for people to drop on. Scott will open up your mic and your video so we can use the time wisely. So enjoy lunch. Hopefully chat to you in the meantime, and if not, I'll look forward to seeing you at 1:30. Thanks very much indeed.
Hello, Andy. Hi. I believe you've got a question for the cluster or related to the previous speakers.
Hi. Yes. Good afternoon. Thanks for connecting, and thanks for a great conference so far. My question is a simple one. For a general professional like me, what advice does the panel have about people who are looking to transition into cyber? I'm ex-police, and I currently carry out IT or HR investigations for organizations that are increasingly having a cyber dimension. I'm going out and getting various cybersecurity qualifications, but what's the best place to transition and how to do it? What would you suggest?
Well, we do have a couple of talks this afternoon, which are obviously going to be very, very relevant, particularly the one from Steve Fennell.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds to me like you're already partway on the course, in as much that you're taking some qualifications, which is a good start.
Huh?
I mean, Robin, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I mean, it's the real challenge is the hands-on experience.
Yes.
Doing it. So there's one thing doing a course, and there's the other thing putting it into practice.
Yes.
Do you have an opportunity to put it into practice in any part of your role today?
Well, I suppose yes and no, and I suppose it depends on what you or other clients or users might mean by that, because I'm already advising organizations in a information governance, policy, procedure, lessons learned type fashion, but often that's as a result of other misdemeanors that have come up rather, and that's not necessarily why I've been contacted. And I suppose this is the nut I'm trying to crack, is how do I approach organizations, I suppose, like Roz's organizations or other like-minded organizations, say, I'm here, I have some really good business experience, but I wouldn't consider myself to be a cybersecurity professional yet.
So it sounds to me like maybe the area of focus, and interestingly, our polls seem to be pretty consistent on this, don't they, Robin? That the motivational aspect of getting executives and management to really step up and step in on these challenges is probably the biggest one facing us. It's not that there isn't skill out there, and it's not that there isn't tools out there. They both exist. There is a cybersecurity qualification and experience lack. So there's just generally not enough people out there to be able to service.
Yeah, I'm getting that. That's one of the other reasons why I thought it would be so helpful to kind of abridge myself with things like that. So I can evidence persuading organizations to do more on it. I suppose it's persuading cybersecurity companies that I've got something else to offer as a generalist in a consultancy type role.
Well, I think that's really important, actually, Andy, because I think the trouble with a lot of the skills agenda topics that seem to crop up is the fact that they immediately dive down into either compliance assessment skills or technical skills, and
yes,
it's that broader business level appreciation. So the guy you'll hear speak this afternoon, Nigel, is not a technical cyber specialist, but a human factors specialist in actual fact. But he's done most of his time more recently briefing boards, because he understands the context within which all of this sits and really what the board need to understand. So I think there's a golden opportunity for people like you, and really, as Jeff would. There is Nigel. Actually,
yeah, it is. I was just now
perfect timing, Nigel.
Bad.
I was talking about you, not to you. Be quiet. So Andy was asking how, breaking into the cybersecurity market, the challenges around his skills being advising businesses about the issues and nature of issues rather than the deep granular technical controls. And I was saying, really, I think that's quite often a missing bit of the jigsaw. And your experience more laterally through IOD and Templar has been at that very level, which is getting the boards to the position where they understand enough so they can make informed decisions. And you won't have heard this morning, Nigel, but we were talking this morning about the fact that lots of business owners seem to be recognizing the issue, but still there's not enough being done to address it.
Yeah.
So you have a couple of moments on that, Andy, and this afternoon. Sorry, Nigel, by all means give your view to Andy. But this afternoon, Andy, there's a some of the, I think some of the presentations, as Jeff alluded to, with Steve and Marco, will help you give maybe get a view as to practically the routes that are available to do that. But Nigel, do you want to just?
Well, yeah. In fact, I'll be covering some of that within what I'm going to talk about, and essentially. What I'd say is that the problems we're addressing on may seem very technical in nature, but actually they're very human problems often, so it requires that sort of everybody to be engaged across domains in solving those problems. So that's really the theme we'll pick up in this.
Well, I think there's the other point is, of course, as you and I have spoken about many times, Nigel, the issue here is that cyber's been pigeonholed into, it's a technical problem over there. When in actual fact, it's, and I think Rory alluded to it this morning. It's just a function of business risk, continuity, and resilience. In actual fact, it's just another thing that can go wrong.
Yeah, Doctor Who's got a lot to answer for, really, with that whole Cyberman thing.
Indeed.
I think it sort of drives us down a technological route. In some ways, the word cyber hasn't done us any favors in that regard. But if you look at the post-war period, people's use of the word cybernetics, in fact, a sort of multidisciplinary approach to try and understand the relationship between people and automation, people and information and data. And over time, what's happened, I think, is that people sort of forgot about the people part of it, that actually this was all about the tech, all about the automation and so on and so forth, when in fact we're trying to look at what is essentially a relationship. Yeah. So what is our world like? What's our working life like? What is the way we choose to operate in our business models and so on? What does it look like as a relationship between people and technology? That's what the focus of cybernetics was.
Yeah. And I was in a discussion yesterday, actually, when we were talking, and it echoed itself again this morning with Akim. The reality of AI is the fact that it's, the precursor to using AI and getting real advantage from AI is HI. You've got to put up human intelligence. And the topic in conversation was understanding how you can use technology to better predict suicides within individuals. Unless somebody's been through the suicide notes and interpreted the subtleties and nuances of that data, the machine doesn't know the context to how a word is used within a suicide note, which is skewed by a moment in time and a disposition of an individual to do something quite, counterintuitive. And there's an awful lot of work that has to go in at the front end of that before the machine can do what the machine does, which is process the rules at pace with accuracy. The conclusion of that was, let's talk about HI first before we get carried away with
but
automation.
Having said that, the machines are getting pretty good at interpreting medical imaging without having to really understand that there's a patient behind it.
But how does it know it? Because the humans told it, perhaps.
Yeah, and actually, there's in the whole science of that, you've got machines which actually learn the rules themselves, as well as those which are trained by humans. And so you've got different branches. I once worked with a group of people with MIT, Imperial, and Edinburgh. It was quite a high-powered group. And one of the folks there said, you don't even need data for this machine to understand what's going on, and so on. So the machine can create its own data.
Yeah.
I think Andy's question was more about relating back to how he can get into the role. And I think, Andy, the issue is the lack of demand and the motivation to pull in people at the right level of the organization. There's not enough of that down, particularly in the SMEs, which are obviously prevalent down this part of the world. And it's trying to figure out what it, and I think, certainly the cluster, based on the polls we've seen this morning, the feedback we've been getting, it's always been part of our mission to address that. But I think we're going to have to put more energy into that focal area of what's it going to take to motivate more executives and managers of organizations to do that. I mean, I've been to events. I mean, the cluster has been to events. I've spoken at cluster events, and we've put the hard data out, the really scary data. And, and it had a positive effect on Torbay Business Forum, for example. They suddenly had a cybersecurity page on their forum page and tried to raise awareness there. But did it move the needle? It scared, it worried, but somehow didn't lead to action. And that's really, and maybe Nigel, you're going to talk about that this afternoon, but to me, what was really interesting was the lack of follow-through action. We offered them access to tools. We've learned that doesn't really solve the problem. It helps. We've got a resilience toolkit up on our website. It's free, and it points to all the free resources that you can get that can help you build a cybersecurity resilience plan as part of your overall business resilience plan. But yet, as Ros pointed out this morning, it just doesn't. The needle doesn't seem to be moving very fast. And one thing I always learned, and as you know, I've done a lot of work in the privacy sector, is that as humans, we don't tend to do much until we suffer a consequence. And it's only when we see enough consequence happening to us or people around us that we tend to do anything. And that's horrible, but it's real. And that's the way the world is. But how do we get pushed past that? Don't wait for the consequence, because they're going to happen. How do we get that motivation into the audience? It's really a tough question, I think.
So Andy, a standing invite to to join a cluster and make those connections. I think there's a whole skills piece that's sitting behind the Southwest cyber community around recognizing the fact that there's it's not about technical skills, it's about the broader people, legal, compliance, business management, all sorts of things. And we will be quite vocal where we can to make sure that those we're not just training the next gang of pen testers or security analysts, as important as they are. It's people like you that I think really possibly hold the gift of driving the agenda rather than responding to it.
Thanks, Robin. That's really helpful to hear you say that, and really encouraging.
So please do get involved.
Thank you. I will
just join us.
Yeah, we have so just for people to know, we have a regular open mic kind of session every second Friday. Starts at around about just before 9 o'clock, goes to about 10:30. And you can just get an open invite and get onto the list. And Robin does a good job. He pulls in 3, maybe 4 fifth speakers just to do 15 minutes on various subjects of interest. And we're getting a good attendance at those, and it's a way in which we can network people who are of a like mind in this issue, who are already thinking about those problems, and share information, share knowledge, share understanding, and that's part of what the cluster's here to do, is to facilitate that. And by all means, come along. Yeah, please do. And there's a couple of interesting initiatives I think that are bubbling around at the moment. There was a piece of work done in Dorset around behavioural, a bit more of, I'm going to call it this, and it's probably slightly inaccurate, but for the purposes of a quick discussion, sort of behavioural analytics around motivators and responses to embracing the cyber security agenda. And there was a notion that we might try and see if we can pull that across more widely from that sort of one part of our region across the whole region, with a company that's based over in Lyme Regis or Lyme Bay. So it would be worth Andy just dropping in when you can and tracking that one, because I think it's those types of things that will help push that across. Yeah. So I'll drop off now because thanks, Jeff. Mind, I'll be muting you because we'll be moving on shortly. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Jeff.
Shall I try sharing my screen, Robin, or just hold it for a moment? Just
hold for a moment, Nigel. I'm just going to welcome everybody back in just a minute when people have started to rejoin. Right, I think we're ready to go. If we could turn the music down. So welcome back, everybody. I hope we're all suitably refreshed. Enjoyed the virtual buffet lunch, which was part of the frustration of not being able to feed and water you in a physical environment. But there we are. And looking forward to the second half of the Secure Southwest event. So this afternoon's themes kick off with the subject of innovation. So three really good speakers lined up to guide us through that particular subject, which really picks up off the back of the poll, really, just before lunch, which has some interesting results, looking at the primacy of requirement against motivational training for staff and something else being seemingly the most voted for areas of where we can hit cyber innovation. So to that end, and with that curious set of results, I think I can think of somebody no better than to lead off our session than Nigel. Nigel will be setting the scene for us based on a rich vein of expertise. He's currently a director at Templar Executives and a visiting fellow at King's College, where his specialisms include cybersecurity and information operations, learnt whilst wearing a green baggy suit. He's also been the chair of the chief executive of the Information Assurance Advisory Council, and he's been responsible in former lives for the development of the cyber postgraduate program for the MOD, the direction of the Chevening program for Indian Fellows in international cyber, and he was formerly the Technology Strategy Board's, now Innovate UK, lead for Cybersecurity Knowledge Transfer Network. So he comes with an illustrious set of credentials. So don't disappoint me, Nigel.
All right, yeah, no pressure at all. So I'm going to try and share my screen now, actually, just hopefully this is going to work okay. So hopefully you can see something there.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks,
does
Nigel.
That look about right?
Looks lovely and green. Lovely.
Yeah, well, happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. I think was the, I don't know if anyone's actually wished you that already, but as you can tell, I'm actually broadcasting from Gloucestershire. My accent, Gloucestershire born and bred, not. Usually I'm accompanied by lots of Irish people this week in Cheltenham. But sadly not this week. So I'm trying to keep the atmosphere up here just on my own. Sorry we can't be together. Anyway, so thanks, Robin, for the introduction. I want to really just think about my journey with working with people on innovation, trying to make innovation happen as opposed to leaving it to chance. And some of what I'm going to talk about actually is based on something I wrote a little while ago, a couple of years ago now. The references on the screen there, where we actually spent a whole chapter on cybersecurity and innovation. And in fact, I think that was the chapter name. And I thought actually I probably should have strengthened the idea of the relationship between cyber security and innovation a little more. And I've done that for this presentation, which is to say, cybersecurity through innovation. And I'm going to pitch to you today that actually innovation is an essential part of cybersecurity, not just something that we do alongside and may happen or not. And that's for a number of reasons, which we'll go into. I am a director at Templar Executives, although today I'm really going to offer my own views, my own personal views on cybersecurity and innovation. So I've abandoned the normal Templar Executives PowerPoint template so that I could actually put the shamrocks on and talk about this. The bottom line, I suppose, that I really want to talk about is, as I've mentioned, innovation is essential in cybersecurity and it needs planned assistance. So what does that look like will be part of the discussion that I want to develop today. Now, why do I say that innovation is essential in cybersecurity? Well, I think the first thing is to understand that the domain in which we work, our lives, connected lives, is a contested space. Maybe it's not surprising for someone who's ex-military a long time ago to talk about that, but actually we are working in an environment where adversaries have a say. They respond to the way that we work, and we then respond to trying to protect ourselves against their innovation and so on. So we are in fact in a relationship. And in that contested space, without innovation, we don't quickly get to the countermeasures that we need in order to protect ourselves. So that's a fundamental element of why innovation is an essential part of cybersecurity, because of that arms race, because of that relationship. And any national strategy, regional strategy, or business strategy must think about innovation as part of its approach to cybersecurity. We'll try and examine how that's been done in the past. In this panel, we're actually going to be having someone looking at the future. And so I want to spend a little bit of time of talking about how we got here, and then looking at a couple of examples of innovation as it's described by others in awards and that sort of thing for innovation, and look at some examples of where assistance has been provided or policies are in place in order to give innovation a better chance of happening. So with that in mind, I'd want you to actually cast your mind back to 2013, if you can. I don't know if we've got any undergraduates on this from Plymouth University or something like that, but I mean, that might be the stuff of history books at this point for some people in the audience, and others it's just like yesterday and so on. But now, I don't know, has anybody got any views on what were the headlines? The big global cybersecurity headlines of 2013. I'm not sure if I can see the chat function here actually, but if you might want to put a few ideas in there. And by the way, this game is essentially you've got to guess what's on my slide rather than what you remember. I think that's probably a more accurate way of thinking about this. Yeah. Okay, well, while you're thinking about it, I'm going to put up mine. Okay, here's two for you. Okay, Edward Snowden's papers, as it were, or what many would refer to as a data breach, a very significant leak of international proportions with significance for UK national security. And of course, a debate that has raged since about the extent to which he was doing us a favour, the extent to which he was causing a great deal of harm, and so on. Of course, he settled abroad in this regard, in a country which tends still to be giving us quite a few headaches in terms of what we're responding to in cyberspace and where we need to be innovative. So talking about Russia, and of course, another big story of the time was really one of the first exposes of what has become known as advanced persistent threat, in this case, APT1 by Mandiant. That was the company, now part of FireEye, that actually did that expose. So that was happening in 2013. Of course, APT1 had been assessed as operating for many years before that, but it's really around this time where there's public consciousness of this as a term, I would say. So what has this got to do with innovation? Well, let's have a look at some award categories for innovation. And when I was putting together this book chapter a while ago now, I was really trying to think about, what were the indicators of innovation? How could we try and give a sense of the trends of how innovation was occurring? And I thought, well, actually, what are the categories in awards ceremonies that people get awards for in terms of innovation? So I thought I'd try and get some data on that, because normally it's very well published and people talk about it on their own websites about the awards that they've got for innovation and so on. And one of the major awards that gets discussed widely is, for instance, SC Magazine Awards, which have awards in Europe and they have awards in the US. And in this instance, I've just picked some of the headline named awards of the period 2013 to 2018. where there were categories. And so in between these two tables on the screen here, you see there's a gap, and there's a whole list of other awards actually in this as well. And I just want to show you one or two things based on what we've just talked about in terms of the Snowden and EPT. So at the top there, you can see Best Anti-Malware Gateway, which was an award in 2013, but was not an award after that. We also had, the same goes for Best Enterprise Firewall, Best Intrusion Detection System, and so on, but those actually don't feature as separate categories as we go forward. As we look at later awards then from 2016 onwards in this, you'll see that actually there's a number of new categories of award that have come in. And I suppose it's no surprise that Best Advanced Persistent Threat Protection appears in 2014, having had mandates expose in 2013 here. So I suppose there's a question about, well, what can we draw from this? What might we say about the way that awards are named and develop as technology changes? Or, as I think in this case, as we're exposed to different events which make us think about the problems we have. And what can we then draw from that in terms of, how we think about innovation and address the problems that are on our minds? And so the Best Advanced Threat Protection award wasn't available in 2013, but it has been, as far as I know, available ever since. I haven't looked particularly at since 2018, but I'll leave you to continue that and perhaps write the next paper. Behavioral analytics gets a mention there for a couple of years before I think it's subsumed into more integrated solutions, which can be discussed as best threat detection technologies or threat intelligence technology and so on, which will be taking data feeds from different types of activity, both behavioral analytics of people on networks, of people perhaps in HR records, through to network monitoring in other events and so on. So there's, I think you can see a technological change here within this. In part, I describe it as a move away from tools to more integrated solutions. In part, we see more computational power, and we see the application of data analytics in terms of the way that innovation is changing, even over this relatively brief period. However, what I want to leave you with in this regard is that I think we also have a marketing story, a marketing narrative, which says we had a problem last year and now we've got an award this year for that. So we'll look at that a little bit more. Maybe that's something we want to discuss actually as part of this panel. So who won the Best Advanced Persistent Threat Protection Prize in 2014? I'm not going to ask you to actually put that in the chat because I'll tell you now. Here you go. It was WebSense by Triton Enterprises in that particular year. And I've put up quite a lot of text here for you to look at, but on this occasion, we're all in front row seats, I think, at this conference. So hopefully that's not too difficult for you to look at. I've highlighted a few elements here. You can see that this particular solution, according to the judges and what is written by the company itself, illustrates the need to protect data, not just when it is being communicated, but also when it is being stored, and so on. Now, that's interesting, isn't it? Because we would expect that today, I'm sure, but I think it also harks back to what was some of the things exposed under Snowden, where, for instance, data in transit was not encrypted, this sort of thing. Okay, so I don't believe that's an accident, by the way, that this is in the narrative the following year. It uses the term signature-less threat identification, which again illustrates this move away from having simply a malware gateway detecting signatures, as packets come through or whatever. You've got to think about other elements, other ways of detecting threats once they're on your network, for instance, which would be, again, something that you would expect people to be talking about the year after advanced persistent threat is exposed as well. What we also see is this notion of real-time analysis and computational power. So they talk about 10,000 plus analytics and so on. They're giving a sense of how innovation in this is applying advanced techniques and technologies towards understanding the threat. Now, we see some of this actually following through into 2018. So this is at the end of the period that I looked at here, and the best SIEM solution, again, the word solution rather than necessarily a tool. We're often talking about a set of tools in this instance. So this is spotting incidents on networks that might be of concern in terms of the development of a security incident in some way, of course. And I'll just let you read through that. But essentially, I feel I should read it out in an American accent, but I'm going to spare you that. But we understand that there really can be too much of a good thing, too much data, too many tools, and so on and so forth. So what this particular solution is offering customers is that churns through high volumes of data. Okay, another theme relating to computational power. Signature lists, 4 years on, is still something that is being discussed here, which is, I think, coded phrase for some form of machine learning or analytics or artificial intelligence, as it might be described by companies today. Behavior-based analytics on networks and so on. And it actually goes on to talk about how this reduces the number of security alerts by up to 95%, which saves time and resources because InfoSec professionals can respond to the highest risk events, not false alarms and so on. So this machine is really helping you focus on what's important. Okay, and again, promoting this as not only innovative, but actually a way of saving time, making you more efficient, and so on and so forth. Tackling the problem in a number of ways. And so from what I've described here, I think we can detect sort of a language of cybersecurity threat detection in this. I've mentioned from tools to solutions, and actually service models as well, that others will do this on your behalf. Partly that's to do with where does computational power sit. We see solutions, for instance, which talk about having computational power at the center, which churns through the data and then tells you what's happening live, on the fly, and so on. And then other solutions, when you look at the awards, which are claiming that you don't need that computational power necessarily at the center. In fact, you can have less computational power, but the analytics are happening at the edge, allows you to deploy to devices with smaller processors and identify threats as they come in through endpoints and so on. And so you get this, I think, different marketing ploys here about how something is scaled or deployed and the efficiencies of it, and whether you need a big computer or whether you can put it out to the edge and so on. We also get this idea of advanced analytics and artificial intelligence. And I think we can all agree that for many products that are on the market at the moment, they're often described in applying advanced artificial intelligence. And actually, there are examples of that. But it's rare to see anybody saying that they're just using bog standard artificial intelligence. There's always advanced AI in this, which causes that issue of trying to separate the hype from the reality. And I know these themes will develop in the rest of this panel as well in relation to other technologies and similar technologies. We've got the development of both supervised and unsupervised machine learning, issues around what we call weak signals and slow onset attacks, which by that I mean that someone could be on your network for a long period of time. The indicators of that are small or weak, and therefore trying to find out that an attack is underway, has been developing over a long period, is rather challenging, particularly when you're using technology which is looking out for anomalies on a network, and yet these signatures are so small they don't look like anomalies, or after 6 months of work they actually look like part of what's normal, what you'd expect to see. We also see development and discussions around innovation about having to go beyond the perimeter into, for instance, scanning the networks where hackers gather and forums and so on, to really get a sense of what might be coming down the line, trying to go beyond your perimeter so that you can develop some form of early warning. You mightn't do that yourself, but you might be engaged with others who do that sort of thing for you in order to provide you with that early warning. So it's not enough to simply wait until attackers are on your network or trying to get through your perimeter and so on. You want to go forward about it. So again, it's about really creating more in-depth cybersecurity technologies. We also see the development through this period. In fact, there are awards through into 2018 around deception technologies. So the idea that, for instance, you can develop honey nets and honey traps to attract people into networks which are not your real functional networks, but are there for to really divert attackers somewhere else, but also give you an opportunity to understand how they operate and how they work, and to learn about your adversary in order to counter them. And as I mentioned earlier, return on investment considerations as well. So, and I put in a couple of quotes there. Tech companies must show that they're not simply technically good, but that they meet the investment criteria of companies where security staff have to bid for budget and justify expenditure. The number of digital assets leaked or shared, these sort of metrics, better educated employees, time saved due to automation. These are all ways of trying to show why your product is different, why your product is more innovative, why your product solves a problem that others don't in a better way. So that's the language that I see over just looking at award ceremonies and so on as an indicator of innovation within the cybersecurity sector. Now, I will make another couple of observations on this. First of all, it's not simply marketing hype. Okay, these awards ceremonies reflect, I think, the emerging language and concerns of the community. That actually, that's a response to the complexity and the scale of the cyber challenges we face, and it demands innovation for the reasons I've said before, and we need compelling responses to deal with the level of the threat as it's developing and continues to develop dynamically. What I think is really important when we look at all of these examples is the cross-domain working that's apparent in this, whether it's working with people who can deliver you computing power at the edge, whether it's looking at imaging or sensors or business processes or software development or engineering or data science and so on and so forth. That all of these together mean that information is shared from between domains, and you increase the chance of something innovative coming from this. When I first started working with the Cybersecurity Knowledge Transfer Network many years ago when I was at Kinetic, what struck me as someone who was stepping into the cybersecurity world from military domain, essentially, was that I've met a community that seemed to be, that thought they were working on unique problems to them. And what I found was it seemed to have a lot of the similar problems to the domains that I was working in. So for example, people would be saying, we need to make this a board level issue. Whatever the topic was, it could be cybersecurity, it could be compliance, it could be health and safety. But the question that was being addressed was, how do we make this relevant to a board? How do we make this relevant to a business? Okay, and so we could take ideas from one domain about how they made it relevant to the board and apply it into another domain in order to make it relevant to the board. So this sort of working, or how advances in data science and machine learning can be applied both into the interpretation of medical imaging and the interpretation of behaviors on a network. So again, when we're talking about innovation here, it's not simply about straightforward invention because no one's ever thought of this idea before. It's about providing opportunities for these sectors, these domains, which work closely together, perhaps don't meet often enough to share ideas and solve important problems. I'm just conscious of the time here. I've got a few more minutes. I just want to scoot through a couple of other things to give you an illustration. This, at the same time, same period, 2014 to 2018, gives you a sense of what CNBC was calling your disruptor 50 companies. And the sort of thing that they were looking at here was market sector. They were looking at the customer base. They were looking at feedback from customers. They were looking at published product reviews. They were looking at corporate marketing and branding. They were looking at things like interviews with senior management, and they were ranking the top 50 companies. I put the ones in red that are actually have got cybersecurity as part of their portfolio in terms of things that were published at this time. So you can see a general trend to more cybersecurity companies perhaps being in that 50. Well done, Darktrace. There you are, 2018 as well. 34 out of 50 it is globally as well. So interesting, I think, in terms of have a look at where SpaceX has been for those period of times, just by the way, or where Airbnb comes in from 41 in 2014 to number 1 in 2017. Interesting when we think about how these trends are reflected in industry overview. Another view to take is, for example, Cybersecurity Ventures looks at, I think it's around 150 countries that they report, for companies today that they report on. At this time, at this period, they were looking at 500 companies that they reported on every year, which allowed us to do some data, analysis on which countries were these 500 cybersecurity companies based. So any ideas in the top 3 countries that these 500 companies were spread across? Have a think about that for a moment. There you go. United States number 1, yeah. Okay, what's number 2? Any ideas? Okay, well here's the list. Okay, United States, Israel, United Kingdom, Canada, and so on down. Now, it's my contention that these statistics, particularly in the case of Israel, it doesn't happen by accident. There must be something else happening around interventions that create this level of innovation in terms of companies listed within this 500. Okay. Which brings me to that sort of planned assistant point. I want to introduce someone who was writing at 2017 at the time in Forbes, I think, said, look, there's 6 factors why Israel is a powerhouse when it comes to this sort of thing. And I've listed them here, or summarized them here. Essentially, this idea of the Israeli government playing an advisory and coordination role in developing an ecosystem that is constantly evolving to meet needs between governments, business, universities, and so on. By the way, that sort of advisory and coordination role at this time is pitched as not being a command and control or ownership relationship, but rather one which remains a slight distance so to allow companies to work with Israel and so on and so forth. Some of the politics around here. Government is a business catalyst. It actually designed the strategy to with a vision about where they wanted to be. It actually created a culture within the military to try and get military units to act as startup incubators and accelerators in terms of their own innovation thinking. And of course, with most people coming through national service in this regard, it was trying to train a mindset about innovation through the military as well, and then back out into to work on security in industry. It's an interesting one. Skills is there as well. Interdisciplinarity mentioned, and this sort of strategic pivot in the last one there, where changing old thinking from who might attack Israel, which is the way Israel was sort of configured with its neighbors and so on, into what threats might Israel face in the future and so on. I find that quite interesting. Okay, I want to leave you with a few thoughts then, just to as a wrap up here. Now, in that book chapter, I draw heavily on Greg Satel's work on mapping innovation, which is worth looking at. He's previously at IBM and so on. And I tried to say, well, what do his ideas mean for cybersecurity? Actively seek out good problems. Okay, you don't need a brilliant idea, you just need a good cybersecurity problem. And by the way, there's plenty to choose from. All right. So think about addressing a problem and how can you address that with the technology that you've got, the ideas that you're developing. It's not just many domains to be involved in the solution, but many domains in which the solution might be applied. In other words, that you can create these interdisciplinary teams come from different domains, but then your solution can be applied in different domains, law enforcement through to health and so on and so forth. Think about your culture, think about your strategy, think about the way you work and what you bring into that, because we need diversity in cybersecurity. Many of the problems we face are non-technical, about how do people protect themselves, how do people create processes or organize themselves in such a way that they manage their information risk. And so, you know, how do you contribute into that? Leverage platforms to access talent and technology, things like this particular network, this conference today as well, for instance. Get on it like you are at the moment. You know, that collaborative culture, getting meeting of minds around the important problems that need to be solved. And understanding that innovation is messy, and just because there's a national strategy and there's a hub and all the rest of it doesn't mean that it guarantees innovation, but you're trying to give it the best chance of success, really. I think that last point there is what we'll finish on. Today's solutions may face the perfect countermeasure. This isn't finished with one innovation. You know, fixing a problem today is likely to need further innovation tomorrow. So anyway, we can talk about what the future looks like in part of the panel. I think, given what I've presented here, we're going to be talking about SolarWinds and Microsoft Exchange for a while. And I'll leave that and hand back to Robin.
Oh, very many thanks, Nigel. A wonderful, I think, insight into some of the drivers behind what we've seen innovation to be over the last, do my maths, 8 years, 2013, extending far earlier than that, clearly, but I think clearly a far broader perspective than you can get if you just look at the technology vendors in isolation and understanding perhaps why they're doing what they're doing, which I think is once you're at the essence of that, I think it becomes really quite illuminating. So sort of taking that theme on, I'm really pleased to be able to welcome Mike Gips to our group, maybe to talk contextually in today's topic set by Nigel about one technology area that is probably not fully understood by all, but maybe has a big part to play in the sorry, I'm just distracted by the slides. We've got the wrong slide set in there, I think, displayed at the moment. Mike, are you sharing your slides?
I'm trying to.
You're getting there.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay. So Mike joins us. He's principal at Global Insights in professional cybersecurity, a deep dive insight into blockchain to help us get a bit of a perspective on what it is. And he's sharing some of his findings of predominantly work done over in the US, where he joins us from today. So Mike, welcome, and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Robin. Greetings from Washington, D.C., where there is no insurgency taking place today, thank goodness. Yes, I'm going to talk about blockchain, which is a nice segue from what Nigel was talking about in terms of where a lot of innovation is happening in cybersecurity. And I might offer that perhaps there's a little bit too much innovation going on in blockchain. Companies are trying to use blockchain for pretty much everything. There's a lot of good stuff going on, but there's also some applications that might be better accomplished by other technology. I was eager to hear Nigel trot out his American accent. I don't think he has a better one than I do. And then I could counter with my British accent, which is a combination of the royal family, Cockney, Irish, Scottish, and probably Aussie too. I'm not too good at accents. So here's just a little bit about me, and I'm not going to dwell on this. I've done a lot of research on blockchain and a lot of other things, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to move ahead. Is blockchain the best thing since sliced bread, or is it money down the toilet? Some people have called blockchain bigger than the internet. It's bigger than the Iron Age, the Renaissance. It's bigger than the Industrial Revolution. Here, from all those really outlandish comparisons. I just pulled out a painting by Giotto. So is a line of code or a paper more influential than 250 years of artistic blooming, or 100 years of mechanization of society? I'll leave that to you to decide by the end of this presentation. So here you have the other side, but there's the expected whiplash. Blockchain is one of the most overhyped technologies ever. So you've got fans on both sides, or you have fans for, and you've got detractors. And I did 4 months of research on blockchain and applications. And I talked to probably 100 practitioners, academics, technologists, thought leaders, and they were pretty much split 50-50 on people who were really excited about it and people who were over it. So I'm not going to talk that much about blockchain basics. You all know that blockchain underlies the process used to mine cryptocurrencies, and it's very, very good at that. The question is it good at anything else? A little bit more about what blockchain is. It's just a ledger, like the piece of paper you see on the right, for documenting transactions, but it does it electronically, and it's a super ledger. It's supposedly immutable, promises to be decentralized, secure, irreversible, distributed, and anonymous. So all these great things that we want for security and privacy and to verify the legitimacy of transactions. The problem is, in a perfect world, it would be all these things, but we're not in a perfect world. So in a sense, yes, these are all accurate, but in another sense, it's not so. Whoops, let me just go back. So this is how blockchain works. In a public blockchain, which is like Bitcoin and Ethereum, there's no central authority. If you want to conduct a transaction, it gets crowdsourced, and people perform math puzzles. They do computations on their computer to get the right to verify a transaction. If they do that, they get rewarded. The reward mechanism is a Bitcoin or whatever, Ethereum coin, so they get a reward to do this, but it takes a lot of processing power. There are people who have basements full of computers doing these things, running 24 hours a day, and I'm not sure that the Bitcoin that they make equals the amount of energy they expend. They have tremendously high electric bills and generate a lot of heat in the basement as well. So when a transaction is verified, it's stored with others in a block, and then subsequent transactions are stored in new blocks. And then each succeeding block connects with one prior block via a unique digital signature. But if you attempt to alter a transaction, it unlinks the block and it forces what is called a fork. So the people who do blockchain have to stop that line and then fork it over to a whole different following line of blocks to be added. And here are the blockchain types. The ones I was talking about with the mechanisms, and I was talking about a proof of work mechanism to get rewarded for performing these computations. That's part of the public blockchain. As I mentioned, it's an energy hog, and it puts trust in the technology. It's sort of a black box. You don't have to worry about individuals generally tilting the scales or putting a thumb on the scales. Private blockchain types, which are another valid type, do away with the decentralized beauty of the public blockchain, and somebody runs it. So someone's at the door saying, you can come in, you can't, I know who you are. So it takes that trust away and puts it in an authority to be a person, a company, or an organization. There are benefits to that, which include it's more scalable, energy efficient. Then there's hybrid, which puts a private network on a public blockchain, and you sort of get the best of all possible worlds there, but it gets a little complicated. And you have a consortium, which is really a private one that's run by a group. And the IBM Food Trust is one such example. And one of the issues with that is it may run into antitrust issues. if everyone is in the same industry. My problem with blockchain, and I'm a fan of blockchain, is that companies are coming and trying to put it into every possible use. It's like the boy with the hammer. He sees a nail and everything, everything, he's holding a hammer, everything he sees is a nail. So with blockchain, everything is seen by some people as a solution or an application for blockchain. My argument is that we shouldn't abandon fundamental security principles to always fit the technology to the application and not the application to technology. And there are simpler, easier methods sometimes than blockchain. And that might be distributed ledgers, of which blockchain is one type. It could be cloud storage, could be centralized databases. There are lots of use cases, test cases in blockchain. The problem is finding a case that actually develops into a full-fledged lasting application. So you see examples here of pharmaceuticals. It works well for supply chain security. It validates authenticity. It facilitates the provenance, so you can see where it actually came from, and make sure that custody isn't broken, data privacy. So there are a lot of great applications, but there aren't many that have been put into general use. Excuse me for that. The few we have are cryptocurrency. The IBM Food Trust is doing pretty well. And there are some government initiatives. In the United Arab Emirates, they've rolled out paperless smart Dubai. Spain has a paperless port of Valencia. And Brazil has put bidding on government contracts on the blockchain. There are a lot of other examples of that, but these are kind of niche. It's not like the whole government is switching to blockchain. They're doing it in small doses. I want to spend most of my time on the security applications of blockchain because these don't get a lot of attention. Most of it goes to cryptocurrencies and storage of value. So here are the 8 security applications that I've studied, and I will go through each. Okay, so first you have identity management. And identity management, I think, is the most promising, or one of the most promising applications in security for blockchain. One of the latest forecasts by a marketing company that looks at security investment projects that the market for blockchain and identity management is going to grow from $356 million worldwide last year to $21.8 billion in 2027. That's a compound annual growth rate of 80%, which is enormous. And I'm not sure, again, whether that's just people getting caught up in the hype or those are real applications, but there are people putting money behind that. And so you always got to see where the money is going before you dismiss it. With identity management, there's a lot of applications. You might have travelers, and using a permission blockchain, it would limit organizations such as airlines and immigrations and customs officials to access only information necessary for them. Governments are using blockchain to verify the identities of refugees. That's happening in Finland, where they're providing asylum seekers with prepaid debit cards that links the cards with the refugees' identities via blockchain. There are some issues with identity management. Ethereum allows users to create digital identities via decentralized identifiers, identity management, and embedded encryption. And there are 33 startups at least that sell blockchain solutions. So there's a lot of noise out there. One of the ones that I thought was interesting was VID, which helps prevent document fraud. There's also Object Tech, which enables individuals to obtain digital visas. I know Jeff is on this call, and he's one of our hosts. And when I talked to him, he showed some skepticism, which I respect. He has had he said, quote, "I've yet to see a startup or a technology that brings a digital value proposition into a real world security context." And he worries about using blockchain for personal identity from a privacy point of view, and that trust in the application might outstrip its ability to provide value. So moving on to, check my time here. Okay, I'm good. Moving on to access control. A lot of companies have been experimenting with using blockchain for both physical and logical systems. The issue here is that we already have pretty good access control systems, and blockchain isn't necessarily improving things. There's also scalability and agility concerns. In January 2019, a research team from the University of Saskatchewan issued a paper documenting their test of an access control application based on Hyperledger. And they found that blockchain is an improvement for storing and managing the software layer of physical access control. And a lot of others are high on it too. There are use cases to use blockchain with permissions for logical and physical access. You could add sensors and inputs for location management, geolocation, and multi-factor authentication to verify someone's permission to be in a certain location at a certain time. Using artificial intelligence and security configuration management tools could create an integrated access control system that would learn and identify relationships between people and, say you're in a warehouse, between the warehouse and shipping processes. And access transactions in the database would be stored securely and would leave a really, really good audit trail. The problem is, again, as I say, there hasn't been a macro application that is better than what we've already seen. Moving on to the Internet of Things. We all know what the Internet of Things is. Enable smart devices to exchange messages, make orders, complete transactions. And now there are multiple Internets of Things. There's industrial Internet of Things and consumer Internet of Things, and probably ones that were just created as I'm speaking. The key to effective functioning of IoT and the IoT is the transfer of tremendous amounts of data in almost real time. And that, of course, requires edge devices over centralized databases. It could be that blockchain is an effective way of confirming that an IoT sensor records reliable specific data from, say, a power plant. If AI is used, blockchain might be able to solve the issue of AI, which is information goes into a black box, and then nobody knows the how the result comes out of that black box. It's like a jury. You go in there and you put in you throw information in there, it comes out in the decision, and you're not quite sure how it was made. So this, even though that wouldn't help knowing what's in the black box, if you can confirm that the data came into the system via the blockchain, if AI receives data from IoT sensors that are secured on a blockchain, then you have better confirmation and verification of the application. Internet of Things is being used by the US Air Force and more recently by the US Space Force. A contractor has been awarded a contract to protect the physical devices used by the Air Force and the Space Force, everywhere from server room, and in the case of the Air Force, to the battlefield. One of the issues with the Internet of Things, as it says here, crypto means latency issues. So the IoT relies on the movement of massive amounts of data in real time. Strong cryptographic processes introduce latency, and the latencies are not acceptable in near time and real-time service situations. So blockchain may not be best suited to record raw data at the source. Now moving on to smart contracts. Smart contracts are the one area where I think blockchain outside of cryptocurrencies has been pretty successful. It's an exchange of computer code between parties that runs on top of a blockchain, and it's really it memorializes an agreement. But it's only really good for virtual agreements because it, at the same time that it provides remuneration or consideration where it pays off the contract. It pays off the contract when certain code is activated. So you do something, in the blockchain, you do something, you enter a line of code, say, and that's what you have to do to satisfy your smart contract, and then you get paid. Problem is, when you get to the real world, it's not so easy. With smart contracts, when it's virtual, the encryption is both the compensation and the product. By fulfilling a smart contract, an individual automatically gets paid. So that it links fulfillment and payment. In the real world, in the physical world, that doesn't happen. There's an extra step, and it doesn't prove that the terms of the contract were fulfilled. So you don't know if something was actually done in the physical world. However, for all online and all virtual contracts, it's been pretty good. There are some detractors. One gentleman I was talking to, who's the CEO of the Blockchain of Things, said that it's neither smart nor a contract. And he noted a litany of problems, including what recourse you have if you're not paid. But generally, it's been accepted that smart contracts have been a success story. Just checking on my time. Video is one of the ones that hasn't been moving forward too robustly. It's very experimental. It's a great application to verify the video integrity and chain of custody, especially when you're dealing with deep fakes. And we all know that deep fakes have become a tremendous problem. And there are so many sources of video out there. Can you put a hashtag algorithm to verify that a video is changed? That's a possibility. There are companies that are doing that. The Pentagon's Defense Advanced Research Project Agency is working on that. It's something called the Metaphor platform. So it hasn't gone very far yet, but it's, there's hope out there. Private messaging. I'm not going to spend too much time on private messaging, sort of running up against my time here. It's working pretty well. And the data is held in nodes. It's harder to intercept. So that's a fairly robust application. The domain name system. The domain name system, of course, there are efforts to decentralize it. And that's a Handshake, which is an Ethereum protocol that uses its own coin for name registration, and Blockstack, which is based on Bitcoin, as well as the Ethereum name service. Those efforts are proceeding. They're coming pretty well. Data storage, distributed storage is taking on cloud storage. Cloud storage often has a single point of access, where data storage on blockchain, it's spread all over the place. It prepares data for storage by creating data shards or segments and encrypting the shards, and it generates a unique hash for each of those shards, and it creates redundant copies of each of those shards. They're then distributed across the nodes of the blockchain, and the transactions are recorded in the blockchain ledger. The system validates and synchronizes transactions across nodes in the blockchain. The problem with this one is that it's incredibly expensive right now. Someone I talked to said that to store a single 1 megabyte insurance policy in one of these systems would cost $750. That's for 1 megabyte, and it would take 14 minutes to save it. So that's not really viable at this point. Just to quickly wrap this up, I'm coming to the end of my time. The biggest benefit, the biggest challenge of blockchain is the same thing. It's trust. Who are you going to trust? You're going to trust the technology, or you're going to trust the people? And that's really where the divide is. There are people who say, no, it's like, we don't want people in there. That people are the problem. Just let the technology do it. However, the technology can be manipulated, especially through the APIs. Blockchain is very strong, but the cryptography will get old, and people will figure out how to get into the blockchain through APIs. Other people say, okay, let's trust in humans. So the real question is, which side do you fall on? At least that's the case right now. Here are some other challenges. As I mentioned, APIs, agent encryption, people can manipulate private blockchains, the power use that I talked about. And really the sum of it is like, don't use blockchain if you have better, cheaper, more effective alternatives just for the sake of using blockchain. And here are some, if you're interested in using and you want to sort of go through a decision tree, I can leave this with you. I hope folks here will make this available for download afterwards. And this is sort of a good way to see, okay, do I have an application that's right for blockchain? And I'm not going to be able to, unfortunately, participate in the panel in a half an hour. I got mixed up with the time zones. In the United States, we went to daylight savings time a few days ago, and there's apparently 1 week in the year when daylight savings time occurs here before it happens in the UK. And so I actually have another presentation I have to make at the time of the panel. So I regret that. But if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. I'm not sure, Robin, maybe you could pose them.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Mike. And Mike Beck's following, but Mike, if I could just delay you for Mike Beck for a couple of minutes. Maybe there was a couple of questions that came in, Mike, which if we could just handle quite quickly, then let's try and do that then without delaying matters too much this afternoon. So a question from Pete Jones. Do marketing departments get too excited about blockchain as a term as opposed to understanding its application and benefits? And part of that question, I think, is equally as applicable to any other security technology. But with blockchain in mind, does that?
Yeah, they definitely do. It's a cure-all. It's when someone says it's bigger than the internet, it's bigger than the Industrial Revolution, it's kind of hard not to get onto that bandwagon. But if you don't know coding and you don't know cybersecurity, chances are you don't really understand the technology behind it. It's on the face of it, it's not that difficult. But when you start getting into the mining and then really on questions of trust, people sort of overlook that. Yes, it's something. They hear blockchain, we got to do this. And it's not just marketing departments, it's CEOs, it's executives who think this is the next thing. And it's startup companies that are jumping on this, and some of them do well. I bet most of them fade away though, because they're seeking out, better mousetraps when the best mousetrap may already be in existence.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. I think that resonates in so many areas. And one from Jeff, in actual fact, suggesting when you were chatting about blockchain about a year ago, there was a question around whether the future power of decryption technologies meant that you could see the immutable element of blockchains being broken. So to that extent, has anyone yet determined a method to update the encryption of a blockchain, especially a public one?
They're working on it. That's a great question, and that's something that people are looking into the security of blockchain and are taking very seriously. Especially, with quantum computing may be around the corner, where all those things, you know, it's a completely new game when you're not doing, ones and zeros, and it becomes just the possibility of one and the possibility of zeros. Old computing paradigm gets thrown out the window, and every cryptographic process and algorithm is obsolete. So yes, they're working on it, but there are so many sort of different concerns and things happening at the same time that it's very much in the air. But it's a great question.
Yeah, brilliant. I think there was another one other question I've spotted. Well, if we've got one more minute, I feel that people see blockchain as being secure because of the 51% node consensus idea being solid and foolproof. But isn't there a possibility that a very large entity, Chinese government perhaps, if we just pick a random example, could sponsor a subversion of it to just bring it down?
Well, there are different blockchains. So with Bitcoin, probably not going to happen because there's so many participants in it. But with smaller blockchains or newer blockchains, I think it already happened with Ethereum. That's 51% attacks. That person is exactly right. 51% attacks have happened. Luckily, they were with smaller blockchains, and the consequences weren't devastating. But the proof of concept, it's happened in the real world. And yes, absolutely. And that's one of the arguments for a permission blockchain. So who's in, it's like, oh, I want my friend, I want that person, but not that person or that company. Again, you pick your poison there. They both have positives and negatives, but that's a great point.
Well, thank you, Mike. Thanks ever so much for taking time in a slightly confusing time zone change to join. Yeah, it is for me as well. To join us, that's been really quite illuminating, and you've covered a lot of ground there. So we're very, very grateful, and no doubt it will stimulate some thoughts and discussions that Nigel, Mike, and perhaps Akim, who's on the who's part of the cluster group, can pick up on the panel. So thanks ever so much.
My pleasure.
Do stay safe, and hope to speak to you again soon. So with that done, and apologies for the slight delay, Mike Beck, I'd like to welcome to the group, Mike. If you're our host of the most, we'll give you video and microphone if you're there.
I am. Can you hear me?
Well, I can. I can hear. Not only hear you, I can also see you. Most magnificent.
Okay.
So thanks for joining us, Mike. So Mike comes to us to talk about, I've given a little bit of a challenge, the Cyber Horizon. What will happen in 2013? 2013, Nigel's just already spoken about that. What will happen in 2030? So Mike joins us from as the CISO from Darktrace. And it's a welcome back for Mike, because he's a previous student of Plymouth University back in the day, before going off working with the MOD and government, and ending up in Darktrace a while ago as their CISO. So the perspectives Mike brings us will be both from a forward-leaning technology vendor that whose position in the global innovation rankings Nigel alluded to a little earlier, but also with the responsibility of keeping Darktrace safe. So Mike, over to you.
Perfect. Thanks. My slides okay?
Yep, they are. Perfect.
Lovely. All right. Well, look, really pleased to be here. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I was, when I first heard about this, I was like, oh, an opportunity to go back to Plymouth, and obviously not to be, but certainly next year I'll look forward to it. I think really interesting content today, and it's been really interesting for me to just sort of listen and where I am in the agenda to kind of take stock of a lot of that. And I think, hopefully what I'm going to talk today probably touches on a lot of what some of the other speakers have talked through. And hopefully this kind of feels like a little bit like a thought leadership piece that kind of brings some of those things together at a higher level. And we can start to kind of look out beyond where we are today. I think one of the reasons why I've been asked to talk in the sort of innovation section. I'm one of the founding team at Darktrace. So I've been here right from a startup through to where we are today, 7 years later, utilizing AI and machine learning in customer environments to find anomalies and to work out if those anomalies marry up to interesting security narratives. I think in that time we've learned an awful lot about how to operationalize machine learning, and certainly when we think about innovation as a force for good, where we were 7 years ago and where we are today, there's been an awful lot of work to get some of this stuff working in those operational environments. I think just really, really quickly, just for those of you who aren't aware of Darktrace, Darktrace is a product, an AI product that sits across digital data in an organization, and it utilizes an awful lot of what Akim talked about this morning in terms of the detail, a lot of those techniques to work out, is there something strange that's happening in those data sets, and do they align with something that the security team need to be made aware of. So that's Darktrace in a nutshell. I'll do my very best sort of BBC kind of thing here and say there are other AI technologies available on the market. I think I did want to start with a little bit of history because I think it's really important. I got really excited when Nigel brought up 2013, just, a really fascinating year. So for me at that time, I was working inside GCHQ and I was on the cyber defense side. And obviously, I think when APT1 were outed by FireEye and, with an awful lot of help from the FBI as well, that was such a real kind of change in the picture. I think governments, around the world had kind of been aware of a lot of the activity that was building up in terms of nation state actors and intentions, and just to kind of get that APT1 report out there was just like a huge kind of moment. And then that followed up really, really quickly by Edward Snowden. And, a lot of the kind of high ground was lost, and being inside GCHQ at the time, just the kind of cultural shock of what an insider could achieve was just quite phenomenal. So yeah, I got really excited when Nigel brought that up. I think one of the things I was going to kind of talk through on the history side was I can remember my former boss giving a Radio 4 interview, and he altered the Benjamin Franklin quote to say there are 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and the fact that the Chinese government will be on your networks. And that was in 2010. So roll forward, 11 years and where we are today, I think you change that certainty to the fact that we're being targeted by all sorts of different actors. And those actors are most certainly throwing out false flags in terms of attribution. They're not just on your networks, they're on your cloud, they're in your SaaS products, they're in your email. I think it just is so broad where we kind of sit today. I think one of the things that I kind of wanted to just put a little marker in the sand on is that we have this kind of industry statistic, and I'm sure all of you will be aware of it. You've probably heard variants of it, but I think the fact still remains that even where we are today, 90% of cyber attack is often from the human inside. It's often from the human inside that business gifting some form of access. And that still kind of remains the case today. That percentage, I'm sure, kind of varies in people's minds, but it's still an incredibly important point in terms of how people are actually getting in. And I also think, it's really important for all of us, for all of us kind of listening and watching in today, is that we're not naive. We are all, direct routes into our organizations. Attackers will be looking at social engineering as a key factor in terms of how they're going to break through that skin and get into our systems. I wanted to really talk about cyber actors just really quickly. I think, you know, there's been a lot of commentary on it. I think you will all be very aware of it, but I think it's still something that we need to kind of recognize that there are different groupings and different motivations in there. I think nation state actors are becoming more and more interesting. Perhaps a few years ago, it was very straight down the middle that it was either traditional espionage targeting government or defense, or they were looking for intelligence value, you know, and taking kind of intellectual property and those sorts of things. But actually, I think today, some of those motivations have just blurred in terms of what they're looking at. And I think a lot of what we see in our kind of in our day-to-day world is a lot of it is looking for strategic depth in those, you know, from some of those nation state actors. So looking at power systems, looking at placing themselves in centralized locations like stock exchanges or retail banking, so that they have some form of option in terms of being destructive or having some form of power inside those different countries. I think sometimes it's just for pure embarrassment. And, you know, we can think back to, even if we think back to last year, right at the height of the global pandemic and the World Health Organization being compromised and user credentials being leaked and stolen. And then you get into this cycle of actually, you know, is the data being manipulated? Have attackers been able to alter some of those statistics and things like that? And it just drags the whole thing in the wrong direction in terms of where that the WHO wanted to be heading at that moment in time. I think the second group here, organized crime, you know, it's been really kind of well covered, but I think organized crime is just huge. It's just absolutely huge, you know, in terms of kind of what I get to see at Darktrace and what's kind of causing people problems. I think ransomware is a big problem that no kind of country has managed to get its arms around and grip properly. In terms of either law enforcement or even kind of fighting back. It is a huge problem. You get to the point where, you know, there's some of these ransomware groups are kind of utilizing platforms with a division of effort between, you know, development teams and those that are kind of doing the extorting and targeting. You know, there's mechanisms for them to submit code fixes on some of these platforms, and that's just kind of crazy, but it's where we are today. I'm very aware that there's even kind of legitimate businesses that have been spawned now, right? So you can go to a trusted third party if you've been compromised with ransomware, and you can act through them, and the criminal will act through them as well, so that you get a broker to kind of help deal with the criminals. And I just think, you know, absolutely crazy, but the impact can be huge. So, you know, again, we think of Travelex at the start of 2020 were hit with the REvil ransomware strain, and by August that year they were heading into administration. And that's the impact that can be had here in terms of what organized crime can do, and in terms of Travelex, they just weren't in a position to kind of have the security posture that could deal with a ransomware variant that was morphing and changing. The final group there, individuals, and that just refers to kind of external actors who are trying to be malicious or cause harm, or individuals either being malicious themselves or just trying to circumvent controls and get work done in a different way or quicker, but actually exposing the business to cyber attack. And individuals can have a massive impact. And I don't think that can be, you know, kind of underestimated. We think of Edward Snowden, we think of the AWS employee who had some insider knowledge and was able to kind of come through the Capital One deployment and steal over 100 million user accounts. So individuals can be incredibly dangerous. I think when I look at my sort of time in cybersecurity, I think an awful lot is changing, you know, from where I find myself today. Certainly, and this first one here, the speed of the attack. So for me, if I think back to when I started to kind of research and I was an analyst kind of looking at nation state actors, some of these attacks would take an incredibly long time. Certainly kind of post APT1 report, actually a lot of those actors started to reduce down their operations, change their MO, started to kind of move in a lot more kind of stealthier way. And so, you would see the point at which they got a foothold to the point at which they started to kind of exploit that for intelligence value or lateral movement actually was quite a long time. But where we sit today and what I've seen, in terms of some of the attacks that are happening now, is actually speed has just come right back. The actors are absolutely kind of exploiting and getting footholds and making sure that they're conducting their operations relatively quickly at the point they need to kind of do what they need to do before they get uncovered. I think the second point here, the attack surface is just broadening. And we have to, when we think about where all this heads in the future, the attack surface is this kind of thing that is just constantly changing around us. So, the movement to the cloud, I think, is absolutely significant now. When you think back a couple of years and it was still a trickle of people who were doing it, you think, where I sit today and the conversations I have with prospects and customers is absolutely cloud is such an important part of the strategy. The work from home explosion, where all of our employees sit and what that's going to do to where the workforce sits globally in the years to come will be very interesting. I think IoT, I think more and more robotics entering our lives, especially in the kind of non-services sector of the economy. All of that is changing how attackers are viewing the different targets and certainly kind of where their own thinking is heading in terms of what they're going to do next. The third point here is that cost of launching an attack is decreasing. And, I don't think this will come to a surprise to anybody. What makes this cheaper is cloud compute, is malware as a service, is the resource pooling of criminal developers. I think I saw a statistic from the World Economic Forum that only 0.5% of cyber criminals are ever brought to justice. Right. So, there is just literally no deterrent to this. If you want to get into this game and make money and become part of that kind of criminal activity, there's not a lot of justice taking place in this sector either. So I think all of that is having a really kind of big impact in terms of where we start to think about the attacker and the attack surface kind of heading in the next few years. If I start to kind of tie all of this together a little bit, so we have cyber actors that are pervasive. We have an attack that is morphing, getting faster, getting cheaper to execute. And if those external factors weren't quite enough for us all, I think the security of businesses is also being impacted from the inside. So, certainly in my role as CISO, I get to kind of talk to other peers and just kind of discuss what's happening in terms of the industry and what kind of general vibes the CISO community are feeling. And these are three things that I've thrown up here in terms of what I certainly hear from a lot of people. That first one, just lack of available talent. There's I saw this in the New York Times recently. I think this report's doing the rounds, but there's going to be at the end of this year 3.5 million global unfulfilled jobs in cybersecurity. There is a distinct lack of talent in our industry. So how do we look at that? How do we kind of start to change that as a picture? And that's everywhere, right up from kind of analysts through to people who've kind of been there, done that, through to people who are in management roles and upwards. I think there is a distinct lack of talent available. The second point here is the digital transformation increases risk. So there is a really good kind of interesting report from the Ponemon Institute that just outlines how much of a factor in terms of going through digital transformation programs, you start to expose yourself to third-party risks through to complexities in managing that infrastructure. And those are all things that attackers love, right? We know that. We know attackers love complexity and hiding in some of those things. And the final point here is that humans are fallible, and that's kind of, you know, my first point in terms of the first slide when I talked about the kind of 90% of attacks are kind of enabled by humans letting people in. So I think for us, you know, I certainly see it in my day-to-day kind of work that it's still a huge factor in terms of being phished, in terms of being socially engineered. And those things are really important to recognize. Training's really important, but there's, you know, controls around that are really important too. I think one of the things attackers thrive on is, you know, getting the context right, getting the speed right. If they can catch you at a moment where you're thinking fast and you're doing multiple jobs, they're going to be able to socially engineer anybody. And that's really important point, is that, you know, you can't stop that part of the process. I think there's a lot of stuff there in terms of where we are as a group today in terms of the attack surface, the attacker, how businesses are operating. I think part of the brief in terms of looking forwards is, you know, where do we end up, you know, kind of 9-10 years or so from now. And I think some of this stuff is I put here quite, you know, the scary stuff, and that's obviously kind of there to evoke emotion. But I think if we look at things like the SolarWinds attack, we're kind of reminded as humans that it is very, very hard to kind of think outside the box when it comes to security. We, as security teams, nobody was looking for an attacker that parceled themselves up in that security update process, in that software update process by that trusted third party that sat inside the boundary, and they just weren't looking there. And it kind of hammers home the problem that we have today, is that for human security teams, it is really, really hard to catch an attacker that is motivated, that is always moving, always being creative, designing new tools, new techniques. That is an impossible task. And often when I'm talking to people, I think I try and just get across how creative attackers can be. You know, they have the absolute kind of luxury of sitting there and designing kind of absolutely kind of far-flung mechanisms and things that they want to do and things that they want to try, and they have the luxury of that. As defensive teams, we don't have that luxury. We're trying to kind of figure out how that attack surface is morphing, how we can latch onto them as quickly as possible, and that's a real challenge. So I think for me as well, I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about sort of where I sit today on that kind of AI v human. And I think it was really interesting, again, Achim kind of brought this up in terms of where he would head as offensive capability, and using machine learning and AI for offensive capability. I think we heard just, I think 2 weeks ago from that GCHQ AI ethics paper that they published, that the UK government acknowledges that we're going to be dealing with a scaled up attacker who's utilizing AI in that reconnaissance and delivery phases of the attack chain, you know, for sure. And certainly when I think about the development of deep fakes that can, you know, deceive human teams, I think absolutely that sort of stuff is here to stay. And we can pretty much say that the attackers will be looking at utilizing that technology today and certainly into the future. Because again, I go back to my kind of 90% point. You know, for attackers, they know that in 9 out of 10 cases, if they can gain some form of access through humans, if they can trick a human being, then they're in a position that they're able to gain access to those teams. Sorry, my screen just went blank then. I think I'm back. So for me, I think when I think about the kind of scary stuff, it's very much about how how attackers are innovating today. And I think the one thing that I, again, really try to kind of press home in some of these talks is that R&D spend in certainly in countries that have a defense budget, are absolutely kind of going to be working on things like offensive cyber capability and adding some of that capability to their military might as they go forward. I think just really sort of to kind of, take a step back and say, well, actually, there's a lot of, given all the creativity of the attacker and where they want to head, there's an awful lot there in terms of what the attacker can do. I think on the kind of blue team side, and this is obviously an approach that Darktrace has taken, but as Achim said, these are kind of standard techniques that will be being kind of looked at for blue team operations. It's how do you move to that kind of state where you start to mix in artificial intelligence, being able to kind of consume a lot of data and start to help support those human teams. And I think for me, I can't stress enough that, the concept of AI in cyber defense is not a silver bullet, but it's absolutely about how human security teams can work alongside AI in the future and start to help scale up some of those defensive operations. I have a very quick sort of case study because I think sometimes these sorts of things help bring it to light. So this is a case study of APT41. They had access to a 0-day on an edge system and obviously then had freedom of movement to kind of exploit that at will. And they came in through there and they took a few days to kind of then start to get tasking and command and control on. And I think one of the things that sometimes, again, we kind of struggle with is how on earth can we deal with some of these creative attackers and breaking through? And certainly when we think of, innovation and where AI technology can kind of help us fill some of those gaps, this is a really good case study in terms of what that kind of looks like. So you can see here a bit of a timescale. I'll explain the graphic a little bit. The dots just represent alerting that is coming through from the anomaly alerts. So it's saying there's some form of unusual activity and happening at these certain points in time. So you can see the point that they exploited the edge server. You can see the point that they got some form of tooling down, and then you can see the amount of kind of activity it triggered on the command and control. And the point I'm trying to make here is, if you're in a position where you're mixing in a good, strong signature-based system that is catching known threats, if you're in a position where you're mixing in anomaly detection, then you're in a place that you have tooling available that can start to kind of make sense and bring that together and say, actually, something's changed in the environment and we should start to kind of take a look at that. And I think, again, that's where I guess I'm really trying to kind of illuminate the innovation piece on the AI side, is that it has a role to play in being able to latch on to new things. So an attacker with an O-day is going to compromise you. There's no getting around that. They're going to get through. But how do you latch onto them when they're doing these types of activities is through spotting that they're actually changing some of the things inside your organization. This is my last slide. I think just taking a stand back at what that kind of 9 to 10 years kind of looks like in the future. I think, I've listed out kind of 4 things that I think are pretty much guaranteed. We are witnessing a world where nations are spending more and more money on offensive R&D, and that offensive cyber capability, and as they put teams and teams of people on it to look at how they can kind of produce cyber weapons, for want of a better word, is going to create an attacker that rapidly upskills. You can't put that amount of money and R&D spend into something and kind of not see a change in the landscape. The second point here is scaled up attackers. I think what we've seen and witnessed is an attacker that is absolutely trying to kind of do more with less. So, particularly the ransomware platforms, I think, are a fantastic kind of example of that, in terms of how many people they're letting onto those platforms, and they're dealing with malware as a service as just a really fascinating kind of business opportunity, if you like. The third point there, impact of digital natives. I don't think that can be underestimated. We're in a position where workforces are coming through now, and they're app-based. I see it and witness it in graduates that we hire. They're very, very used to app-based and messaging. They're certainly not kind of into email and things like that. I think a lot of this stuff will change as some of the as the workforce shape changes as well. And then the flip side to the digital natives as well is the fact that there will absolutely be more people that go to the criminal side because of some of the reasons we talked about earlier. My final point there is that I do think that in the future, blue teams will be much more of a mixture of AI and human. Like, that is how you're going to get scale. And that's what AI is good at. AI is good at looking at data pots of, vast amounts of quality of data, bringing that into structured places, running machine learning algorithms over the top of that, building out hypotheses and models of what's happening, and having AI start to make decisions based upon those results that can mix in with a human security team. And that, for me, is very much where a lot of this heads in the future. And that's my final slide. Thank you very much.
Very many thanks, Mike. A fascinating insight, I think, just to aid it, to bring some of those strands together, which is reflecting back to 2013, which coincidentally, Nigel's timeline was your journey, starting with Darktrace, arriving to where we are now in a similar amount of time, projecting forward to what we see in 2030. We've got some questions come in. We've fulfilled those related to predominantly to blockchain. But I've got 3 questions. One from Pete Jones, in actual fact. When you say 50% of attacks involve insiders, thank you, Nigel. You've joined it. Thank you, the panel. Does this mean involves somebody accidentally, unknowingly helping by clicking on a phishing link, the threat actor, or are only counting attacks where the insider was intentionally evil? Apologies, that question might have come from Akim, but is there a, and we touched on this morning, how do we know, what's the distinction drawn so we can really understand the nature and scale of the internal threat? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute, Mike, and you can't change it. We need the controller. Scott, can you? There we are. Lovely. Thanks, Mike. Thank you.
No, I think when I'm talking about, I think the 90%, and I talk about that very generally. I appreciate that people have different versions of that. I'm definitely talking about social engineering there as well, right? So that is not just the kind of malicious insider. But absolutely kind of attackers targeting the broader employee base.
Okay.
I'm going to give you an example there, actually, if I may, Robin.
Yeah, sure.
I think there was one quarter last year where breaches notified the Information Commissioner, but 81% of those breaches were accidental breach of data.
Okay, thank you, Nigel.
So in many ways, the majority of cases that we deal with, in many respects, are people sending the wrong thing to the wrong person, this sort of thing.
Yeah, easily done. We've done it. We've all done it. Don't deny it. Oh God. Oh God, what have I said? I guess the panel question is, is there this silver bullet? And one of those questions may relate to you, Mike, to say what is Darktrace doing differently in that endpoint management space to actually spot the innovative techniques and I guess the associated creativity of the attacker? Is it a fundamentally different approach? And you muted again. Can we unmute Mike, please? I'd leave him unmuted. Nigel, do you want to say that? Oh,
yeah,
no, there we are.
It's not as fellow panelists.
Are you doing that, Nigel?
Yeah,
I think what I'd say to that is that, yeah, I think we'd all agree there is no silver bullet to cyber defense. I think part of I think Robin, you even talks about, it goes back to people, process, and technology. I think if you are in a position where you have a technology stack that is working for you, is giving you visibility of your operations, you're in a position where you can run monitoring of what's happening, and you can do that through a mixture of humans who understand the domain and through AI that is being able to crunch large amounts of data. You start to get yourself into a position where you can spot when an attacker has pierced the skin and has got through. Some of the flags are there, and it comes down to that kind of signal to noise. It comes down to how much you can elevate out into everything that's going on in that organization, and kind of wave the flag in front of somebody in the security team that there's a problem that's occurring. And I think that it's not going to be just buying into one tool that does that, and it's certainly kind of making sense, and I'm talking here a little bit more as a CISO in terms of how I kind of look at the problem more generally in terms of protecting Darktrace itself. We obviously use our own technology. That's a central part to the security operation, but we're reliant upon a whole range of other things as well that contribute to that security stack. So for me, I think it is very much getting the balance right of how the technology systems that you have work in conjunction with your human security team. And if you get that right, then you're in a position where you are latching onto things that are changing in your environment and causing you security issues. And if you can do that, then you can play that game of kicking the attacker out, constantly tightening as you go along. Is there holes appearing? Are there things you could do architecturally different to kind of secure that? And that gives you the kind of strongest possible footing to be working from.
And Nigel, yeah, there's some interesting questions coming about, what's changed in the technology landscape since Mike was at Plymouth studying this stuff to actually, being the CISO of one of the largest companies around, I guess, doing it for real. But we've spoken a lot about the technology. From an information operations background, is the biggest shift going to be in the silver bullet going to come from the technology and the evolution of that, or in the education and performance of people?
Well, back to the idea that sort of there's one thing that's going to solve all of this for us is it's one of those questions. If you ask this question, the answer is almost certainly going to be no. And that's the reason we're asking. You're going to end up with this multi-stranded approach, and part of our approach to dealing with something like the threat from other state actors or organized crime is that different parts of government, different parts of industry have to work and collaborate together in various ways. That in fact, it's about the behavior of individuals, it's about the organizations, it's about governments, and it's about the international system. It's all of these things. And so it's when we look at UK national strategy, and know we're going through a shift in focus at the moment, as announced this week. That means that there's going to be multiple strands that have to work together. And all of this, for individual companies who are on this call or individuals, there are problems across all of this that can be addressed through innovation. So, for example, if we say, because there's no silver bullet, that what we can say is that 80%, people talk about is good cyber hygiene. In other words, doing the basic things well. Well, people still find doing the basic things well quite difficult, and anything that can be done to help people do the basic things well is going to be welcome. So, have you got something that can help people do the basic things well? Whether it's, for instance, I remember attending one particular organization I was working with in my work at Templar, for instance. This particular chap stood up and he said, look, it's very simple how we deal with phishing emails in this organization. What you have to do is you have to attach the phishing email to an email and forward it to this particular department. Please don't simply forward it. Okay. Now, if you just imagine trying to get that message out to everyone across the company that they'd rather you didn't forward it, they actually want you to attach the email. Okay, when in fact you could, for instance, put a button on the browser or on your Outlook program that actually wraps all of this up and does it for you. Okay, it's that sort of thing that we need to be looking at an individual level. At a international level, we need to work on trust building measures in order to bring about norms of behavior in cyberspace. Okay, so that's the span, that's the scope of things that we're working on within which various innovations can apply. Okay, part of those trust building measures will be, for instance, our ability to monitor the behaviors of others in order to show that people are sticking to agreements, for instance. That's the way we have traditionally tried to look at, for example, monitoring and looking at, for instance, nuclear proliferation. You know, so how do we get to that point where we can start to say, well, as the FBI has made the case, that it's not okay to conduct espionage for commercial gain, even if we have unspoken rules about espionage around national security. Okay, so it's that sort of thing. That's the spectrum that we're working at.
Yeah, thank you, Nigel. And a couple of, again, similarly sort of non-technical questions. One that makes me smile from Jason Gray, in actual fact, because it was a very question I must have asked the Cabinet Office Minister about 10 years ago, which is, given the lack of interest and engagement from SME businesses, who make up the majority of the UK economy, so referring to Ros's presentation this morning, should we be nationally mandating business that they adhere to minimum standards as opposed to leaving it to private suppliers to educate them? And I think that's the community of the willing, driven by regulation, perhaps. Any thoughts? I remember the question that Francis Maud passed back to me. The answer he passed back to me was shifting in his seat and asking Baroness Neville-Jones if she could give her view, because it wasn't government's job to regulate in that space.
Certainly, what you're talking about here is a particular audience and incentivizing that audience or enabling that audience to act in a different way. And so perhaps we haven't done our analysis of that audience well enough to be able to think about how what shapes those behaviors. And of course, there's some blunt sticks around regulation and so on, in the way that, for instance, health and safety regulation has really changed the likelihood of people having accidents in the workplace. I mean, it is very rare for people to die. It's tragic when it happens, of an industrial accident, and that's through a regulatory intervention, even though we all moan about various aspects of this. Okay, and so there's no doubt things like soft issues around cyber essentials is aimed at changing people's behaviors within sort of commitments as a supplier and so on, although that's met with, I think, mixed success at the moment in some respects. And so, you know, again, it's going to be a series of interventions which shape that behavior. When people don't have a lot of time and it's only them who's managing so many functions within an SME, then you've got to actually present them with systems that put their mind at rest, ways of working that put their mind at rest, you know, help them out a bit with good design, good innovation, make it easy, this sort of thing.
And is that the CISO view? Is that from a CISO's perspective, Mike? Is that something you see? One of the points made by Martin was, you know, when you think about, you know, influencing behaviours to meet compliance, when the compliance actually doesn't help you achieve a more secure posture because you're a different type of business, then the notion of, you know, the notion of the silver bullet, you know, goes right out the window, particularly when you're, if you're using SolarWinds to do the right thing, the compromise comes just at the place that makes you most vulnerable. So how do you wrestle with that from a CISO's point of view?
That's a really interesting question.
Sorry, that's a tough one.
and it's quite tough, yeah. I think, so we follow ISO 27001 as our sort of our system, and kind of looking at controls that that kind of help protect us and the kind of good stuff we're doing. And I have to say that I think that is a really important part of what we do, and kind of making sure that we look at how we're achieving those controls and are we maturing and getting better. I absolutely agree with Martin that there's a flip side to this, that actually there's a threat landscape that kind of sits outside of some of those things. But I think for me, the two go hand in hand. You know, I think there's a really important part of just following that compliance regime and kind of measuring yourselves and understanding if you're maturing those processes, and that just really brings some clarity for me as a CISO to understand, is that operation, you know, doing the right sort of things, and is it getting better? And that massively helps me kind of even report upwards and showcase kind of what we're doing. But on the flip side, I couldn't agree more that there is a lot of stuff that I'm wary about in terms of how the business operates and some of the risks that you know that we identify and how we kind of go about kind of putting in mitigations and controls for those that aren't really covered by the compliance side. So for me, the two go together and are quite important.
I think also the environment keeps changing, doesn't it? So, you know, there's the old idea, and we find again at Temblor, we're working with boards and so on, that for instance, yesterday they weren't working with COVID in the health service. Today they have been, and the whole risk profile changed as everybody went home, including radiologists, you know, to analyze data. You know, tomorrow there's a new IPT or vulnerability we didn't realize we were carrying. And so, you know, the measures we put in place might help us around today, but we've always got to be, it's this idea that a countermeasure is a new innovation, you know, this sort of thing.
And then with all that, you know, an Exchange vulnerability comes along and people can pop the mail without much problem. So, you know, I think yeah, it's a big broad thing, but you know, sometimes those things like the Exchange stuff just pop up and it's like, wow. You know, and it's all hands on deck.
You know, and if we had more time, I would ask Nigel to regale us a little bit with the concept of, you know, we're only really valuing security in terms of its downside loss rather than the upstream value of you being able to use the data more effectively and freely, which then plays into that model around it has a positive business case, not a negative business case. So you're not
showing where cyber contributes to the value chain and pointing towards the IAC's work on valuing information asset, which deals with Martin's point exactly about this not being about simply the cost of loss, but actually understanding the digital economy and around and the contribution that trust plays in making it work.
Yeah. So there's a subject of SSW15, if not before. So Scott, could you pop up in advance of the, we've called it an afternoon coffee break, but to be frightfully British, I would imagine it's a tea break. But in advance of the coffee or tea break, could you pop up the last poll, Scott, please? Thank you. Which is just sets the scene for the next two presentations from Marco and Steve, particularly looking around the skills agenda. So you can see them there. I think I'll read them out for the purposes of those streaming on YouTube that can't see. So which skills are the hardest to obtain yet most needed? Are those around business resilience, tool configuration and management, penetration testing, forensic analysis, security architecture, non-technical skills, communication, leadership and management, or intriguingly something else? So polls rattling in. And settling, generally speaking, with the front runner that talks about non-technical skills, communication, leadership and management, neck and neck with security architects, which, you know, probably is a little reserved for probably technical architects in the mind of many, but in my view, that is, it's about business security architecture as much as anything else. So yeah, sort of neck and neck there. So with that poised, I'm going to suggest we reduce the break very slightly by a couple of minutes and still see if we can get back for 3:30, where we'll look forward to Marco and Steve talking about the skills landscape. So thank you, everybody, and see you in a moment. And if anybody's still there, not running off to either the toilet or the kitchen, just has any questions or points to raise, then I'll sit here for a couple of minutes. Just pop your hand up. Well, hi everybody. We're back now. I see Marco's primed and ready to go for our last session of the afternoon, which I think, in many senses, as we've come, through the journey of the landscape, thinking about the challenges of protection, what the opportunity for innovation offers us, in my mind, quite often comes back to the largest area of influence for a couple of reasons, which is the skills agenda. So, although last, absolutely nowhere least, we've got two presentations, one from Marco and one from Steve, particularly addressing two elements of that skills agenda. The first being the employment landscape, opportunities, issues, and secondly and lastly the cybersecurity profession. So first, I'd like to welcome Marco, who is the Southwest Branch co-chair of the British Computer Society, and wears a second hat as the program manager for the Digital and Technology Solutions degree apprenticeship of Plymouth University. Marco, I think that was it. There was something else I was going to say, Marco. And Ho Hells, most importantly. This is just got to think things out of sequence here. I do apologise. A PhD in computing from Cambridge University. So I can think of no better luminary to talk to us about this subject than Marco Palomino. Marco.
Thank you, Robin. Just bear with me. I'm trying to share my screen. So I hope you are able to see my screen. Please let me know if you cannot.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Marco. Looks good.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Robin. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in the Secure Southwest Conference. Thank you, everyone, for attending my presentation. My name is Marco Palomino. A couple of speakers in previous sessions were talking about their accents. Clearly, I don't have a British accent. I don't have an American accent. I hope my Italian Spanish accent is reasonably understandable. I am a lecturer in information systems and big data. For the past 3 years, I have been in charge of teaching all the first year undergraduate students enroll on all the computing related programs at the University of Plymouth. Last year, I started to teach final year students as well. I am also involved in postgraduate programs, teaching and supervising master's and PhD students. I am at present the chair of the Southwest Branch of the British Computer Society, BCS. At the BCS, we are a community of IT professionals and enthusiasts based in and around Devon and Cornwall. In total, we have approximately 850 registered members at the moment, and we regularly organize events and meetings. Because of the pandemic, we had to stop. We had to take a break. However, we welcome any suggestions for events and speakers in the future. If you would like to get involved in our program of events, please feel free to get in touch with me or with the branch committee. At the national level, the BCS is concerned with all aspects of information systems. We are interested in subjects ranging from computer forensics to hacking to cloud security and everything in between. We are interested in better information security practices and standards for people and institutions. At the national level, the BCS has a specialist group on information security. This group was founded in 1984 and at the moment has more than 4,000 members in the UK and also abroad, representing a wide range of commercial, government, and academic institutions. Overall, the BCS is committed to improve the awareness of ethical issues related to computer misuse, promote the legislation and standards required to achieve and sustain acceptable levels of security, advance the development of commercially available IT security products and services, and also support the research into the management of computer risk. So, after telling you a little about myself and about the BCS, I would like to concentrate on the subject of my presentation, which is the UK Skills Agenda for Cyber Employment Landscape, Opportunities and Issues. Rather than offering a number of generic conclusions on this subject, what I would like to do is to share with you some ideas, share with you some information that I have found in a number of recently published reports. And I am also interested in setting the context for the following presentation, where Professor Steve Furnell is going to tell us about the development of the cyber security profession. So one of the things that I am going to do is to identify a number of skills gaps. And then Professor Furnell is going to address these gaps from the perspective of training, qualifications, and the development of the cyber security profession. Now, inevitably, talking about the employment landscape will require me to talk about the future. Unfortunately, I do not have a crystal ball, and it is not possible to predict the future. Just to give you an example, 20 years ago, people believed that the future labor market in the UK would involve radically reduced working hours and increased leisure time. Evidently, this didn't happen. Since 2014, when mobile devices surpassed desktop computers to access the internet, work and leisure hours have become blurred by our increasingly mobile lives. Nowadays, jobs are being done on the move at almost any time of the day, in almost any location. Example highlights the difficulties involved in forecasting change and the need to take a modest and careful approach when discussing the future. However, the way we think about tomorrow influences what we do today. We do not have definitive answers about what is around the corner, but we can try to systematically make sense of the direction of travel in the labor market and assess the key uncertainties that we know exists. Now, before going any further, I want to ask you a question, and I require you to provide me with a very quick answer. The question is, how many squares do you see? How many squares do you think you can see on the screen at the moment? Don't worry about quickly answering this question on the chat, Simply make sure that you have a number in your mind and then check if the number is correct, because you are seeing 3,950 squares. These squares represent 16 different industries and 4 world regions. Each square represents roughly 1 data breach recorded in 2020. I do not know as much about data breaches as Rory, who gave us a presentation in the morning, a fantastic presentation actually. But what I would like to do is to share with you some statistics that I found in the latest data breach investigations report. According to the latest data breach investigations report, 157,525 security incidents were recorded in 2020. Approximately 32,000 of those incidents were investigated in detail because they met all the quality standards, and in total, 3,950 of those incidents were confirmed data breaches. So we may not be able to predict the future, but we can confirm that information security experts will have plenty of work to do in the days to come. A recent report published by the UK Commission for Employment and Skills identified a number of trends shaping the future of jobs and skills up to 2030. According to this report, information technology will continue to pervade work environments everywhere. Simply consider the applications and services illustrated in these pictures. The technology that powers these applications and services has only been around for 2 decades at most. However, in 2 decades, this technology has managed to become embedded in our everyday lives, our personal activities, and the workplace. Our expectations about what computers and mobile devices can do have been shaped by this technology. Yet, the proliferation of technology and our increased global connectivity will also make societies and business processes more vulnerable. Within this context, companies will be forced to make their businesses more resilient. The report published by the Commission for Employment and Skills identified a number of trends shaping the future of employment and skills. Such trends were divided into 5 categories: business and the economy, law and politics, resources and the environment, society, and technology and innovation. Precisely in the context of technology and innovation, the report points out that the development of information and communications technology will continue to be characterized by performance increases, miniaturization, and nanotechnology. The amount of data generated by the digital economy will continue to grow rapidly. As you may know, since 2017, the annual amount of data traveling across global networks has exceeded the total accumulated data from 1984 to 2012. So, analyzing this data offers great potential for efficiency gains, the proposal of new business models and also opportunities. Along with the identification of trends shaping the future, the report published by the Commission for Employment and Skills pointed out a number of disruptions that could radically change the future of work. These are 10 disruptions, 10 key disruptions that have been chosen on the basis of their plausibility and also the impact that they can have if they were to occur, the impact they can have on employment, jobs, and skills in case they were to occur. One of the disruptions in the category of business and the economy is classified as disrupted internet developments. And this has to do with cybercrime. If cybercrime incidents continue to increase, organizations must concentrate on proactive threat hunting to detect attacks before they have a chance to cause catastrophic damage, not just here in the UK, but also on a global scale. Another report that has been published recently was produced by the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport. This report concentrates on the cybersecurity labor market in the UK. According to this report, a large number of businesses lack staff with the technical incident response and governance skills needed to manage their cybersecurity. The report estimates that approximately 653,000 businesses have a basic skills gap. A basic skills gap means that the people in charge of cybersecurity in those businesses lack the confidence to carry out essential tasks and are not getting support from external cybersecurity providers. The most common of these skills gaps are setting up and configuring firewalls, storing and transferring personal data, and removing malware. Approximately 408,000 businesses have more advanced skills gaps in areas such as penetration testing, forensic analysis, and security architecture. Finally, more than a quarter of the existing businesses have a skills gap when it comes to incident response, and they do not outsource these. So, I don't want to run out of time, but very quickly, I just want to mention that skills gaps in the cyber sector comprise both technical and non-technical skills. 2/3 of cyber firms have faced problems with technical cybersecurity skills gaps, either among existing staff or among job applicants. A quarter of the existing firms say that such skills gaps have prevented them to a great extent from achieving business goals. Technical skills gaps are relatively high in each of the following areas: threat assessment, assurance, compliance or testing, cybersecurity research, implementing secure systems, and governance and management. A total of 3 in 10 cyber firms also say that job applicants lacking non-technical skills such as communication, leadership, or management has prevented them to some extent from meeting their business goals. And a similar proportion say that this is not only about job applicants, but also about their existing employees. So, as I said a moment ago, rather than offering you final conclusions on this topic, what I would like to do is to leave you with some ideas in the way of conclusions, and then I recommend that we should wait for the following speaker, who will tell us about developing the cybersecurity profession. So, in the meantime, I would like to finish off my presentation with the following points. Skills gaps and shortages continue to affect a large number of organizations. There needs to be more investment in technical skills and training within the cyber sector and the wider economy. The cybersecurity labor market is challenging to navigate. Hence, schools, universities, and training providers need to give people and training recipients a holistic skill set, covering the relevant skills, the relevant technical skills, but also the soft skills that employers demand, and the ability to implement those skills in a business context. And finally, many employers could benefit from broadening their recruitment practices to employ more career starters, apprentices, graduates, people transitioning from other sectors outside cybersecurity, and also people with diverse backgrounds. So, Robin, if it is okay with you, I would like to finish my presentation here and perhaps address some questions, or let Professor Fournel carry on with the presentations.
Very many thanks, Marco. A very clear and structured insight as to, what we hear quite significantly about the skill shortage, but to sort of enumerate it and characterize it, I think is really, really helpful. So thank you for that. We don't have any particular questions at the moment, but so my suggestion, if that would be all right, would be to introduce Steve to present now, and then maybe sweep questions up at the end of both sessions, if that would be all right. Great. So Scott will weave his magic and enable Steve to join with video. He's there. He's in the TARDIS. Most marvelous.
Yes, here I am.
So lovely. Thanks, Steve. Well, nice to see you and speak to you. And so Steve joins us now as a similar, well, not quite alumni, are you? I don't know what you are with regards to Plymouth. Still a visiting, one foot in the camp.
Visiting professor at Plymouth, yes.
Visiting professor of Plymouth, and of course, most notably, the originator of the Secure Southwest series of events, and I would like just to take this brief moment to pass on our gratitude for you handing the baton to us and hopefully doing the event proud with a vehicle to take it forward in its illustrious form into the future. So really many thanks for that. So Steve is now director of CISEC, but most notably professor at cybersecurity at the University of Nottingham. So moving halfway up the country, Scotland next, I would imagine, to get the full span. And having authored over 340 papers in international journals, been part of formulation committee for the Cybersecurity Council, and been part of the authorship of the DCMS Cybersecurity Skills Report that I think Marco alluded to. I can think of no one better than Steve to talk through the professionalization of the cybersecurity community. So Steve, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hopefully the connectivity will hold up, because I lost you at some point during that. So hopefully you've got me and you can see my slides and not the rest of my screen.
No, you're all right, Steve. We got you.
Excellent. Okay, so developing the cybersecurity profession. And you'll notice that I've done something rather silly looking on the slide here, put a load of post-nominal letters here. That was basically just to be able to highlight the one that I've underlined here, which is the FCIIS, which is the Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Information Security. Speaking today on behalf of CISEC, and so I thought I would flag, because it's relevant to the talk, the post-nominals from that particular professional body. So, getting us underway properly then. Now, Marco's already given us some good scene setting in terms of the need for cybersecurity skill and some insight into how the market currently sits. Here's something that paints the picture on a global scale before we home in a little bit further. This from ISC Squared, which you may or may not be aware is the International Information System Security Certification Consortium, bit of a mouthful, and they're responsible for, amongst other things, the CISP certification, which is one of the very popular and widely held certifications in the information security arena. Now, they do an annual survey of cybersecurity workforce globally, and as you can see here on this slide, 2/3 of the organizations in last year's study are reporting some sort of skills shortage in relation to cybersecurity, of which a fair proportion of them were flagging it as a significant shortage, so almost a quarter of them there. And it was amounting to something like 3.12 million shortage in terms of security practitioners to fill positions last year. Now, that was a decrease from the 4.07 million in 2019, but still a fair shortage. So if you're sat there as employer looking to secure security skills, then this is perhaps potentially worrying. If you're sat there as a security practitioner looking for employment, this is possibly something that gets you rubbing your hands together. So it depends on your perspective and position in the whole thing. But basically, it's part of an ongoing story that we need more practitioners than we've currently got out there in the field. And what we tend to also see is employers are looking for experienced practitioners. So there's that layer on top of it as well. Now, in terms of certifications, I mentioned already ISC Squared and their CISP certification. If you've looked at the market at all as an employer, or indeed if you're a practitioner, you'll be aware that there's all manner of different certifications out there, some generally focused, some focusing on particular aspects of security, and a whole range of post-nominals that you can have as a consequence, even more than I had on that first slide after my own name there. So here's a few, and here's one of them in particular, and we'll zoom in a little bit more as we go. So this one is just an example of a general certification. This is CompTIA's Security Plus. So what I've got there in the blue text is a bit of the blurb from their marketing of it, and an indication on the right-hand side of how this is positioned in terms of the prior experience somebody's expected to have, and how the certification is examined. So in this particular case, it's not a certification that requires the holder to have any prior practitioner experience, although obviously it doesn't preclude it. And the examination is basically a 90-minute multiple choice and based question exam. So that's what you can assume somebody having Security Plus to their credit has actually gone through. They've learned some of the material and they've managed to pass the exam to do it. It doesn't mean that they've got any experience of doing security live in the field, so to speak. So it's presented as an entry-level certification. By contrast, one I've already mentioned a couple of times, CISP, the Certified Information System Security Professional Certification, very commonly encountered amongst practitioners and also in advertisement and recruitment. This one, as it says, is aimed at the more established practitioner. So you need to have at least 5 years paid cumulative work experience in the field, addressing 2 or more of the 8 topic domains within what's called the CISP CBK, so the common body of knowledge for CISP, which includes areas such as security operations, cryptography, etc. There are 8 different areas, and somebody holding CISP, so having this after their name, you will know from that they've got experience practically in at least 2 of these areas. You won't know which ones unless you interrogate a bit further, but you know they've got practical experience in something. And they've also had to pass a more substantial exam. So in this case, 6 hours or up to 6 hours with 250 questions. So a different level of certification to Security Plus. It's not to say that either of them are good, bad, indifferent, or better than the other. The point is it's aiming at a different level of security professional, so to speak. And I said there's a range of other post-nominals that you might see and abbreviations and acronyms for security certification. So here's a few. It's not an exhaustive list. There's a few. One of the acronyms on here is not a genuine security acronym. You might spot which one it is. But basically, what is this actually meaning to us? If we see these acronyms on somebody's resume, if we see them in a job spec, or if we see them in an advert for recruitment, what do we understand by it? And do employers actually know what they're looking for, and what certifications would actually be appropriate to the role that they're trying to fill? And I think in some cases, the answer is clearly yes, and people have got a very clear idea. In other cases, you perhaps could think, well, maybe they're not quite so clear on what they're looking for. If we want perhaps a more interactive and explorable version of the certification landscape, here's a good source. So if you go to this particular URL from Paul Jeremy there, you can see all manner of different security related certifications linked to different aspects of the security profession. So you can see at the top there things around risk management, around assessment and testing, around security operations, and different certifications that have a role to play in this context. So if you go to the live version, you can hover over and you can explore what the different certifications have to offer. Now, these things are available, but what are employers actually interested in? And again, drawing on, in this case, an earlier version of the ISC Squared workforce study, because the more recent versions of the survey don't present the same question. Here's what they found in 2018. So employers from amongst the respondents, which are almost 1,500 there, the first thing, the most prominent thing they're interested in is somebody's actual practitioner experience, perhaps unsurprisingly. Cybersecurity certifications, they're third in the list there, and quite often because things like CISP and CISM and other ones in that bracket can almost be viewed as a proxy for somebody having experience. If you need 5 years practitioner experience to get the certification, then somebody holding the certification has clearly got experience. So that's useful in that context to weed applicants out perhaps. At the bottom of the list there, you see cybersecurity related undergraduate and postgraduate degrees. Now, this isn't to say that they have no role to play or that they're worthless or anything like that, but clearly from the employer's perspective, they're not as valued as the actual experience in the field that somebody could have, and that's relevant to understand. So it doesn't mean that you ought not to be looking at candidates with degrees or to be pursuing one, but it has a pecking order, so to speak, in understand what the business actually needs, not just the ability to do something technical, not to what I describe here as a multi-faith community of practitioners. It's not just one particular shape and size. There are technical elements to it, and there's the non-technical aspects as well. So my thing just told me I've got an unstable internet connection. Hopefully I'm still with you. So in the technical domain, we've got things like pen testing, network security, forensics, all of that stuff. Technical domain, we've got things around security management, risk assessment, security awareness, and all of these are important in the overall context of securing an organization. But in practice, and I pose it as a question rather than an assertion, we perhaps tend to see a skew towards a technical perspective or a perception that cybersecurity is an exclusively or predominantly technical discipline. Now, this is the study that Marco's already name-checked, this thing from Ipsos Mori and DCMS last year, the Cyber Skills Labour Market Study. So what this was looking at, amongst other things, in this particular case, was the degree to which the respondents, the organizations that responded to the survey, believed that they were confident in different aspects of cybersecurity. So they grouped this in terms of technical tasks, governance tasks, and communication related tasks. And what we've got here in the tables is the percentage that weren't confident in doing particular things. So for example, in the technical domain, we see that the area they're least confident in doing is penetration testing. Okay, but even there, with that bit, only 23% were saying they were not confident in doing it. And that's the area they're least confident in technically. By contrast, if we look at governance, the area they're least confident in there is around carrying out a risk assessment, and a much bigger proportion are lacking confidence in the issue. Now, that's potentially a bit worrying if you think about risk assessment being something that underpins our stance on where we ought to be directing our security efforts in an organization, but almost half don't feel the confidence to do that particular aspect. And then in terms of communication, well, almost half again, not confident in their ability to prepare training materials or conduct training sessions. Okay, only 9% were not confident they could give guidance on strong passwords. Okay, not saying whether it was good guidance or not. But what we can see here on balance and overall, if I advance the slide, is that when we compare these different aspects, the lack of confidence tends to be far more dominant in the non-technical areas. In terms of the technical bits, okay, there are some aspects that they don't feel as confident in doing, but generally that is where the comfort zone seems to be, at least for these respondents. Now, so this is from the 2020 version of this labour market study. Just as a heads up for you, a 2021 version of this is coming out very, very soon. So just keep an eye out for that. So am I saying that non-technical skills are more important? Is that the message I'm trying to push because I'm old and I've forgotten how to do the technical bits and I'm more comfortable in the other area? No, some of what I just said might be true, but that's not the reason I'm saying it. The point here is that actually cybersecurity, as I've said already, it's a holistic thing and it requires a holistic view across the organization, across the different aspects of it. And actually what somebody perceives it to be about will depend quite heavily on what they've used as a frame of reference. So again, if you use a very technical certification as your view into it, you're going to have that mindset. If you've taken something with a broader view, it might skew you in a different direction. And what's really useful is to have an understanding of your own profile. If you're a security practitioner, where do you fit into this? And if you're looking to hire security expertise or to recruit it, well, temporarily or permanently into your organization, either through consultants or as a new hire in your team, what sort of expertise do you actually need? So this is where the organization I'm speaking on behalf of today fits in. So a role for a professional body. So the Chartered Institute of professionalism in the discipline. Okay, so I'll talk a little bit more about what this means, and more particularly what CISEC offers that can perhaps some clarity to the aspects I was just talking about. So if we look at what CISEC is as an organisation, so currently over 10,000 individuals as members in some form and 100 organisations in the realms of corporate members. So there's different levels of membership that are available, from the corporate level for organisations through to individual level for us as practitioners. And so here we can see the growth of the institution over the years, with a lot of nice company logos represented for those that are affiliated to it. If you want to see what the website looks like, here it is. And I suppose the key thing here is, although we've called it the Chartered Institute for Information, it still overlaps into the realm of what we're calling cyber security. And there are a number of relevant things, if you go exploring on the website, that could be useful. Amongst the things that I'll talk about here is the bits you'd find under membership, where it's useful as particularly if you're a security practitioner, there's levels of membership to denote that. But there's also membership for people just interested in the domain, but also particularly for this discussion, the resources that CISEC offers in terms of frameworks for understanding security knowledge and skills and the roles that organizations might usefully have represented. So, range of things that we offer. Yeah, as a membership organization, as a professional body, there are, as with other bodies like BCS and IET, there are branch meetings, various resources. There's an associate development program for people newer into the profession that helps them do continuing professional development, build and maintain their knowledge, and a masterclass program on more specialist topics. So both of these now in these times have been migrating into very much online offerings. So that again is something contributing into the body of knowledge available to the discipline. What I'm trying to get us towards actually is more these frameworks. So okay, we've got masterclasses, we've got events, that's all very nice. Oh, that one there was actually a talk by me, so we'll ignore that one. We also do things particularly for the early career and people looking to enter the profession. So we do these cyber career development events in conjunction with academic partners around the UK. So that again, a variety of events aiming at different audiences. That's again a picture of one where we used to be able to do it face to face. But here's what I actually wanted to draw most of the attention towards here with CISEC, which is basically our capability development methodology, which is essentially based around 3 frameworks that are being offered. So we've got skills framework, a knowledge framework, and a roles framework. And what this allows you to do is to get the basic understanding of different security topics and to then understand where you as a practitioner or somebody that you wish to hire into a role as a practitioner sits in terms of skills in different aspects of the security discipline. And there's a roles framework which then explains how different roles, different types of specialism would look in terms of the skills profile associated with them. So for me at least, so others in CISEC might shoot me for saying it, but for me at least, the skills framework is the key bit of all of this, because it's the thing that allows you as a practitioner, or again as an organisation looking to define a role, to actually determine what it looks like. It's almost the heat map of what skills you need and to what level. So we've got this framework that's split into, he said, trying to count them, about 11 different skills areas now, or discipline areas. So you can see, for example, discipline area A, which is around security, governance and management, through to more technical things like the implementation in discipline C and incident management, investigation, forensics in discipline F, but also recognizing that it's not about security specific skills. So particularly bring out there the J skills group, the management, leadership, business and communications, and the wider professional development and contribution discipline in K there. So decomposed. We've got about, I'm going to say 36, pick a number, underlying skills groups within these disciplines. Don't count them and tell me it's not 36, it's 30 something. And so you can see them all there listed in more detail. And then underneath each of these skills group headings, there's a further decomposition describing what the group is and what it means at different levels of practitioner capability. So you can see there in the middle of the slide 6 different levels. So this, if you're familiar with it, is a little bit like Sophia, the skills framework for the information age, which looks at information and IT skills more broadly. Sophia has 7 levels, we've got 6 here, but it's broadly similar in the sense that we're talking about going from a basic level of knowledge about something at level 1 through to level 6, which is basically your lead practitioner, your expert level, able to operate fully independently, initiating things in this particular skills area, and various intermediate levels in between. Okay, so I won't read every one of the skills groups or description of every one of the levels, but basically more experience, more exposure to doing things in practice takes you up the levels in the different skills groups. And so as an individual in the space, you can then start to do a self-assessment as to, okay, got all these different skills groups that somebody could have knowledge and experience in, where do I think I actually fit in? So for example, picking a skills group in terms of G3, identity and access management. So do I think I'm a practitioner in that level? So level 4, or do I more experience in there so I could class as a senior practitioner, or do I just basically know what it means and so I've got the level 1 basic knowledge? And so you can start to do a self-assessment. Hope we're still working. Oops. So looking at just one of them, here we've got behavior change as one of the skills groups. So you see there a brief description of what the particular area means, and then how it's described at the different levels to which your capability could exist. So in some of the skills groups, there aren't descriptions at all levels, but in this particular case, there are 6 different levels denoted. Now, we've also got the knowledge framework, which is basically trying to describe the basic areas of knowledge that are useful, so up to level 1 and 2 of skills across the breadth of security. So this has some relationship to another thing that you might be aware of, which is depicted in the middle of the slide, which is the CyBOK, the cybersecurity body of knowledge, which has recently been developed by the National Cybersecurity Centre and a project team from a number of universities in the UK, and in fact was presented in detail in an earlier Secure Southwest. If you go back and look through the archives, there was a talk from Andrew Martin when that project was still in development. So CyBOK is also presenting a landscape of the general knowledge across security that could be useful for somebody to have, but not indicating a particular level of experience, practitioner skill in dealing with it. So this is like your reference about what could be known. And then we've also got the roles framework. So this is linking the knowledge and skills required, particularly the skills element, in fact, to different roles that can exist within the profession. Okay, so here is a role descriptor for, you can see at the top there, head of information or cyber security, and you can see for different types that are primarily likely to be useful, and those ones that could be useful in a supporting role as secondary skills. So again, I won't go through the detail of that, but this is an application of the skills framework in practice to describe particular roles that could be relevant in the industry. We also have, sort of as a more fundamental thing contributing to the area, the Information and Cybersecurity Foundation exam, the ICSF. So that, again, if you're interested from a more entry level in cybersecurity, CISEC is also promoting that. For students, those linked to academia, we have the Student of the Year awards now for our academic partners, and so that's increasingly featuring, as you can see in the bottom corner, in our Pulse magazine, so giving some attention to outstanding students from within the academic part of the discipline. And I mentioned individual membership and how this links in. This is basically showing how somebody as an individual practitioner can move up through the levels of membership within CISEC. So as an entry point, you've got the affiliate membership, which is basically open to anybody. So if you're remotely interested in security, you could join as an affiliate member. You can also join as a student member if you're on a relevant program. And those are, I say, entry level, no prerequisites required at all, other than for the student wanting to be a student. You then have accredited affiliate, which is actually showing that your knowledge has been assessed in some way. Associate membership and full membership, they require more substantial assessment to show that you've actually got a level of practitioner experience in some of the skills groups to a certain level of achievement. So somebody holding full member will have been proficient across a range of the skills groups to at least level 3 and 4 in several of them. And then I'll jump the charter one for a moment, and then we've got fellowship, which allegedly relates to outstanding contributions to the profession, but we'll throw some doubt on that purely because I've got that after my name. I'm sure everybody else who's a fellow has actually done that. Will, I say, cast doubt in my case. Then moving back, we've got the issue of the chartered professional. So this is something that's hopefully going to be coming soon, and it links through to also what's being done with the UK Cyber Security Council, which you may have heard of, which is also going to be looking to have chartering of professionals within the cybersecurity space. And as if I didn't know that was coming, we've got a little slide here talking about that. So, well, one slight correction to the slide now. I believe actually the council will be launching in May rather than April. You might have already seen a press release and coverage about the council last month, so talking about the role that it will be fulfilling, but I think it actually will now launch properly in May. What's currently been running up to now is a formation project, which actually ends just end of next week or the week after, end of March. So that has been getting the council into a state where it can become operational. And the key things here, and I've drawn a quote from the description of the formation project, is that the council will have a role in defining career pathways within cybersecurity and establishing a professional qualifications framework. So you'll have a reference point for how different qualifications fit together or how they compare, and also how they fit into career paths for different specialisms in the domain. Okay, so that, without further ado, draws my bit to a close. There's an email address relating to CISEC. I have other ones, but feel free to use that one in relation to CISEC stuff, and a Twitter handle if you're interested in looking at what I occasionally tweet there. Other than that, hopefully the internet connection is stable. I can see Robin moving, so I am connected to something. Let's see where we are.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Steve. That was a wonderful, I think, insight, with all of the complexity of what that professionalization picture landscape looks like, to get a real clear sense of, where and certainly we've had some discussions earlier with the audience around, what they can do to progress their careers where it's non-technical skills. So I think that was really, really helpful. A couple of questions from me, if I may, fired to yourself and Marco. Given the overall scale and a slight conundrum scale of this skills shortage, notwithstanding the complexity of the different roles within that against the framework, and that little conundrum that's always been there around the need to get, to engender interest at the lower level, but certification to fulfill professional roles requires experience. Is this sort of an intractable, insurmountable problem, or is it a fact that the skills gap is really one of phasing, because the rump of where that demand is going to come from, as we've heard throughout the day, is not quite there yet at adopting the skills, professions and services required to move businesses on of a smaller scale to the right place? So, sorry, hopefully that came out as one question. I think fundamentally, is it surmountable or insurmountable?
I think it is surmountable, but I think it requires, I suppose, an appropriate recognition from those concerned about what actually would suit their needs. So I think what you tend to see a lot of the time in certainly the recruitment, and I didn't have a slide in this deck that actually illustrated the point, you very often see recruitment adverts asking for a whole range of the post-nominal. So they're very commonly asked for CISP and CISM, etc. And you do wonder from the descriptions of some of the roles whether they actually need them, or whether they're saying it because they've seen others recruiting and asking for the same thing, and whether there's really been a precise matching to what they need to get the job done versus what seems to be asked for quite commonly, so we ask for that as well. So a little bit of a self-perpetuating thing. And I think if there was a clearer understanding sometimes of what would be fit for purpose in terms of the expertise and the skills that we're looking to get, it would be quite reasonable to bring in earlier career people into the organisation. They'll have the knowledge of what the problem is. Okay, they might not have the hands-on experience of doing all of it, but they can gain that, and they're in many cases bright enough to pick it up. And so I think it's being reasonable in the expectations about what we can get and how we can help people develop. So you can still send people on some further training to bring them up to speed if they're perhaps short in particular areas, and they can do CPD within your organisation.
Yeah. Marco, was there anything for you to add on that? Scott, could you just open Marco's mic and video? Oh, there you are, Marco. Was there anything to add on that, Marco, from your point of view?
No, not really. Sorry, I cannot switch on my camera. I don't know why, but I hope you can hear.
I can hear you loud and clear, Marco. That's fine.
Excellent. So, right, no, I'm very happy with the answer provided by Steve.
Yeah.
I mean, generally, one of the things that I mentioned at the end of my presentation is the possibility of of employers not limiting themselves to a particular class of people, but actually hiring, for example, apprentices, which have got a different kind of academic preparation than the usual undergraduate students. But also the undergraduate students have something to contribute to the cybersecurity sector. People who have been in a different profession but now want to transfer to cybersecurity, they also will bring some skills that are relevant to this profession. So I think the diversity is the key critical issue here.
Yeah, retraining in, as we've had some of the presentations from the folk that look at the those that have served in the military are now repurposing, bring some great organisation, risk aware soft skills that are being repurposed to this. So that sort of, I think, hopefully starts to address those. And I think some of the initiatives that I've seen, around neurodiversity, helping those with seeming disabilities but are actually attributes in cyber analytics, some really interesting initiatives certainly around that. Which if we can plug those into the framework, that gives the confidence that employers who can be quite binary, I'm looking for a post-nominal rather than the real skills I need, the confidence that they're getting the right people to do the right job. The final question I got really, just double checking, I don't think there's another one in here. I don't want to hog the limelight, but other than to say the comment in there, very encouraging to see the framework and the thinking there, was around, to what extent, which sort of brings the themes together a little bit, to what extent can the application of automation technologies help fill the skills gap? That's a bit of a loaded one, isn't it?
So in what sense?
Is the shortfall of security analysts, in actual fact, is that going to get to the point in that future-looking horizon where we're comfortable and trusting enough in the technology that we're not reliant on the human, we can put trust in the technology, or are we already there in some cases?
Yeah, I think we're certainly technology assisted already in that we're able to filter out sort of some of the more obvious alerts. We're able to prioritize and things, but I think there's still let's hope a role for the human in the loop still for some time to make sure that you've got that further experience, analysis, intelligence being able to be drawn in as well. So sort of what something means isn't just on the basis of what you're seeing technically. It could be also, for example, related to current affairs, what's going on in the world. So this alert or that alert, what's more important? Well, actually, we saw this in the news, and so this possibly could have more bearing on a bigger problem about to appear.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I think it's, are we human-enabled technologies or technology-enabled humans? I guess there's a bit of a mix in there, certainly in the context of when we were talking about application of AI and, how is it trained and how much can it train itself to be truly effective and importantly trusted. Great. Well, that's, I mean, if I've done one thing today, I kept to the schedule because that's right on the dot. I'm very, very grateful for Steve and you, Steve and Marco, for dropping in the last sessions of the day, which are the challenging ones. We've managed to sustain our participants. They peaked a bit first thing, dwindled throughout the day a little bit, but there's still, a good number of folk still here and engaged, which is really, really important. So very grateful to you and the rest of the speakers if they're still on. I know Mike and Nigel had to drop off. I can't quite see just with my myriad of screens open here whether anybody else is there, but I'm very, very, very grateful for the speakers. Before I move to more formal thanks, I think my summary and reflections, which I feel compelled to do, a little bit difficult and less engaging when I'm sitting in my office on the end of the screen. But I think we've moved in a journey throughout the day, which is kind of what the event steering group was hoping to achieve. Navigating our way through the big pieces of protection, innovation and skills from, I think, reflecting back on, it's still a complex picture in many respects, which is complex in terms of the vocabulary and understanding and technology enabled nature of how the problem is foreseen, to the extent that the rump of volume of organizations, certainly in smaller businesses, are still, whilst I think gaining an awareness, still far short of meaningfully engaging against, as we heard this afternoon, as a sort of attack community where, in actual fact, the opportunity is getting probably more simple and more accessible. So we're probably not yet through the perfect storm. I think would be a reasonable summary. What's encouraging to know is that innovation is driving us forward, particularly where an awareness of assisted innovation, which is clearly working very differently in other nations, Israel being one really great example, which we see more broadly in terms of its defense capability, driven by the fact that they're at war. We've got an adversary at the border, which will no doubt focus the mind, but where are initiatives constantly being pushed through government, through DCMS, and most latterly announced through Number 10 and the Cabinet Office to really help drive innovation for not so much specifically our sector, but across the piece as we move to shift Britain, in the future to somewhere different, and optimizing our assets and ensuring that we're doing the focusing on and delivering the things well. And of course, where we've looked at this from a people, process and technology perspective, that drive for skills enhancements is really there. We see a lot of initiatives, right from grassroots upwards, to encourage readoption of new skills and repurposing of people, which may become increasingly relevant in a post-COVID world. I was sort of reflecting a little bit on Marco's presentation, in reflecting back a little bit in terms of my point around great timing to be having this in the context of the integrated review, where we think about 2030 forming that, or being formed by the trends shaping that digital transformation, and in elements, big handfuls of key trends around business and the economy, resources and the environment, law, society, technology, innovation, where we normally place ourselves. What's really interesting is where we look at the military domains of operation. That would be typically air, land, sea, and latterly cyber. Good. Space. Good. When you look at our primary adversaries, the Chinese have their operating domains covering those, plus the key trends, which alongside their ability to innovate massively and dramatically at scale, really starts to focus the mind as to some of the elements to the integrated review, and while they will become extremely important. Reflecting all of that back across the cluster and its work, as I've said, for us it's about signposting, engagement, supporting where we can, really covering our domains of protection, innovation and skills, and the important relationships that we have, I think, in supporting that agenda really form around the newer relationships with the Cyber Resilience Centre around protection, certainly the relationship with CISEC around the supporting the professionalisation of skills with the Cyber First initiative, looking to pull through those grassroots pieces, and then seeing how we work to offer engagement, encouragement and support for innovations, both directly with businesses, material to the region's cyber capability, industry capability, in conjunction with the efforts and endeavours of the research community in Exeter University and the University of Plymouth, all wrapped around that sort of further education, Southwest Institute of Technology, pull through. I think it leads me to conclude that we are in a good place. And for those that are remaining with us at the latter part of the day, I really would encourage you to come join us. Jeff put a link in the chat for signing up to our monthly cluster meeting, second Friday of every month. So do please engage with us, because you've got the opportunity there not to only consume what we do, but also contribute. And the door is very much open to any contribution that we can take and that can be made. So hopefully that was a bit of a wrap up. Of what I think was a really impressive and encapsulating day with some really strong presentations and thought-provoking discussion. I think my last activity of the day is to just share my screen, most notably to highlight and thank those that have contributed to the event and have contributed through the cluster to the event. Primary sponsors being BCS Securius, the Southwest Warning and Advice and Reporting Service, the Banner of Plymouth City Council, and CISEC, the Chartered Institute, and our cluster supporters that given their time freely and voluntarily to put on a note. I haven't had much feedback, but one little bit of feedback I got from the day was, wow, this is as good as most national events that they've been promoting. So special thanks particularly goes to Steve once again for putting the gift of Secure Southwest in our hands, and hopefully we have done him proud. Very particularly to Scott from SETSAT, who's been the master of technical ceremonies behind the scenes for us, again provided grace and favour. So enormously grateful for Scott to help guide us through what is the first online event we've certainly done of any considerable scale, which papers over the cracks we would ordinarily be more readily disposed to deal with in the physical world, I think. The notable support from Jeff from CrowdThink in terms of coordinating the event, from Pete Jones from CISEC to make a similar contribution to make sure we're all lined up in good order to get through today. Lucy from C3IA, who's been really instrumental in helping us get the promotion through there, along with Paul Hancock, and the efforts of the supporting marketing teams from CISEC, Plymouth and Devon Chamber, and all of those cluster members who've taken to circulate our message through the network, and the new partnership with the Global Cyber Alliance, in actual fact, who we're just establishing a relationship with, symbiotic in the sense that we'd like to promote their global reach, whilst they are very encouraged that our appetite to work with them regionally to see what we can do in terms of the free access to tools that we can make available to our community. So I really would just like to say thank you to you all. Thanks for sparing time. Do engage with us, and I think if I've missed anybody, huge apologies. But that, I think finishing 5 minutes early won't do us bad at all. So thank you, everybody, and have a safe and enjoyable rest of the week.
Thanks, Scott. Shall we end recording?
Yes, Scott, I think that's fine. I'm sort of holding on here, but yes, if you could end the recording, Scott. And once again, very many thanks for your support and effort.